All right, gang, we're live. I am the pre-show for Stormcat 5 meteorologist Brady Harris, who should be coming on live at about 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. So, hey, it's Phil, and I am out storm chasing. I am currently in Kentucky, southern Kentucky. I'm actually approaching Russellville. And I've already been on a couple storms today here in Kentucky near Bowling Green and Morgantown. I've been kind of up and down I-165 chasing a couple different storms. They keep coming, one after the other. And so I've just kind of been, okay, that one's kind of passed, and head north. So here comes one. That one's kind of passed. Oh, there's another one south. So I am currently, because the ones that I had been on were not, all right, I'm checking this cluster of storms. Basically, it's near Clarksville, Tennessee. So I'm close to the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. And that's where I'm heading. It's kind of a cluster. There's a couple tornado warnings on those. But I figured those could be ones that I'll kind of go after those. There does seem to be, since I started chasing, haven't had time to really check out any of the current conditions, but a lot of these storms going across the Tennessee-Kentucky border seem to be going tornado warned and just kind of heading east one after the other. So that's kind of why I decided I would start heading down south further instead of being more in central Kentucky, catching storms as they come and go. And so I am going to, I'm basically approaching Russellville, Kentucky on US 68 heading west. And once I get into Russellville, I'm going to jump southwest on US 79. And head towards Clarksville. So again, I'm the warm-up act for Stormcat 5. We'll be coming on probably in about 20 minutes. And so in the meantime, you can ride with me as we head to Clarksville. I'm only probably about 20 minutes out. So should be good timing. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the drive cam so you guys get a little feel for where I'm heading. Russellville's got a sharp left turn here. So right now I'm faced directly due west. And these are the storms that are basically coming from the west, coming right at me. The biggest thing I want to try to avoid is all these are supposed to have could have good hail cores. What I mean is all these storms in general that are popping up in this Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee kind of area that I'm focused on. And turn left up ahead. And so I obviously want to avoid the hail cores. And the ones in Kentucky hadn't been too bad, or actually were developing sizable hail cores. These ones on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, oh, here's one of these old town little roundabouts. This is the Dukes of Hazzard. Wow, like this really reminds me of the Dukes of Hazzard. Holy cow. It's interesting. You know, it's got the old town center. That might be the county courthouse we just passed. Quaint little town of Russellville, Kentucky. Jess is on. What's up, Jess? Back for more. This is crazy. Day after day after day. So this should take me down. US 79. So, all right, so heading US 79 down towards Clarksville is the plan. Garrett's on Orange Crush, out on the hunt. You got it. Actually, I was on a couple decent looking thunderstorm warned storms, had some good structure. Obviously, being in Kentucky, I had to find some decent open areas where I wasn't surrounded by trees and hills, and I did, and actually caught a rotating wall cloud approaching. Looked good. Just again, a lot of those storms in central Kentucky, we're showing some rotation, just not dropping anything. I don't know if the low-level jet just wasn't up there yet, and it's along this Kentucky-Tennessee line, and so that's why these ones are firing up. And as I'm heading to Clarksville, those storms basically in and just north of Clarksville all have lost their tornado warning, but there's one Tennessee ridge that's tornado warned that's right to the west of it. I don't feel like going a whole lot further west at this point, because these storms will just kind of keep approaching from the west, heading due east. So I think a lot of them will just kind of come to me. But because I am the only direct shot I had to get to Clarksville was to kind of just head to Clarksville. I feel we're gonna get blasted here a little bit with these storms that lost their tornado warning, but still are severe thunderstorm warned. Stormcat 5 is prepping, so expect him to be on probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and he'll give us an overview of everything, and I can turn the show over to him, and you'll still be able to see my live stream as we intercept all these storms that are just spotted all over the place. The fear was things were going to start to get a little messy, and I don't think we're there yet. There's still enough discreteness to these storms that it hasn't gotten too messy yet. There's no lines coming through. The other issue is I don't have a direct shot east. Once I get further south near Clarksville, without going southeast further, then I kind of would want to go. There's no on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. There's kind of no good east-west road or east-west highway that's there. And again, this is a territory, part of the country I'm just not crazy about getting off the beaten path. I will if I'm close to a storm, and I know in order to really see its base or something, I might need to get off the beaten path a tad. But I know Garrett's watching, and Garrett and I chased in southern Indiana and northern Kentucky a few weeks back, and that's when we saw Boat Guy. If those of you that are on remember Boat Guy. Boat Guy was the individual that while we were chasing, Garrett and I were chasing in northern Kentucky. We were in a tornado warned area. Storm passed right over us. Could have been in part of the circulation. It wasn't a fully condensed down to the ground tornado, but certainly there was circulation, and things were moving in different directions in a wide way, but on the ground. And once that passed, we felt kind of safe. We turned around and started heading back, and there's a tree down along the road, and there was a guy in a pickup truck towing a boat, fishing boat, that basically had a chain and pulled the tree out of our way. So we got around it and started heading up the hill, kind of back, a little bit back the way we came up the hill. All these hills here in Kentucky. And all of a sudden we were stopped again by another tree that was down in the road. And this one was down in a different direction than the one that was just below us, below the hill. So certainly led me to believe there could have been some rotation going on as it went over this hill. But good old boat guy showed up. He was going in the same direction we were, and he was able to grab his chain and again open up the road and lead us to freedom. So good old boat guy saved the day. Raymond is on. Yeah, Raymond, you're talking about Convective Chronicles, Trey Greenwood. I actually watched that same video on Twitter earlier today, just kind of get his 2 cents on the setup for today. And again, as you said, he used the term messy. Was going to get kind of messy and eventually congeal probably into a line of storms. I'm starting to see, and assuming we've got a dry line just based on the radar without looking at everything else, I'm starting to see that it looks like there probably is a dry line, convective line forming, and it goes all the way to near Princeton, Kentucky, and looks like it's dropping all the way down to Columbia, Tennessee. And so I'm not assuming there's a whole lot more expected to come. And again, without looking at the dew points, and maybe you guys can, but I'm not seeing anything further west of that batch of storms that are popping up, some of which are tornado warned, many of which are thunderstorm warned. Again, I'm heading towards that line. I'm heading towards Clarksville, Tennessee. Gosh, I'm dropping into Tennessee. I did not expect I would be doing that today, because I do have to head back to Cincinnati this evening. So I don't know. It is as you mentioned there, Raymond, as Trey had mentioned, starting to get a little messy. Earlier today, we were getting some more discrete cells that were kind of on their own, looking good. Again, I was kind of in west central Kentucky, intercepting a few between Bowling Green and Morgantown. Oh, I gotta figure it out. What was it? Beaver Dam's up there, Morgantown, Kentucky. Heading back and forth, catching a few cells that were discrete. We're certainly, some had some good structure and lowering, but just beyond that, didn't get a whole lot of tight circulation much further than, I saw a rotating wall cloud, but just never even really saw any funnels that I could verify. So I was assuming that there just wasn't enough low-level jet in that location yet, and that's maybe why it was here on the Tennessee-Kentucky line, is where most of that jet was allowing some of these storms down here to spin up and be tornado warned. I don't know if there's any tornado reports. So just some light rain right now, heading towards Clarksville, actually heading towards the Trenton, Kentucky radar site is not too far from that, and kind of heading a little bit towards it. If you pull up see if I can do this here. See if I can show you a little bit where I'm at. So you see that big black spot? That's Trenton. That is the radar. And that black spot is actually what they call the cone of silence. The cone of silence, because at that point, it's so close to the radar that it would be picking up treetops and it would be picking up silos and buildings because the line of the radar, the angle of the radar is low enough as you get closer to the radar that it would start to actually pick up those things and make it look like there was potential reflectivity there. So they go into the system and they basically black out a certain distance. I don't know what that distance is, but black out that distance from the radar and just black it out so that it's not confusing. But then it's called the cone of silence because you really have no idea from a radar perspective what's going on within that small area of the radar. Here it says rotation on radar in Tennessee Ridge. Yep, and that looks like that one is currently tornado warned as well. I might have an opportunity right before I get to Clarksville to turn. I don't know, there's no easy south path out of Clarksville, but there is a southeast path out of Clarksville on I-24, which heads down to Nashville. So it's possible, I don't want to go down to Nashville. I don't want to go down to Nashville. I don't want to get that far away from Cincinnati, knowing I still have to drive back. We'll see. That particular storm looks like it's moving northeast. So maybe I wouldn't have to drive down too far, but again, there's not a very good direct route north once I get on I-24 east towards Nashville, unless I get close to Nashville already. And some good lightning strike there. But who knows? It looks like you go further south into Tennessee, and there's a couple more tornado-warned storms, one approaching Centerville, Tennessee, that's just south of this one approaching Clarksville, the one that's Tennessee Ridge, as Garrett talked about. Raymond's talking about a couple homes that got hit in New York State by lightning. I was actually, so one of these storms I was on earlier today had a nice supercell, good rotation, had a rotating wall cloud, a couple extremely close lightning bolts. One hit, and is this boat guy coming up? Don't see anybody there. What if they just moved over to the side of the road and didn't see anybody there? It wasn't the boat. It wasn't the same boat guy. It's like boat guy wannabe. It's like trying to copy boat guy. All right, so we're getting some good lightning strikes here off to I'm driving southwest, so this would be off to my south. This is the storm that's currently severe thunderstorm warned. That's in Clarksville, heading towards Adams. Adams, I think, is on the border, so don't hold me to whether Adams is in Tennessee or Kentucky. But I am seeing some CG cloud to ground lightning. A couple good shots anyways. Talking about the storm I was on earlier today, one extremely close lightning bolt made me run back to my vehicle, get in my vehicle, and I would say within 15 seconds of getting in my vehicle, one even closer right behind me, and I know I got this caught on my rear dash cam, that was so close it sparked the transformer directly behind me in the on the power lines. So I might pose myself the question. So heading southwest towards Clarksville on US, forget what I said, US 79. As I get near the border, I have an option to take US 41 that turns into Tennessee 11. So it's right near the border, and take that southeast and not have to go a little further to catch I-24 east. And that would take me to Springfield and give me an option north and south from there. So it's not an interstate route, but might give me a few more options, and I might take that. These storms have been moving fairly slow. I've been keeping an eye on them. They're all moving again east, northeast. They've been moving about 30 miles an hour. Quick check of what these ones on the line look like they're doing. 35 miles an hour. So they're not moving super fast. So I could probably not have to take the interstate and still move along just fine, staying ahead of them. Would allow me to head down to Springfield, Tennessee. I think I will do that. As of right now, that Tennessee ridge storm that Garrett was highlighting now is only severe warned. They dropped the tornado warning off of that. And I'm looking down the line, and they dropped a few of the tornado warnings now. But now further north. Good God. See, this is what's this is right. Which way to go? Should I go north? Should I go south? Should I go after that storm, this storm, that storm? Because they are all over the place. And so it's a little bit of a crapshoot when you've got so many. I'm in a mode of, and I'm solo chasing. I'm kind of radar chasing right now, and have been a little bit because I just haven't had time to pull up anything or look at anything else. I see that Stormcat 5 is on.
Yes.
So, Brady, if you are ready, I will mute myself, and you can get things rolling. I got the fans warmed up for you.
I love it, baby. Hey, Phil, hopefully you're being safe out there. Everyone, I'm happy we're all joining the stream right now, and we've got a big day of Outbreak ahead of us. Phil is already in the field chasing. As you can tell, things are starting to get a little bit crazy here. We have a lot of active tornado warnings. So once again, sorry I couldn't start earlier. I just got off work. So now I'm dedicated to keeping you guys all safe and entertained too. That's part of this show. And I am really excited. We had a big night last night, and we could have another big night. Everyone, welcome to Outbreak.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
All right, guys. Well, welcome to Outbreak. I am Stormcat 5. We had a huge show last night. I mean, we had just at one point, I think we had close to 300 live viewers. That is a record. So thank you for everyone that was a part of it last night. We had an unbelievably big day yesterday, and it hit close to home for me. I was having to call my aunts, my parents live on the stream. I myself was under a tornado warning, and the good news is none have touched down in the Columbus area as I'm aware of. But it was a wild day that we had yesterday, really all across the Ohio Valley, and one that man, it sure outperformed, I think, what everyone expected. So this is a it was a crazy day yesterday, and my goodness, I've been trying to watch the radar all day to see what's been going on, and today has been also just unbelievably, an unbelievable number of tornado warnings right now. We have 7. We have a total of 7 tornado warnings, and I'm going to get those on the graphic here in just a second. But my goodness, hey, what a start of today. We just to give everyone a quick summary of what we're looking at right now. We have kind of 2 clusters of storms. And I'm actually going to pull in GR Earth here to show you the big picture here. And let me just take this off for a second. So we have 2 clusters of storms. One cluster moving into central and southern Kentucky, and then central and southern Tennessee. So Nashville, you are about to be under the gun right now from a couple of nasty looking these are supercells, people. These are supercells. They are spinning like a top, especially this one to the south in Hohenwald. And then we have a second cluster of storms all the way back in Missouri. And I guess really a third cluster of storms in southern Illinois. So things have gotten off to a fast start very quickly, and things are probably going to continue for the next several hours here as we move throughout the afternoon and evening. And I don't know if Phil actually gave you a quick kind of summary of the SPC, and let me go ahead and bring Phil back in, and Phil will come to you in just a second here. But let me give everyone a quick overview of the Storm Prediction Center, what they saw today, or what do we have on tap for today. And to do that, we're going to do a quick outbreak setup.
Time now for our outbreak setup.
All right, so we've got a moderate risk for severe weather today. That is a 4 out of 5 risk. Yesterday we had an enhanced risk, and look what happened yesterday. We had over 20 reports of tornadoes. The National Weather Service is still doing their damage assessment, so that's gonna have to take some time before we know the true number of tornadoes that we had yesterday. But we tracked multiple debris balls, multiple confirmed tornadoes, tornado emergency yesterday, and that was for an enhanced risk. This is one step up from that. This is a moderate risk of storm, of severe weather today, and it's across portions of Springfield, Nashville, Bowling Green. Phil is chasing somewhere in here. I'm actually not sure where Phil is chasing, and I see actually Phil's got a pretty cool image here. So we're going to go to that in just a second. But just a big risk across portions of southern Missouri, southern Kentucky, and northern Tennessee. And the enhanced risk, that was the same risk we had yesterday for tornadoes, and look what happened. So anyone in this enhanced risk, take this seriously. Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Jackson, Chattanooga. The good news is Oklahoma City, Tulsa, you guys are right on the edge of this. You guys are just to the west, so you guys should be for the most part okay. Dallas, you're right on the edge of the enhanced risk as well. And I see we have a viewer about West Virginia. West Virginia, good news is you're in the marginal risk. So not necessarily expecting anything significant in West Virginia. We could get a couple of storms as we go through the overnight hours, but we're not expecting widespread severe weather. Ohio, I know Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, Michigan, those were the center of yesterday. The good news is the threat has shifted to your south. So the threat is much well. That's not saying you won't get possibly a storm tonight, right? You still are on the marginal risk, but you guys are well outside of the main risk of some storms. So we looked at the SPC. I think we can look back at the conditions in just a second. I want to go to Phil right now because Phil's got a line of storms. Phil, what are we looking at here?
So this is, I told you, we're approaching Clarksville, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning storm. I'm near Guthrie, and right now you can see the shelf clouds moving right over us as we talk. I'm seeing a little bit of movement off to the left and obviously those clouds are kind of rising up a little bit. You'll be able to see that.
So Phil, remind me. You said Guthrie. Where is that? Guthrie in Kentucky?
Guthrie, Kentucky.
Okay.
Yep, I'm
Let's
right
try
near
and
the border.
find that here.
Right near Clarksville, Tennessee. I'm northeast of Clarksville.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that is it looks like, okay, that's just your thunderstorm warned storm, right?
Correct. Yep.
And let me just try and find this on radar here. So I think Phil is, let's see. So Phil is,
So
I think
look
you're the
northeast of Clarksville.
northeast of Clarksville. Yeah, and you sent me your location. Okay, I got it.
Before.
Okay, so Phil is right here.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Yep. Yeah, so Phil is right here. We have he's in a currently a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Winds of 60 miles an hour, possibly 2-inch hail with this, Phil. So please be careful because this storm, and let's just look like it had some big hail. It looks like it's a little bit weaker now. Still a pretty significant storm, and definitely a little bit of rotation in those clouds. Maybe a little bit, definitely a squall line as it passes through. But this storm has got a supercell structure. It's got that structure that we saw all yesterday. It's hard to tell because this is right next to the radar, but it's got that whale-like structure, right? So that's the supercell, and that is pushing. Phil is basically right here, and this little hook is going right over top of him, and definitely rising motion in those clouds. You know, if you look on the radar on the right-hand part of the screen, right, Phil is basically right here. These clouds are going right over top of him. This hook is going right over top of Phil. But it's not a tornado warning just yet. So that's good. That's good for now, Phil, is there's no tornado warning with this. But Phil, are you seeing any rotation with this?
Nothing too discreet. Certainly there's, movement. It's not your typical straight on headwind of a shelf cloud. There's definitely movement, but just nothing real discreet circulation wise.
Yeah, I mean Phil, it does, and just on the latest radar scan that I was looking at, it does have a little bit of a. I mean, it's looking like it does have a little bit of a bend. It definitely has an inflow notch here. The actual hook is starting to bend a little bit around. So I would watch that thing right now. It's not tornado warned, which is good news. But that today of all days, right? I know we've said that up these past couple of days. But today of all days, we're going to want to watch this storm because anything with a hook on it is considered dangerous here. And that's quite a shelf cloud, Phil. And the winds, do they feel like they're straight line? Do they feel like they're coming right at you, or are they kind of?
Right now, they're going with the forward motion of the storm.
Got it. Okay.
Not too intense. These trees right in front of me, you can see nothing too intense yet. My guess is it's here shortly behind the shelf cloud. We'll start probably feeling something, and the rain is just starting to come in a little bit as well. So I'll probably get back on the road. Yep.
Got it. Yeah, it looks. There it is. And Phil, there's probably a little bit of hail in there too. Possibly. Oh wow, there you go. But there's definitely a little bit of looks mostly straight line here in Guthrie. So this is right where Phil is. We got some strong. I mean, there's gonna be some strong winds, Phil, coming right at you. So but the good news is it's a severe thunderstorm warning. It is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which means it's a dangerous one. So Phil, stay safe there as you go ahead and try to get out of there. So let's do a quick rundown because we have not talked about and let me really quickly just send something out here, and we'll kind of watch Phil's stream for just a sec. I hopped on pretty quickly here, so I did not get a chance to tweet out that I was live.
Hey Brady, I've got a scroll down on the bottom that if
new tornado warning.
Hey Brady, you got me?
Yeah, hold on, Phil. There's a tornado warning.
I didn't hear it.
You did not hear it?
No, it's not coming across the screen.
I think I got to add it to the stage. Okay, there we go. We should be able to hear it from now on. All right, so we're getting things set up here. We're getting things rolling. Phil, go ahead. You were saying something?
Oh, hey, so there's a scroll across the bottom of the screen. Oh, you fixed it. All right, don't worry.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
Cool beans. All right, people, we are getting this stream ramped up. We are getting this stream rolling, and we're going to keep rolling from last night. I know we have, a lot of people in the chat that were here that were, new kind of last night. So, guys, send this stream to your friends. Send this stream to your family. If they live in any of these areas, we will try to hit where those are. So please, if you're in the stream, let us know where you're from. We will try to you're gonna kind of hit everyone at this time. What I want to do now is, while Phil's kind of getting away from this thing, I want to take a quick look at what do we got going on. I want to go up and down the line, get to every single tornado warning that we have, and just quickly show what are we expecting, and what are some of the areas that are in the dangerous path. Can you hear that, Phil?
Nope. Didn't hear it. Or I'm not hearing it. It's silent.
Can anyone in the chat hear that, or did no one in the chat hear a warning? Let's just see if the chat can hear it at all. I'm gonna try to unshare my screen and reshare it. Raymond or Garrett, maybe in the chat, can you guys tell me? Okay, Jess didn't hear it. All right, let me try and unshare, stop screen share, and All right, working out the kinks here, people. We're gonna get going. We're gonna get going real quick here. Let's see. Present. All right, now hopefully that'll work. All right, so let's keep an eye on that. But what we're going to do, we're going to go up and down the line here. We're going to take a look at all of our tornado warnings. Just to give everyone an overview, we've got 4 active tornado warnings. One just to the south of Springfield. This one is just a, ooh, wow, I don't like that. Yep, Jess is right on this. We have a particularly dangerous situation in southwest Missouri. An observed tornado that is clearly on the ground. So this is just south of Aurora, Missouri, about 30 miles to the southwest of Springfield, Missouri. This is a tornado that is on the ground, that is producing damage potentially, and that is and the good news is in that latest scan it doesn't look as bad. If you look at the correlation coefficient, definitely looks like a debris ball. Let's just look here. 1, 2, 3. I think that frame was definitely a debris ball. It looks a little bit less pronounced in the most recent scan. So I'm hoping maybe this couplet is weakening a little bit. Watch the couplet here, right? Boom, boom, boom. That's a tornado. That is a 100% tornado that's on the ground just to the south of Aurora, Mississippi. The good news is look at the scan here from this to this. It looks a lot less pronounced, so maybe it is lifted. But I wouldn't plan on it if you're in the warning. So Bradfield, Bonham, Brown Springs School. This is just to the southwest of Springfield, Missouri. You have a particularly dangerous situation here. Yeah, Raymond, it could be noise for sure on the correlation coefficient here. It could also be, it could very well be a tornado that is producing damage. So, I think we're going to have to keep an eye on this because it is a particularly dangerous situation, and it is producing, or it was producing damage here just to the south of Springfield, Missouri. Sorry, I'm just trying all my graphics, make sure they're all good. Okay, so that's the first tornado we have. So just to the south of Springfield, Missouri. And the good news, Springfield, it looks like this thing's going to miss you to your south, but look at the structure. This is a supercell here, people. We've got your really this isn't your whale. This is more like your Twitter. This is more like your bird here, and either both are a supercell. This is a classic supercell that is moving through Bonham, Bradfield, Brown Springs. I feel like I've seen so many of these this year. An unbelievable amount of supercells that we have seen, and they just keep coming. This is the year of the supercell, and I don't see it stopping. I really don't anytime soon. So, if you live in any of these areas, get to cover right now. All right, let's look at the second tornado warnings. We have 3 more tornado warnings in Kentucky, or I guess we have 2 in Kentucky, and we have 1 down here in Tennessee. We're going to go top to bottom here, starting with the northern tornado warning. It is a radar indicated tornado warning moving into Sturgis, Kentucky. This is for Hardin County, Central Crittenden County, Union County, and Webster County, all in Kentucky. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, possibly a tornado with this thing. We don't have enough information to be able to say yes there is or yes there isn't. But let's look at the velocity here and just get a quick picture. Okay, so broad area of rotation. Got your winds moving this way.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Can you hear the sound effect, Phil?
Tornado warning for northwestern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee.
There we go.
South central Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee. Northeastern Houston County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, that's a new tornado warning. That's our 5th tornado warning right now. And so we looked at this first tornado warning. This is a broad area of rotation just to the south of Sturgis. We also have a secondary area of rotation back here just to the south of Caseyville. So possibly a tornado on the ground here. We don't have enough information to be able to say yes it is or yes it isn't, but a dangerous storm moving just to the south of Sturgis, Kentucky. The next tornado warning that we have is for this storm is just to the south of Madisonville, Kentucky. So if we find the closest big city, this is about 40 to 50 miles to the west of Bowling Green. You have another tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but clearly a little bit of a hook here. Look at this little appendage here. It's definitely a hook. Definitely kind of a ragged supercell structure. This looks more like an eagle here, right? Eagle's wings, right? Maybe your face here. That's more like an eagle here. Here are the talons. So it definitely a supercell. It's not as organized as the other ones, right? But still, it has look at that rotation. There's your couplet. There's your warning. I would bet they're going to probably extend this. They would probably going to extend this into Mannington, Nortonville, Kentucky. You guys are probably going to get a new tornado warning here in just a second. So be on the lookout. Greenville, Kentucky. This is headed your way in about 30 minutes. The 3rd tornado warning down here. This is in Tennessee, and we just had a new one. This is a new one. This is the newest tornado warning right now, and it's pushing towards Nashville. It's about 40 to 50 miles away from Nashville. It's this big blob of storms. Here's the warning right in the middle of it. And let's look at the velocity to see what we got. Doesn't look too impressive. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. So this does not mean that there is one on the ground. But this means the National Weather Service has enough evidence to be able to say there could be a tornado with this thing. But, let's look at the velocity here and just get a better idea. It looks pretty messy. I don't see really anything that tells me there's a tornado with this. Maybe off to the north, but that's not even in the warning. Maybe there's a different radar I can look at here. That one's not gonna. Maybe the local radar can help. Maybe this. I don't know. But still, radar indicated tornado warning moving towards the Nashville area. This does not include Nashville. This is the south of Nashville. And actually, I'm probably more worried about this southern little hook here. So regardless, Nashville, you've got a couple of nasty storms pushing your way that are going to be in the area over the next hour or two. Oh, gosh, I don't like the way this looks. And we saw this yesterday, lime-size hail. We've got lime-size hail, 2-inch hail down here. So lime is about the size of my fist. So imagine one of those clocking you right on the head. That's not good. I don't care if you've got a hard head or not. That's going to hurt. And we do have it. This is a dangerous looking storm. Here's your inflow. Here's your kind of wrapping around. Here's your hook. Let's look at the velocity. definitely a strong area of rotation. This is really strong winds getting sucked into this thing here. And then look on the backside. See that little thing of red right here? That's wind rotating around there. So luckily, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This includes Lewis County, West Central Maury County, and southeastern Hickman County, all in Middle Tennessee. And they just trimmed the warning. It looks like they may have extended it a little bit further. That latest scan is pretty concerning. You see a bright blue next to some red. I've seen tornado signatures from less. So this is a concerning radar image. This is it doesn't look like there's any really debris with this. Maybe that's behind. But this is about, let's see. I think it's about, that's not what I wanted to do. That is about 55 miles to the south of Nashville, Tennessee, just to give a kind of an idea of where we are right now. This is 65 miles to the south of Nashville, Tennessee. This is pushing towards Mount Pleasant, Columbia. You guys are all in the path of this dangerous storm. So that's our 5 tornado warnings that we have right now. Let's just take a quick look at things around the country, and then we're going to go back to Phil here and see where Phil is, because it looks like he's driving through hell and back. Go ahead, Phil.
So I'm heading. I've crossed the border. I am into Tennessee now, approaching Adams, Tennessee, as I head towards Springfield. The storm I'm heading into as we speak, if you look on radars, definitely got various multiple rotations, nothing tight, but certainly nothing going straight. This thing's moving around in different directions, but a lot of trees around me. Yay.
Yeah, and I Phil, I've got your location right now, so I just pulled it up. So Phil is basically, Phil, are you going south towards Nashville?
Yeah, I'm going southeast.
Okay, so Phil is, if I could just pull this up here.
I'm not on the interstate. I am on, what am I on? Tennessee 11, which kind of parallels the interstate, heading down to Nashville.
Got it. Yeah, so Phil, oh gosh, Phil, you are driving through just a big mess. Big slop. So Phil is somewhere right in there, kind of near the, let's see, I think you're near the Cedar Hill area. If he's about to be, he's approaching Adams. I'm
about to get into it, basically.
Yeah. So Phil, let's just look at the rotation here. Yeah, to your south there, like all the way down in Turnersville, there is a broad area of rotation here, and
a lot of water.
Yeah, there's going to be some water there. You're in a flash flood warning. You also have 2 pretty massive storms, one with giant hail. This is a storm that's just to Phil's kind of southeast that has golf ball, if not bigger, sized hail. Phil right now is about to kind of drive through this storm. There's a pretty Phil just to your south in near Turnersville. It could be a developing rotation. We've got really strong inflow next to really strong outflow. We've got winds kind of pushing this way and winds pushing this way into the storm. So if these winds kind of collide, that's when you're going to start to see some spinning here, and that could be a problem. So Phil, definitely, I'm going to keep an eye on that for you. But we do possibly have a developing situation here with Phil moving through Adams right now and driving towards Cedar Hill.
Yeah, there is water across the road in a number of spots here as I'm going through Adams. So they've obviously gotten a lot of rain, and I have seen as well some branches, small branches, but I've seen some branches down on the road here in Adams as well.
Yep. Yeah, Phil, there's been about let's see, an inch to 2 inches of rain that have fallen in the area that you're about to drive through. So Adams has got about 1.5 inches of rain just in the past hour to two. And so, this is a I mean, look at that. This is a rain producing storm that is has a flash warning, has a flash flood warning for it, and is only going to keep raining in the same areas that have gotten rain before. So Phil, I'm also looking at the latest radar scan in Turnersville that I'm very concerned about. Could be trying to drop something here. It has a notch, and this notch is starting to protrude. It's starting to I think that's the right word, protuberance. But this notch is really starting to protrude here, and that is a sign that these winds are starting to wrap around this way. See that little bit of green here? That means the winds are really starting to get in here and kill off that rain. And if that happens, that could be a problem. So, we're going to have to keep an eye on this. This is just like the radar image that we saw over Columbus yesterday, where these winds are really starting to kind of run into the inflow. We've got really strong inflow out in front of that. So, Phil, definitely keep an eye on that, because we could have a possibly dangerous situation there unfolding. No tornado warning on that just yet. There's a flash flood warning really for that whole county. And I'm actually surprised there's no severe thunderstorm warning on it even. But still, we're going to have to come back to Phil as he drives through the monsoon that he is currently driving through. All right, so we're gonna look back at Springfield over here, and I just want to make sure that okay, this rotation is looking not nearly as bad as it did. This was our PDS warning. Remember this? This was our PDS warning just to the south of Aurora, and this is about 20-30 miles to the south of Springfield. That rotation has weakened significantly. So still a radar indicated tornado warning. Here we go. Maybe that's Phil. Yep, that's Phil.
Tornado warning for North Central Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee, Central Robertson County in Middle Tennessee.
We called it. So, Phil, that is a tornado warning for Phil. Miss Elise, thanks for joining. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, so thanks for sharing that. I am starting to get into some hail, but if you can see, I've got a pickup truck right in front of me kind of leading the way through these water dips that we've got.
Well, that's good. That means at least he'll be like your boat guy for today.
Right. Yeah, no, I'll keep him in front of me so he can part the waters like Moses.
Yeah, you'll know if you won't be the weather fool, he will be, because he'll be the one that gets stuck, and you'll be the one that knows to not go in there. But so this is the newest tornado warning that was just issued. It was issued just to the south of Phil, and it is for this storm right here that we just have been looking at for the past 15, or basically for the past 10 minutes, that I said I was getting concerned about. I was not liking when I saw on radar, and about 5 minutes after I saw that trend and started to put out some possible feelers here, the National Weather Service warned it. So I think the National Weather Service is seeing exactly what we're seeing this notch, seeing this little ball down here start to develop, and they're concerned about this. Now, having said that, looking at the velocity, it hasn't tightened up just yet, but these winds are really starting to ramp. These winds are really starting to ramp up this way. These winds, the green winds are going towards the radar. So the green winds are clearly starting to go up this way. So all it's going to take is a little bit of spin here, and this thing is gonna be a problem pretty quickly. So a tornado warning for the city of Springfield. This is Springfield, Tennessee. We have a storm chaser on the ground right now. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, Phil, oh wow, the winds are really starting to ramp up around this thing. So let me just look where Phil's live location is. So Phil is just passing Adams. Oh, sorry, Phil's in Cedar Hill. So Phil is here.
Yep.
Phil is about to cross into the tornado warning, and he's driving on Highway 41. So Phil is headed towards Mount Denison, and then Phil, is your plan to kind of go south, or are you going to think you're going to keep going east?
I'm currently, this has got me going southeast to Springfield, and then I will probably dip south from Springfield, because I don't think I'm going to want to go north. from
No.
Springfield.
Yeah. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning. You're gonna be. The good news is, Phil, is let's just look. Hopefully, you'll get out of the heavy rain here in just a second. This cell is kind of. If I look at this rotation here, this cell is kind of actually taking a southward jog. Just look at the last couple of frames here. See it start to really work its way south. So just look in the last couple of frames. See that little hook develop and it really start to push south. That is, I guess, good news for Phil because that means he's going to be out of the rain quickly, and that might allow you to get out in front of this, Phil. You might want to take 41 all the way through Springfield because that'll allow you to get a little bit east because this storm is moving. Let's see. This storm is moving at about 25 miles an hour, so it's not moving incredibly fast, but still possibly a tornado with this thing moving through Cooperstown right now. You're in the direct path of this thing. This is in northwest Tennessee, about 25 miles to the north of Nashville. We have a tornado warning in effect, and Phil, our storm chaser, on the ground, and fellow Stormfront freak is in Cedar Hill, pushing towards Mount Denison. He's targeting to try to get to Springfield to try to get out ahead of this thing. Yeah, definitely a QLCS tornado. Linda Baird is back. Linda Baird, thanks for joining. Linda Baird was the number one fan last night. Or I guess not the number one, but she was up there. She was up there. That's my aunt that was affected by the tornado yesterday. She's the number one fan in my heart, right? Because she's my aunt. I love her a lot. But she's watching tonight. Linda, I don't see Ginger Ninja just yet, so I'm sure he'll make his way into the chat, but not yet. All right, so we're going to come right back to Phil here because Phil is working his way through here. In the chat, but just a second, I got a text. We also, I think, have a situation developing just to the south of Spring. Okay, it's still a radar indicated tornado warning. I think we might have maybe a PDS tornado warning somewhere. Let's see. No, we don't. Okay, so right now we just have 4 tornado warnings, and I say just after the day that we've had, or after the couple of days that we had with the amount of warnings that we've gotten, only having 4 tornado warnings is kind of a miracle. But right now we have 4 tornado warnings. Our storm chaser Phil Johnson is on the ground for this north one. He's on the ground up here, just to the northwest of Nashville. We have a second tornado warning down in Mount Pleasant. And this is Mount Pleasant, Tennessee, where we have a radar indicated tornado warning, possibly with some ping pong ball size hail. We also have a third tornado warning, another radar indicated tornado warning up to the north of, let's see. This is just to the south of Sturgis, moving into Clay. This is moving into Clay, Kentucky. So we're in Kentucky now. We also have a fourth tornado warning just to the south of Springfield. The good news is Springfield, it looks like you're going to get missed mostly to the south from this thing. So that's good news for those that live in Springfield. Now, that doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. This is going to be a long night, potentially, that we have in front of us. So please don't, just because this line of storms passed, don't think, okay, you're in the clear from this storm. But we do have storm chaser Phil Johnson is here in just to the north of Nashville. Phil, are you starting to get free of the rain here in this storm, it looks like?
Doesn't look like it, no.
Oh, never mind. Yikes. All right, never mind.
I've periodically been getting pelted with some hail here and there.
Okay.
But I think I'm now currently moving east, and then I'll dip south towards Springfield. And I'm hoping that will at least get me out of most of the rain and hail for the time being. But I think I'll have to still kind of head a little south from Springfield to get out of the path of what looks to be some rotation in Cooperstown.
Definitely. Yeah, there is definitely some rotation. Let me actually look at the radar, or let me look at the local radar here. Yeah, I mean, Phil, there's a really strong signature here, right to the north of Cooperstown. We've got a really strong, bright green winds. The red is still kind of not able to kind of wrap into the storm yet. But if this is the first sign of maybe some red starting to wrap in here, this could be it is a dangerous storm. It is a tornado warning storm, but the conditions are right. Like we're looking at right now on the regional radar on the bottom corner of the screen. You see that red? That's all the significant tornado parameter, and that's all centered right on that storm that Phil is at. So we've got a kind of a pocket of some really strong conditions that could fuel more tornadoes and could fuel this storm that Phil is on and really start to ramp it up.
The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Christian County in southwestern Missouri, northern Stone County in southwestern Missouri.
All right, that's a new tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning, and that is in Missouri. That is a continuation of our yikes. Wow, Phil is really going through it right now, Phil. The rain is really coming down, man. I spoke too soon. Maybe I jinxed you. But Phil is trying to get out in front of this thing and is driving through some pretty heavy rain right now, just to the east of Cedar Hill. So we'll come back to Phil in a second. We're gonna hit on this other tornado warning. This is that storm just to the south of Springfield. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and this is this storm is much more well organized here. Big Cat, thank you, JK. Appreciate you joining the stream. This storm is just to the south of Springfield, Missouri. This is about 22 miles to the south, and it's probably going to stay to the south. So good, that's good news for folks in Springfield. But we just have a new tornado warning that was issued, and this is a dangerous-looking storm. Definitely, right? We've talked about our supercell structures here. I keep saying this over and over and over again. That's because we keep getting supercells that are just keep spawning. And it's when we have these type of conditions, that's
tornado warning for
another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for.
I think our tornado warnings just broke there for a second. I think it might be lagging a little bit. No worries. But that is a new tornado warning, so we'll get to that in just a second here. But here's your structure. This is your classic, let's just call this your Twitter structure. Here's your bird. There's your Twitter. It's got some feathers right here. This is a classic supercell structure that is possibly producing a tornado near Hurley. Let's see. This is Hurley, Missouri. Just to the south of Springfield, we've got a dangerous storm here that's pushing your way. Highlandville or Hurley, this storm's right on top of you. Highlandville, this is coming right at you. If you look at the velocity here, let's just see. It doesn't look like too impressive of a signature here. Definitely some broad rotation. I think the velocity or the actual radar presentation looks a lot worse than the actual the velocity here. So that's a pretty good sign at least. This could be starting to get its act together pretty quickly. So a dangerous storm here about to push into Highlandville, just to the south of Springfield. Now going back over here, we have the new tornado warning that we got was another radar indicated tornado warning, and this is for this storm. Yikes! I don't like the look of that. So Columbia, Santa Fe, you guys are both in this tornado ring. This is Tennessee to the south, about 40 miles to the south of Nashville. This storm, if we put it in motion, is moving. It's moving like northeast here, northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So it's a little bit faster than our other storm that we were looking at with Phil on. So it's go ahead, Phil.
We've got
tornado siren.
I'm in Springfield.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northeastern Christian County in south central Kentucky.
Go ahead, Phil.
So yeah, if you can hear tornado sirens going off here in Springfield, Tennessee. I'm on the north side of the city, heading south.
So Phil, you are wow. So Phil, let me just pull up Phil's live location here to see exactly where he is. But he's near the town of Springfield. This is Springfield, Tennessee. He's driving through the city itself, and we can hear tornado sirens in Phil's comms here. So Phil is right here. The rotation is in Cooperstown, right to the south. Right here is your rotation about to move through Chestnut Grove. And if we look at this on velocity here, and I'll just put this back on. This is about, let's see, from Phil's location in Springfield. This is about 7 miles away. So Phil, this rotation is fairly close to you, and Phil is officially in the tornado warning. And this is a dangerous storm here. And just in the last frame here, look at this red here. It's really trying to sneak its way in here. Right here is where I'm most concerned right now of possibly a forming tornado. Right, you've got your kind of weak red, you've got your green, and then your red's kind of sneaking in here too. So Phil, we could possibly have a developing tornado with this. Right now, it's still a radar indicated tornado warning, and Phil, if I put this in motion here. This rotation is still kind of sinking to the south. It's kind of moving. The storm itself is moving a little bit to the east, but the rotation itself is kind of sinking to the south a little bit. So really, when they do issue a new warning, which I think they probably will, if this keeps going to the south, anyone in Chestnut Grove, Greenbrier, I think that's Greenbrier, Tennessee, not Kentucky. This is Greenbrier, Tennessee. And then Hygiena Springs, Bakers, you guys will probably all be in this new warning. I would expect probably the box to look something like that. But Phil is driving through the town of Springfield right now through a bunch of rain. And Phil, are you going to go on 41 and try to get east?
No, I was going to head on 11, Tennessee 11, which is kind of a little southeast, which heads towards Greenbrier.
So, okay. I think that's 41. At least on my radar, it seems like that's 41.
I'm showing it's Tennessee 11, but it might be both.
It probably is both.
It's a dual deal.
It probably
it'll
is.
take me southeast to Greenbrier.
Okay.
Again, just trying to get a little bit out ahead of it and try to get south of it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, the rotation is really pulling to the south. This storm is really kind of surging to the south here. And at least in the latest scan, it looks a little cut off. The rotation looks definitely a little bit cut off here, where the storm is almost surging too far to the south to be able to produce anything. Still a rotating storm that is surging out in front of a kind of low level jet being pulled in, low level winds being pulled into this storm. But it hasn't necessarily developed a tight rotation just yet. As you can see on this on the graphic here, it hasn't. This kind of red is now. See how it's like isolated off from here? That's because the kind of outflow is winning. It's winning the battle. To get a tornado, you got to have a draw. You've got to have a draw in the outflow with the inflow. And right now, the outflow is kind of winning the battle here. So that's at least good news for folks in Chester Grove. Still a tornado warning for you guys, but hopefully this situation isn't necessarily getting worse at the moment, which is good. Yeah, Miss Elise says in the chat, Phil has some green skies. And Phil, you've seen some hail with this, right? And that's actually why you've got your green sky, right?
Yeah, I've been periodically pelted with some hail. Probably not anything huge, but fortunately nothing heavy. That's
good.
My biggest fear.
Good. Yeah, and I want to see if I see any big hail signatures. Definitely up here in Walnut Grove, which is not the storm Phil's on, but what we're looking at now is the vertically integrated liquid. It's basically just like how much liquid is kind of packed into like an area, and the you know, the kind of darker the colors. So red, like over here, is in just near kind of cross planes. That's hail. That's huge hail. This is probably just rain, heavy rain, and small hail. So that's why Phil said he was getting a little bit of small hail here, because we've got some reds, which means it's really heavy rain and maybe some small hail kind of mixed in. Yeah, look at this storm down here. Just huge hail. So I guess you're getting a little lucky right now. It seems like every storm around you has got big hail. The storm you're driving through doesn't have big hail just yet, which is good. That's good for Orange Crush. And we call Phil's call. Yeah.
Whoa, close lightning right there.
Big time lightning. Phil, I was shocked that we could hear the tornado sirens through your car. You don't have your windows down, do you?
No.
No. Okay, that's good.
I might have been
That would
driving
be-
right by one.
Yeah, I could hear it like really well. So that was surprising to me that we could hear that. All right, so Phil's going to keep driving through this. He's going to try and get out in front of this. The good news is, Phil, is this keeps trying to rotate, but this is just surging so far to the south that it's cutting itself off almost, and that's what's really, you know, if it started to take a rightward turn, I'd be more concerned. But because it's kind of surging a little bit south, these winds are kind of having trouble rotating back because the winds are so strong out in front of this thing that it's almost cutting the inflow off. And I know Linda Baird says she's excited for an early bedtime. Yes, last night was crazy, and frankly, I would love an early bedtime tonight. This is our third straight day of Outbreak, back to back to back. Enhanced risk to a moderate risk. So just a crazy couple of days that we've had. Just a wild couple of days. You guys, a lot of this group that's here, this is the core group. We've got about 12 people on YouTube. And you guys I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces. So you guys have been up with me too, staying up all night yesterday and all night the night before till 1 a.m. So you guys are also probably very tired, just like I have been the past couple of days. But we're pushing through this, and we're gonna do this for as long as we need to tonight to make sure everyone is safe. So let's just give a quick overview while Phil drives through this. We have a total of 5 tornado warnings, and we're going to go up and down the line, hit each one of them, and then we're gonna check on. I think we got Dan Wallace in here too. We'll check on Dan, and we'll see if he sees any trends or anything that he's looking at on his radar. But we'll do that, and then then I want to look at the parameters here and see what we got cooking, because that's a really good way to tell. Just like we saw yesterday. Remember, we saw that storm that rode right along kind of that warm nose of moisture, as well as the parameters, and that went off. We'll look at that and see, okay, is any of these storms about to move into an area of higher parameters? That'll give us an idea of, are they going to strengthen? Are they going to weaken? Is the rotation going to get worse? Is it going to get better? And that's what we're going to do here. Just a sec. We are going to go tornado warning by tornado warning, and we are going to start just to the south of Springfield. Let's see. This is our first tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. We've had a tornado warning here for a little while that they have just kind of continually issued. I think the radar presentation has been a lot. I mean, we did have a PDS tornado warning just to the south of Aurora. So this is that same storm, but as it's moved off to the east, that rotation has weakened. Pretty significantly, but still, I mean, and I'm just looking at different radars here to see if I see anything else that is concerning to me. Yeah, I mean, okay, this storm at the higher levels is still rotating. This is a radar that's further away from the storm. So the radar close to the storm in Springfield, another tornado warning. Dan, I think for some reason the sound effect is like cutting off for just a little bit. I don't know if Phil had that problem too, but it kind of cut off for me at the end. I don't know, in the chat, did you guys hear the sound effect? Did it kind of cut off towards the end?
Yeah, I heard the sound effect afraid he didn't hear where the warning was.
Okay, got it. Okay. Dan's gonna hate me. I don't know. For some reason, it cut off. We'll see if it does it again. But there's a new. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I've got mine in. So if you want to turn yours off.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got mine off. So I think it was yours. Seemed like it might have it played like the first half. It didn't play the warning for some reason. So I mean, we definitely heard it. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we're good. We'll figure it out. So let's give it another warning and see if it works. If it doesn't, no worries. We'll we can figure it out. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning just to south of Springfield. And look at the difference from the Springfield radar to the radar to the way north near Kansas City. The Kansas City radar is showing much stronger rotation, and that's because this radar beam is hitting the higher levels of the cloud. This is right in here. This is your rotation. So we've got high level rotation, and that's why this continues to have a tornado warning, because this storm is rotating pretty significantly here, at least at the high level. All it's going to take is a little bit of low level. Go ahead, Phil.
So I'm in Greenbrier, and tons of lightning, real close lightning.
Whoa.
Like that.
Whoa.
And off to my west, certainly seeing some lower clouds.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Dude, Phil, you've been chasing the lightning here, man. The lightning you've been getting in the past couple of days is insane. I am actually very jealous of that because I am a lightning fiend. I love lightning, and it's dangerous, but I love lightning, and so Phil has been seeing some unbelievable lightning. And Phil, I am seeing a huge uptick in lightning on that storm, which means it's strengthening. We have a strengthening storm. Oh my goodness. So Phil's got some crazy lightning here, and that storm that Phil is on just had a new tornado warning that was issued. Oh my God, dude, that's crazy. Oh my God. Did you see that? That was like within, we're going to have to take a screenshot of that because that was like within like 100 yards of Phil. Oh my God. That was wild. Wow. Brown's line says, Brady, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, and I can hear the sirens going off while I'm sitting in my basement playing Fortnite. Yeah, Brown's line, make sure you are in your basement in Tennessee. The good news is this storm is going, the tornado warning that we have is just to the north of Tennessee. Or just to the north of Nashville. So Nashville, you're going to get a really nasty storm moving through with a ton of lightning, but no tornado warning on this yet. But the cell to the north, which is the one that Phil is on, Phil is right here in Greenbrier. Look at all these lightning strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, all right there. These were the lightning strikes that we're looking at. These little strikes right here. These are the ones that were hitting Phil, or that were hitting close to Phil. This was probably the one that we just saw on the stream right there. That is so cool to see. But Phil is driving through a really strengthening storm that it does have a radar indicated tornado warning on it, and this storm continues to dive to the south, Phil. So it's still kind of showing. I think you might have a small icon here, Dan. I'm going to mute your mic. But this is still a dangerous situation here that's pushing through a Greenbrier. And the good news is I'm not seeing anything that's super tight on the rotation side, but I think it is enough to prompt a tornado warning. Let me go ahead and look at the local radar here to see what we got. So we've got some greens here. We've got some strong wind here pushing out in front of this, and we've got inflow trying to work its way in. And so, I think they've extended this tornado warning out of an abundance of caution. So possibly, we saw Phil's stream. There was definitely a couple of cloud lowerings with that storm. And so, my goodness, Phil, you know how to pick these storms. You pick the ones that produce lightning. That is for sure.
Yeah. It's a good show.
Yeah, it is. It really
as long
is.
as you're in a car, you're okay.
Yeah,
Stay inside, folks.
we're gonna have to go back to on the screen grab here to get some of the lightning that we've seen, because I literally, I was watching you, Phil. I saw like 4 strikes come right down next to you, and just on the radar, we literally could see those strikes. There's been like 6 in the past like 5 minutes that have registered as being cloud to ground. So an intense storm that's strengthening right now. All right, so Phil's tracking a tornado warning. We'll keep following the storm here. We are up to 6 total tornado warnings. 3 in Tennessee, 2 up here in Kentucky, 1 back here in Springfield, and where's the 6th? Oh, I guess the 6th is there's really 3 tornado warnings, but this tornado warning to the north is going to expire here in a minute. That storm has moved out of the area. So Springfield, I know you guys are probably hearing the sirens right now. You don't have you do have a tornado warning that's probably going to expire. And there it goes. There it expired. This is probably the biggest area of concern right here is pushing toward Goodlettsville. Phil is pushing through. I think Phil is just to the north of Bakers. So Phil is kind of headed right towards the area of that I just circled, that has a tornado warning, and this storm keeps trying to dive to the south. Phil, what's probably going to happen is this storm's going to continue diving to the south, and it's going to merge with this massive one that is just a lightning behemoth, and in Ashland City. And if I look at the radar, these 2 storms are probably going to merge here into one big storm. Definitely a supercell that's rotating, and both of these storms are sliding off to the south. So we're going to have a kind of a possibly a merger here of these 2 storms. And in the meantime, that storm might merge the 2, and then this is down here, the city of Nashville. This is probably going to be the next area that we're concerned about. Because you have these storms to the south that are all kind of pushing this way. These storms are pushing this way, so they're gonna merge probably, and they already have started to merge just in the past couple of frames here. So this storm right here was by itself. This storm was by itself. They've now kind of merged into one big storm. And Raymond says Brady is a lightning freak. Yes. I am. I do like my lightning, although I've got a healthy respect for it. That's for sure. So we have a couple of dangerous storms here. Phil is driving to the southwest or southeast, trying to get out in front of this. A new flash flood warning was issued for Phil's area. 2 to 4 inches of rainfall is expected in the next hour, with already 1 to 2 inches that has fallen. So a lot of rain for the Nashville downtown and areas to the north. So we've got a decent flooding threat here in Nashville.
Brady, these storms that are kind of on the Tennessee Kentucky line, what kind of environment are they moving into?
Yeah, let's look at that. Let's go ahead and look at that here. And what we're gonna do for that is, sorry, I'm just getting my graphics here. Let's go ahead and look at that. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the environment that these storms are moving into. So right now we're looking at and just over the past couple of hours here, if you look at the trend is not our friend. So the reds and actually I'm going to unclick the radar here so you can just kind of see the conditions. We're looking at the tornado parameter. So this is a tornado parameter. And this is showing, this is in motion. This is about an hour ago. This is now. So between about an hour ago, this is an hour ago. This is now. We've have a pretty strong localized threat here, just to the north of Nashville. The purple and the dark purple, that is higher values. So the darker the color, the more purple the color, the higher the threat. So we've got a localized kind of threat for strong tornadoes developing in these storms just to the north of Nashville, and we're seeing them on radar. They're all rotating pretty strongly here. And let me just kind of let me see if I can go back a little bit further here. Let's try to load old data here. I think if I push one of these buttons, this will give me some more data. I'll figure it out. I forget. I'll figure it out. But I don't know, Dan, how I forget how you on GR Earth, how you download like old, not old data, but just get some more, the past couple hours with this. And maybe this is, I think this updates maybe every hour. So, but still, if we look between these two frames, that was a couple hours ago. That was about an hour ago. That's now. So we can see our colors starting to get darker, especially towards the Nashville area. The off to the west too, there's another localized threat. I guess really that's Oklahoma.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning.
warning.
Central Livingston County in western Kentucky.
All right. Well, there's a new tornado warning for Kentucky. We have another tornado warning that was just issued for Kentucky. The good news, Phil, that the storm that Phil is on was allowed to expire. The tornado warning was allowed to expire there, but still, like this storm merger is about to be complete. The storm that Phil was getting hammered by and is still kind of getting strong rain from has merged with this southern cell. It's about to impact the city of Nashville. And we're also seeing some other storms start to feed into this. Once this storm merger is complete, that storm could be a problem. So for the city of Nashville, even though you have a severe thunderstorm warning, winds 60 miles an hour and possibly some ping pong ball size hail. So Phil, let's hope Orange Crush doesn't get hit with that. But this storm is still a dangerous storm that is going to pack a punch. The newest tornado warning that we had is just to the north here in Kentucky. This is about, let's see the closest big city to this. This is to the east of Cape Girardeau, to the south of Evansville. This is in far western Kentucky, just to the north of Metropolis and Paducah. And this is for this storm. And I'm actually curious to see if I can see anything. Let's look at the rotation at the higher levels. Oh, I'm not really seeing much here. I mean, it's really hard to see. There's something obstructing this image. So I'm a little frustrated. Okay, there it is. That's why they issued the warning. I'm using the radar all the way up in. If you're following at home on your own radar app, I am using the KVWX radar. So this is the radar up in northern or in southern Indiana, and this storm. Here's your rotation right here. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for Burma, Salem, and just kind of touching Smithland, Kentucky. So a radar indicated tornado warning for this couplet right in here. And this is going to keep sliding off to the east towards Salem. So Salem, you're in the direct path of this thing. This is moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. I see Jess. We got another mesoscale discussion. Brady needs Raymond. Raymond, you're always telling me I need more food and drinks. Do I look that bad? I tried to do my hair. I tried to, I even washed my Stormcat shirt. Everyone should know that I washed it. I'm not, this is not my this is my third day in a row wearing it for like 8 hours, but I did wash it. So I know everyone is dying to know if I washed a shirt. It has been washed. But a dangerous storm here. moving off to the east. We've got 3 active tornado warnings right now. So only 3 tornado warnings, down from 6 about 10 minutes ago. So that's good news. A couple tornado warnings were allowed to expire, so I'm going to make sure we get that up to date. But a dangerous storm moving into Salem, Kentucky. Another tornado warning down here in Columbia. Tornado warning down here in Columbia, Tennessee. A dangerous. I mean, that's a pretty strong signature there. So a really strong, a fairly strong couplet here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but the city of Columbia, Tennessee, and this is sliding off to the north towards Spring Hill, Neapolis, and Lanton. I'm just trying to see if we have any. I'd be curious to see if I can look at any. Dan, do you think you could see if you can find any traffic cameras in Nashville? I did have one, but it stopped working. Phil, let's get an update from you. Where are you at right now? And it looks like you're driving on the freeway and getting stuck behind some traffic.
Yeah, so I jumped on I-65 north in Millersville. So I'm just a little bit north of Millersville on I-65, which is north of Nashville. Again, the storm that I'm kind of in between 2 storms, and wind's going lots of different directions according to radar. I'm feeling it against the car as well. Getting bumped on the left, and then a little bit later getting bumped on the right, and kind of doesn't know what it wants to do yet. But I'm looking to my east near Gallatin, Tennessee, and it certainly looks like there's maybe a little tighter rotation happening over there right now on the storm that's just to my west.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Phil, what we're seeing right now is a giant storm merger. So this storm is really combining into one big storm, and once this merger is complete, I mean, it's in a really high area of tornado parameter, and so that's going to give it some time to possibly kind of wrap up here. So I'm definitely a little bit concerned for the city of Nashville. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, not in a tornado warning. But once this kind of storm starts to merge and figures itself out, and probably past Nashville, it's going to take a little bit of time to get itself figured out. But Phil is driving through the ringer right now in the really, really, really heavy rain near kind of Goodlettsville here. So Phil's. Another tornado warning.
It's been. Oops, I don't hear it.
Horry County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, northeast Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Horry County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so Phil's driving down the freeway right now, and it is just raining incredibly hard near Goodlettsville. Phil's on this freeway right here, so no tornado warnings with this just yet. But really, east of Nashville is probably the area that I'm possibly concerned about. But another tornado warning just to the south of Phil, for Columbia, Tennessee. This is a new tornado warning that was just extended, a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is a dangerous radar presentation. I don't like this at all. I don't like this one bit. This has some really strong rotation and has a hook, a very pronounced hook here. And there's your couplet. We just looked at this a little bit ago. There's your couplet. There's your rotation. There's your tornado. Let's see if there's any debris with this. Maybe a little bit of a drop in there. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. That's right where that little thing is starting to wrap around. I am, a little concerned about right to the east of Columbia, near Beech Grove and Hardy Acres. Matt, you're in the direct path of this thing. Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow. This is in southern Tennessee, about 40 miles to the south of Nashville, Tennessee. Let's just look and see if there's any little that's a debris ball. We have a confirmed debris ball right here. Let's just make sure that this is matching where that's debris. We have debris in the air, so we do have a tornado on the ground. They've just updated this to an observed tornado. This is a dangerous situation here. And oh my goodness, we have a possible large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Dan, try to see if we can find any cameras here. I think there might be some web cameras down here near Columbia, Tennessee. But there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground with this thing. This is a dangerous tornado confirmed by weather spotters. So this is a very dangerous situation here. Matt, you've got a large tornado moving your way. Matt, you're in the direct path of this large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is about to cross Highway 65. So this is the same freeway that Phil is on, but Phil is way to the north. But this is a dangerous situation here with a very powerful tornado that is producing damage. It's very evident on the radar. This just crossed Highway 412. Highway 412, Bear Creek Pike. This is going right over top of you right now. And this is headed to the north. So land, this looks like it might actually be pulling a little bit to the north. Let me just see here. Yeah, the tornado is it's just crossed 412. There's that tornado. There's that debris ball. So the path of this thing is right up towards Match, and it's heading right towards Les Corner. This is all in Tennessee. This is a dangerous storm. This is in the moderate risk. So we're in the area that we were most concerned about today, and it is already producing a massive tornado that's on the ground right now. Where is this near? Let's see if I can find any cameras around here.
The traffic cams don't go that far south.
Yeah, you're right. They don't. Phil, are you stuck in traffic right now?
Yeah, I don't know if it has anything maybe to do with rush hour because it is 5:46.
Oh no, yeah, rush hour in Nashville's terrible.
In Tennessee here on I-65 North. We just got out of the really heavy rain, so I think we've got a little respite here. That might have also certainly caused some issues.
Where are you right now? Like, you're on 6. Actually, let me look on your location. I keep asking you where you are.
I'm on I-65 North, near White House, Tennessee, and Walnut Grove. There is there's some broad circulation here right to my due west, but I'm currently stuck in traffic.
Okay. I'm maybe I can look on the traffic cameras, Phil, and see if I can see where the traffic is right now. Yeah, I'm looking for you on the traffic cameras right now to see if I can find you, to see if we got any traffic. Looks like there's a bunch of traffic in Nashville itself, but we do have some pretty decent traffic cameras looking through some of the action going on in Nashville. We did just get a PDS tornado warning for that storm we were just looking at. So Phil is pushing up I-65, and I think is near this area. Yeah, Phil is near kind of this is the north of Millersville. So he's getting out of the rain, which is good. So hopefully this traffic can decrease. But you got a lot of rain coming your way. You got a whole ass here. But look at this. Oh my goodness. This is just to the south. This is about This is about 50 miles to the south of Nashville. Raymond's right. Yep, this is upgraded to a PDS warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here. Just to the about 40, 50 miles to the south of Nashville. Clearly, a large and destructive tornado is on the ground. This is moving through the city of Match, Tennessee, right now. This is as real as it gets. Look at that. That is not rain. That is debris. That is people's homes, people's cars. That is trees. That is anything that tornado can get its hands on. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That is the kind of stuff that we will look back tomorrow and say that is causing massive destruction in the city of Match. So the city of Match looks like it just took a direct hit from a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Look at that debris ball. This is what we mean by a debris ball. This is a classic debris ball. And really, that is a really strong signature. That is a lot of debris. So the city of Match, Tennessee, you guys just took a direct hit. It looks like there's several houses here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The good news is it looks like the houses are fairly spread out here, but there's still a good amount of houses that just got hit by this tornado. So that's this house, that's this house, that's this house, that's this house. All of these houses just got hit by a tornado. This tornado is moving to the north. So anyone living in, oh gosh, there's the update. This tornado is still on the ground. It is still on the ground and still doing damage. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving through portions of Tennessee. A dangerous, dangerous, dangerous storm. And this just kind of highlights the conditions right now in the atmosphere that we've got this storm's got nothing to the south, nothing impeding it. So it's going to keep wrapping winds in. I'm hoping that maybe this storm out in front of it can kind of slow the ingestion a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe the storm behind it can catch up to it. That's all you can really hope for at this point, because right now we've got a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. Ooh. So Phil, that's about 40 miles to your south, and that's just a dangerous, dangerous tornado about to cross Highway 65. I think that's the same road you're on, just 40 miles to the north.
Yikes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that, Brady.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna. Yeah, that's probably smart. Phil, I do see. I mean, up in the storm, you're on. I guess. Let's see if you're almost to Gallatin. Let's see.
So I am contemplating here when I get up to White House if I try to head down towards Gallatin. Which direction is that moving, Brady?
Yeah, I'm trying to find you on White House right now.
White House is just a little
I see it.
Northwest.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so Phil is basically up here. That storm is moving southeast.
Okay. Right.
It's moving most. Let's look at the motion here.
Hey Brady, they're controlling the webcam that I've got up.
Oh, let's put it on, Dan.
I think they're looking for something.
They definitely are. Wow. All right, so we have what Dan is showing right now. They're trying. This is in Tennessee, near I-65. This is actually about to cross I-65. This is a dangerous, dangerous tornado, and this is I-65 southbound near I-480. So let me see if I can find where that freeway is. Okay, so this is up here. They are this webcam that we're looking at is to the north of this thing. So the rain is probably blocking it. But here, let me just highlight this for everyone watching. Here's where the webcam we just had on was. Dan, keep an eye on that. And maybe I wonder if there's any webcams of the south that they might have. But it looks like this is crossing Highway 65 right now as we speak, and this is a dangerous tornado. And let's look and see if it's still on the ground. Yep, it's still on the ground. This is still on the ground, about to cross Highway 65. This is a disastrous situation. This is a huge, large freeway. Phil's on this. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That tornado is crossing the freeway right now. It is crossing the freeway right now and is still producing, has a massive debris ball. That debris ball has actually gotten a little bit bigger. This is crossing the freeway as we speak, I-65 in Tennessee. It's a dangerous storm here. Got another. Oh my goodness. They just issued a tornado emergency for that. This is the second tornado emergency in 2 days. A tornado emergency has been issued. A catastrophic situation. This is the highest level of tornado warning you can get. So we have a tornado emergency right now, moving through areas of just to the northwest of Match. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is still on the ground. It just crossed Highway 65. This is a strong, violent tornado that is doing damage and continues to wrap up and continues to drop a very, very, very destructive tornado. This is a dangerous situation here that we have ongoing just to the south of Springfield, Tennessee. A tornado emergency, once again, the highest tornado warning you can get. It doesn't get any more serious than this. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's doing damage. That is just a violent situation here. And I've only seen 3 of these issued all year. So whenever the National Weather Service does this, that is wow. Just no words can explain this. So if you're in Lee's Corner, if you know anyone in Lee's Corner, if you know anyone in southern Tennessee, just to the south of Springfield, Tennessee, they need to get to shelter right now because there is a deadly and massive tornado moving towards them. Bear Wallow, Riggs Crossroads, Bethesda, Duplex, Lee's Corner in Tennessee. You guys need to get to your safe place right now. What is a safe place? It is a basement, or it is the most interior room in your house. You need to put as many walls as between you and the outside world as possible. All right, sorry. Okay, so we still have a violent tornado that's on the ground here. Yeah, 3 days in a row, Jess, of a tornado emergency. Might be a long night. I'm hoping this is not how it's not going to go today, but this is a dangerous storm. So Jody asked, what direction is the Match tornado tracking? That tornado is tracking to the northeast. This tornado is tracking basically. If we would kind of show you the areas that I'm concerned about where this tornado could go, it's anywhere that's kind of included in this, and actually probably a little bit further south. Really anywhere that's kind of included in this. So we got Duplex, Bethesda, Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Lee's Corner. This tornado is coming right at you. It is on the ground. It is doing damage, and it is a dangerous tornado. That is a massive debris producing tornado. That's still. If you look at the debris ball, let's see. This is loading.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for
Oh.
Eastern Sumner County in Middle Tennessee, North Central Wilson County in Middle Tennessee, Southwestern Macon County in Middle Tennessee, Western Turrisdale County in Middle Tennessee.
All right. Sorry, we had a duplicate sound effect there. Yeah, Scott, prayers for that area for sure. That is a dangerous, dangerous. That's a new tornado warning. And that actually, Phil, that's for the Gallatin storm. So I don't know if you're still thinking about chasing that. Phil's gotten stuck in some traffic here, but there's a new tornado warning, and this is just to the north. And ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that look. I really don't like that look with this. Here's your rotation. There's your hook right there. There's where your possible tornado is. So I'm not liking the way that looks on radar right now. And it's something that we're going to have to watch. The most pressing situation, though, is this tornado emergency just to the south of Nashville, about 30 miles to the south of Nashville. We have a tornado emergency, which just read this wording, guys. A confirmed large and extremely and destructive tornado was located near Springfield, and that was at 5:52 p.m. Central Time. A tornado emergency is in effect for northern Maury County, southern Williamson County, and southwestern Rutherford County. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Just a deadly tornado that they are using. They are using very, very strong language here. And the reason why is because there's a large tornado on the ground about to move into Les Corner, and Bear Wallow still is 100% still on the ground. Just a dangerous situation right now. I know we have some people that are just joining us. We have a tornado emergency right now, and this thing still continues to crank every frame. I'm hoping it can just weaken. There's your tornado right here. If we look at this street, this is about to cross 435 in Raleigh Hill, Tennessee. Les Corner, this thing is coming dangerously close to you guys. I mean, it looks like, right? Look at all these houses in the way. Look at all these houses right here. All of these are houses. That's a house. That's a house. That's a house. And this this rotation is headed right for those houses. If you live on Kendon Road, this tornado is about to be right on top of you. This is your early warning for 431. If you live along 431, especially to the south of Les Corner or in Les Corner, there is a destructive, a large, extremely dangerous tornado that is moving through. Dan, keep an eye on that web camera too. I'm curious to see if that web camera still is trying to track that, because I think as this storm kind of pushes a little bit further away, you might be able to see something on that webcam. Dan was looking on a webcam up here at 431 and 840 along I-65, and they were trying to look to the south on that webcam to see if we could see something. Scott says his camera is very windy in Gallatin. That's up here. We also have another tornado warning up here in Gallatin. This is just to the east of Gallatin. Let's just look at the velocities on this. Not as impressive as the storm to the south. Still a tornado warned storm, radar indicated. Nothing that screams that there's a tornado on the ground like the one to the south. And I'm hoping this is the first signs of it weakening here. I'm really hoping this is the first signs of this tornado weakening. It doesn't, if we look back in the last couple of frames, right? So tornado. Look at that. Maybe it's starting to weaken. I'm hoping it's probably still on the ground, but I'm hoping this is it weakening. I'm really hoping that it doesn't continue to go here. Let's just look at the velocity. It's still debris. That's still a very strong debris signature. Still got some lightning with it, so I'm still pretty concerned. Just to the south of Spring Hill, Tennessee, you have a tornado emergency. And we only have 2 tornado warnings right now at the moment. We only have 2 tornado warnings in the entire country. One is a tornado emergency. One is a tornado warning. They continue to trim the tornado emergencies, so it's still active. Looking at our GR Earth here, this has been provided to us by Allison House. So thank you, Allison House, again. Looking at GR Earth here, this is we can kind of see. So this is that storm. This is the tornado emergency warned storm. I can put the warnings on it so you guys can see that's a tornado emergency. The double box is a tornado emergency. But if I pause this right here, look at the parameters. It is in, if we take the radar off for a second, it is in an area of really high parameters. The red is really, it means it's a really potent environment here. And so that's why this storm, I don't, unless it can kind of fall apart, which that definitely can happen. And I'm hoping that we were watching it happen live, but dangerous storm here. Just a large wedge tornado that is moving through. You see what the visible satellite looks like with this thing. That'll be interesting. And Jess, I know we did have a mesoscale discussion come out. So, yeah, it definitely could recycle here. Miss Elise, it definitely could recycle. If we put this thing in motion here, you can really tell. I mean, just watch the storm catch us from behind here. I think Phil, I don't know if you remember, but I think we had Cameron Nixon on, and he talked. I've seen him tweet about storms that catch up.
He talks about
go ahead.
He talks about a merger from like the south or from the right, and when there's a cell that merges and basically gets engulfed by the larger storm on the north or on the left, that's usually been a sign for more tornado genesis.
Yeah, and this, what we're looking at right now, that was a cell that kind of came up from the south. It kind of came up from the west, actually. But this cell, once it got kind of eaten by this storm, that's right when it went tornado warned. That's right when it went tornado warned, and right when it produced a significant tornado. And so there's something to that. I know Cameron actually said from the south or from the east, but here we have a case of a storm kind of getting pulled in from the west, getting sucked in, and this was coming from the south too, and just producing a tornado, a large wedge on the ground here. So dangerous storm is still ongoing in portions of southern Tennessee, about 40 miles to the south of Nashville. Dan, are they still moving that camera around, trying to find this thing?
I'm on a different one, but yeah, they're controlling it too.
Oh, are they really? Can you see anything?
I'm getting it set up here.
Okay, cool. All right, when Dan gets that set up, we'll put him on here. So still a tornado emergency. And let me see. Let's look at a different radar here. That's not going to tell us what we want to see. Let's look at this one. So still a pretty strong. Let's go back to Nashville. The good news, just in the last couple of frames here. See how it's gotten much less defined. And do you guys see how, like, okay, tornado, this was about what? Let's see. 6:49, 20 minutes ago. 6:50, 20 minutes ago. 6:55, 15 minutes ago. I guess that's 20 minutes ago. Sorry, that's 10 minutes ago. 6:58, tornado. All of that was a dangerous tornado on the ground. Still a tornado on the ground. Watch these last couple of frames here. it's looking like this is starting to recycle a little bit. It's starting to hopefully, I don't want to say it's not on the ground anymore, but it's showing some signs of kind of letting up here. The latest frame though, it's still trying to get its act together. Right in kind of there.
The National Weather Service
Another
has
tornado
issued a
warning.
Warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Monroe County in southwestern Illinois, Randolph County in southwestern Illinois, northeastern Ste Genevieve County in southeastern Missouri.
Ste Genevieve. So that is this warning up here. Radar indicated tornado warning. This is a part of this line, this big line of storms. It's got a lot of lightning with it, and it's pushing off to the east. Bloomsdale. I see Dan has the camera, so we'll put that on in just a sec, Dan. But Bloomsdale, Kentucky. And this is this is not in Kentucky. This is in Illinois. This is in crossing the Missouri-Illinois border. St. Genevieve here. This is a major city, St. Genevieve, just to the north of you guys. That's where you kind of have your circulation pushing through. Not nearly as concerning as the other warning, but still just a really strong area of winds here, pushing this storm out, and then you've got your winds kind of trying to wrap in here. So there's where your tornado would be, right in kind of this area, if there would be one. It's not an incredibly strong signature, but a lot of times with these lines of storms that you see come through, you can't really tell all that well whether there is or isn't a tornado on the ground, because it's not like the other storms that we have that produce like it's not like that signature of the South where we clearly have a tornado on the ground. This one's a little bit harder to tell, and that's why whenever you get these tornado warnings like this, you got to take these seriously, because you really truly a lot of times you never know with these lines if you actually do have a tornado until after it happens. And so whenever you have a tornado warning in a line like this, take it seriously and get.
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northeastern Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, east central Maury County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Bedford County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so that's a new tornado warning here. And Dan, let's go ahead and put your camera up.
Okay, so this one is looks like it's trying to refresh here. Let me okay, so this is looking, I believe, south on I-65, where you can see traffic is now stopped, and very few cars have been coming up the northbound. So it looks like there's been damage that has shut down the interstate there.
Oh my goodness. So that's the 41 and or that's the 69 or 65 and 840 camera, right?
That's the 65, and it looks like it's where Highway 431, just south of Highway 431 and south of 840, yes. So now we're going to switch over to another camera where they were controlling it a minute ago. I think they were looking, I think this is the one that they were controlling. Yeah, you can see where they've got it tilted up now. They're looking for when it comes into view.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and this storm, that tornado warning that we just heard, that is an extension of the tornado emergency. So the tornado warning that we just heard is an extension of the tornado emergency that's still in effect for areas just Bear Wallow, Lively. You're in the direct path of this thing, and what the camera Dan is showing is the Tennessee government and whoever's controlling TDOT is trying to find this tornado. They are trying to see if they can see any tornadoes on the ground with this. We did have a large and destructive and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground with this storm. And we might still have a tornado on the ground with this storm. But at least the one, oh my goodness, it's really trying to ramp up again, guys. Really trying to ramp up. I think it may be recycled, but now it's starting to try to produce again. So Murfreesboro, Tennessee. This is your early warning. We have a possibly dangerous tornado about to move your way. Holt's Corner. This circulation is right on top of you. Once again, guys, this is about 40 miles to the south of Nashville, Tennessee. You only see them moving these traffic cameras around like this when there's a very serious situation that they need to look at. And Dan, maybe let's just wow, just a this is where's that camera at, Dan?
Which one?
The one you just had up in Manson.
This is I-24 and 840.
I-44 and 840. I want to
Correction,
see if that's in the path.
I-24 and 840.
Okay.
So
is there any? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say this is just north of Murfreesboro.
Okay. Do we have any cameras a little bit to the south in Murfreesboro? Let's see if we have anything. Okay. Yeah. So this tornado producing storm is moving right towards Murfreesboro. So this freeway that we're looking at right now, we're going to have to keep an eye on it because this is this tornado producing storm is moving right towards Murfreesboro, and all of these people on the road. I mean, they hopefully will be gone by then. But you know, I'm really concerned about this. Look at all these people on the road. These are people that are driving home, driving to work, and there is a dangerous tornado producing storm headed right for them. I'm hoping maybe the emergency management can start to block traffic off because we had a tornado producing storm that crossed I-65. It produced damage in Match, in Rally Hill, and along I-65. This tornado had a debris ball for miles and produced significant amounts of debris. And now we have another tornado trying to form with this thing, and it's pushing right towards Murfreesboro, Tennessee, right along I-24. So all of these people driving on this freeway, I'm hoping that they can start to block traffic off because it is a dangerous situation possibly unfolding here. And Miss Elise, you're right on the money here. Rush hour is ongoing, and this is the worst time. This is I think in this part of the country, they're on Central Time. So this is about 6:15 p.m. This is when everyone's heading home from work, and this is not a good time for this to happen and for all these people to be on the road. We've got Serena in the chat. Serena says, hi, Dan. We've got some love from the chat for you, Serena. We got Scott and Elizabetta and all saying hi. And Dan says hi as well. Right, Dan?
Hi.
Love that. And Dan, really quickly, go back to that I-65 camera. I want to see that I-65 camera because that was a fascinating camera that we were looking at because that traffic was completely stopped. So that means actually, I don't know if I've ever seen that before where we've seen one freeway completely stopped and no one on the other side of the freeway. That is a sobering image, and Dan's going to pull it up in just a sec.
Hang on. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
No, you're totally good. As Dan pulls that up, I will update everyone and say the tornado emergency has been canceled. We still have an observed tornado warning for that storm, and it's not a particularly dangerous. Well, it is a danger. Yeah, look at that. Oh my goodness. So that is traffic that is going south, I believe, on I-65. There is no traffic coming to the north. That means they blocked off that freeway. And actually, I do see one car coming to the north, but that is a crazy image there. That is very indicative of I-65 taking a direct hit from this tornado. You've got one car coming to the north there. So look at that. Okay, they just let traffic go. You see that? So they just now let traffic go. Look at the emergency managers rushing to the south, though. You see that guy? Yeah, Dan, let's leave this on for a second. We have a I-65 right between basically. If we look back at the loop here, I-65 took a direct hit from a tornado, and let's just look back at when this crossed I-65. So this was at let's see, 6:53 p.m. This is when this tornado crossed I-65. The camera that we're looking at now is up here to the north. So all of these people that are flowing to the north and now are flowing to the south, or I guess flowing to the north now and flowing to the south, that freeway was shut down for a long time. It is just now reopening, and I would bet we have some serious damage right here along I-65. We probably have some cars, probably trees on the road that's blocking this freeway, and that's what we're looking at right now in the thing. And it does look like the freeway in both directions has been cleared. It's moving, but it's moving very slowly. Yeah, it's definitely a scary thought to think about here, that we did just have a tornado that crossed the road. And Murfreesboro, this is moving right at you. Dan, I'm not seeing many cars coming to the north, and that's it's a sobering image there in terms of 100% did some damage along I-65.
Yeah, the ones that are going northbound probably got on exits north of where the tornado crossed.
Yeah, that's actually you know what, Dan, that could be the traffic that is coming back, right? Maybe they're redirecting people to go back the way they came, and because you are right on the money there. I-65 actually could be blocked right now from damage. And all those people going to the south, actually, they could be forcing them to go back up to the north. I would probably bet they're doing that. Wow. All right, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Let's get a quick check in with Phil. Phil, where for everyone on the stream, where are you at?
I-65 in Kentucky, heading north towards Bowling Green. I'm trying to keep an eye on those severe storms in western Kentucky near Central City, Livermore, Bremen, Sacramento, that are moving east, and looking to hopefully try to intercept those.
Yeah, so Phil is and Phil, you're actually on the same highway, I-65, that had a tornado cross about probably about 50 to 70 miles to the south of where Phil's location is.
Yep, there's not a tornado crossing here. If anybody wants,
no, you just have some slow drivers, right?
I'm heading into Bowling Green. There does look to be some heavy rain in Bowling Green right now, and on the north side. So we'll see when I get up there, because I'm getting.
So you're breaking up just a bit. All right, we'll come back to Phil here in just a sec. Phil, looks like we got a little interference here, probably from the rain. So we'll come back to you in just a bit, hopefully when that connection gets a little better. But Jess brings up a good point. Let's look at Google Maps here and see what we got in terms of our traffic. She looks like she pulled up Google Maps, and let's see where this would be. I-65. I need to show traffic. Oh no. I don't think I've ever used Google Maps on a computer. So I need to figure out how to show traffic. Does anyone want to help me out how to show traffic? Yikes. Maybe tips and tricks. See, the problem about tips and tricks is they're never helpful.
I did turn on traffic on the.
All right, let's put this on, because I am hopelessly. All right, Dan, maybe let's go down to 65. 65, where that tornado crossed the road. So down here, let's see the town name that it's near. Down near Match. Match, Tennessee. So this is well south of Nashville. Keep going. There. Yeah, There it is. Go for a little bit further south here. I'm curious to see if the road is closed. Let's see. Okay, I'll go up a little bit.
I was gonna take a look at this sign.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a camera there?
Right here, yeah.
All right. So this is I. Oh wait, is that the
That's the
same
one we've
camera?
been looking at. Yeah.
Okay, look actually further south then. Look further south because that's the I-84, and that's probably about 20 miles to the south here. Yeah, look down by that Lizea. I think that's where the tornado crossed. Yeah. So we've got just some crazy traffic from really all up and down Highway 65 from that confirmed tornado that did damage near Match.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye further east where okay. Let me jump over to another camera because they're moving that one around.
Yep. All right.
Okay. Let's see where this one's at. 99. Okay, so this one. They're looking for this crossing.
Yep. Yeah, and just to give everyone an update, I'm going to put the camera. So Dan, leave that up. Let's look at the rotation here. So this is that same storm that produced a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, and it's moving towards Murfreesboro. And the good news is right now this rotation is looking a little bit more straight line. Got your winds kind of pushing out here. You've got winds still ramping up in front of this. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. So they've downgraded the warning, and rightfully so, because this does not look like it's on the ground at this point, but it still is a dangerous storm that could produce a tornado. A lot of times these storms, they're long-lived supercells, and they continue to plant tornadoes. So just because it's not, it's kind of taking its time here and recycling, which is good news for now. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to drop anything soon. And I'm just kind of looking on Google Maps here and kind of experimenting with this to see what are we looking at, because I want to find. I'm actually very curious to see what this storm went over. Gotta find highway. I don't like it how my radar and Google Maps doesn't show the same freeways. Let me just Google this. Match, Tennessee. Okay, I've got it. All right, so this is Match, Tennessee. This is right where that tornado just went through. So you can see right in here was where the tornado went through. So look at the traffic, and actually, I'm actually surprised that this road isn't closed. And it might be, but significant traffic. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Smith County in Middle Tennessee, Northeastern Wilson County in Middle Tennessee, Southeastern Turrisdale County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, that's new tornado warning, and that's for this cell right here. We're probably going to see this cell continue to try to produce tornadoes, especially on the northern side. So we'll look at that warning in just a second. But this is really where, and let me make sure I have the right window. Okay. This is really where the tornado went through, and oh God, it's so annoying. But this is really right where the tornado went through. So right near, Almond Cemetery, Remember, we looked at Match. We looked at Match, Tennessee. Match, Tennessee is down here. It doesn't label it, which is just great. But this is Match, Tennessee. Look at all these homes. We have this is a decently populated neighborhood here that we had a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It crossed the road right around Almond Cemetery. So right where we see this traffic, this is probably either debris that's still blocking the road, or this is people stopping to look at the damage, because there's probably significant damage in this area. And this tornado then moved to the north and moved right across this area. So we have several houses, many houses here. This neighborhood right on Lizea Road probably took a direct hit from this tornado. All of these houses were all in the path of this dangerous tornado, and I'm very concerned for this area of Tennessee. Probably took a direct hit from a large and destructive tornado. And you really don't like to see that. The last thing we want to see on this is a large tornado move through a populated area. That is not something that we look forward to at all. And unfortunately, it looks like that is what occurred about 40 minutes ago. And let's go ahead and, Dan, put this camera up. Looks like this storm is pushing right towards tornado warning storm is pushing right towards Murfreesboro. It's got some really strong winds and a broad area of rotation. And this camera is at what, Dan? 189 west? I think.
This one is I-24 and 231.
I-24 and 231. So let's go ahead and find that. So the camera, wow. Dan, this is your camera that we got to stick with. This is, if we look at the radar here, this is I-24 and 231. That is right here. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can see. This storm is pushing up this way. So this circulation that's there. Let's go ahead and put the velocity on. Wow, look at that. Holy crap. There is a very strong pocket of surging winds that are just, I mean, that almost looks like a microburst, to be quite honest. So just a very strong pocket. I mean, if we put the tracker on this, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind, downflow or outflow coming down, almost a downburst coming out from that storm. And then we've got 40 to 50 mile an hour inflow getting sucked into this thing. And this rotation, let's put the motion on this, and let's see where this is going. This is going pretty much east northeast. So I think our camera is probably going to get a pretty good view of this. If there is anything that is kind of materializing here, we should hopefully be able to see it.
And in my other ear, I'm monitoring TDOT and the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Is there a massive response to this yet?
They are responding. I don't know to what degree. I don't know, but
Okay.
They were talking about where the tornado was crossing.
Yeah, I mean it was. Yeah, it definitely hit homes. It definitely hit went across the freeway. So it's a dangerous situation there. And Dan, this is really starting to wrap up here.
Down by Chapel Hill.
Yeah, down by Chapel Hill, kind of near where Link is. And once again, to give everyone an idea of where we are, we had for anyone that's kind of tuning the stream right now, or just joined or has been away, we had a tornado emergency for this storm that we're looking at on the screen. No longer a tornado emergency, but still a dangerous and rotating storm. And this storm produced a debris ball down by Match, Tennessee, about 40 to 50 miles to the south of Nashville. That storm then crossed I-65 and continued to do debris for a couple of miles, and then has since kind of lifted and weakened, but still has a tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado warning that goes for another 12 minutes, but it's showing signs of trying to kind of tighten up again. It's rain wrapped, so it's if it does drop anything, you're gonna have a hard time seeing it come, but it's still just a dangerous storm that is that's moving across portions of Tennessee. Just to the north, and we're going to come right back to that camera. Just to the north, we have another tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning for this surging line of storms to the east, about 30 miles to the east of Nashville. Look at this well-defined bow. This is this storm is hauling ass. Phil, I don't know if we can say ass on the stream, but I just did. So I hope we can. But I hope that doesn't hurt our anyway, the algorithm. It's all about the algorithm here at Twitter. That's what we're trying to figure out. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is a pretty broad. Oftentimes you can see this on the north side of these bows. Little spin ups can happen here because you've got these surging winds that they're bowling everything out of its way. So any wind that's kind of coming up here, this wind's going to start to bend, because as these winds kind of surge and hit these winds are going to be like, oh shoot, and start to make a left turn. And that's exactly what you see on radar. And that's why to the north side of these things, sometimes you can get little spin ups. Ferret Kibble asks, isn't it sunset for another hour? Very dark if so. Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly dark here with this storm. When you get big storms like this, it just takes up the whole sky. Oh gosh, Dan, I got to figure out how to do that map view that you have, because that's the way to do it here. Are you looking at the SmartWay TN stuff, right?
Yeah, and then they've got features, and you can select traffic and road conditions.
Let's see, which is oh gosh. Were you on this page right here that I'm looking at? Ooh. Do not operate SmartWay while driving.
That's smart.
Yeah, very smart.
So click on one of those cameras.
Okay.
And then see if it'll let you open it up in the map.
View and map. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah,
and then up at the top right, there's a feature menu.
Oh, got it. Okay. Feature menu, traffic cameras. Because I think I would, you keep an eye on that camera. I'm going to pull up a separate camera that's just a little bit to the south here. And there's this camera to the south is still, they should be turning this camera to the south because it's, wow, look at that lightning.
Check out I-24 and Salem Pike.
I-24 and Salem Pike. Is that to the south of the one you're showing?
I think it's north. It's 99 and I-24. They've got it zoomed in, and
oh whoa,
looks like they're looking. Let me switch this over. Hang on.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, north central Bedford County in Middle Tennessee, western Cannon County in Middle Tennessee.
Yikes. I think that's an extension of the other tornado. My goodness. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but Phil has been inside of that gas station for a long time. Phil has got to be, yeah, he's got maybe a steak dinner, Dan. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I was saying he's probably staying really hydrated.
Exactly. He is probably staying very hydrated. Yeah. All right. Let me go back to this.
We're going to switch back to this other camera. This one.
Yeah. I'm going to go to the south. Because really, and while Dan pulls this up, I'm going to pull back up the radar. The storm that we have is really showing signs of developing some pretty strong rotation. That tornado warning that we just saw is an extension of the warning that we had just over that had the tornado emergency. Here's your new possible area of greatest concern is this rotation right in there. See the bright greens next to the bright reds. We've got wind absolutely cranking down here. We've got wind cranking in here. This is your area of greatest concern. Just to the north of Midland. Just to the north of Midland, we have a dangerous rotation that is possibly trying to develop another tornado. No debris just yet, but this is a rain-wrapped, dangerous tornado. The couple of cameras that we're looking at, Dan's got one camera pulled up here. I've got another camera pulled up down here, and I think Dan, you actually switched to the camera to the south. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dan's checking out these cameras to see if we can see anything. We're going to keep our eyes on this dangerous situation here, but there could be a tornado on the ground with this thing, especially in the last couple of frames here. Really starting to wrap. It's really oh my goodness! Look at all that wind.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado.
Another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Perry County in south central Illinois.
Illinois. New tornado warning has been issued in Illinois. So right now we have a total of 5 tornado warnings. 5 tornado warnings. We're going to go right back to that camera. But we got 5 tornado warnings. This is an extension of this tornado warning that we had. This was that same storm that crossed the Ohio River. Or wait, that's not the Ohio River. Yikes! That crossed the Mississippi River. There we go. I knew I'd get it right after a little bit. But this is a dangerous storm here. This is a part of that line. Let's go back to Dan's camera here and just see if we can see anything. Yeah, I mean, winds are really whipping there. There's a lot of people on that freeway, though. I'm concerned about that, and I don't like that we're seeing all of those people. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Look, this is a local radar that I just pulled up. This is most likely a developing tornado about to cross Highway 24. This is, and I think, Dan, the cam we have is somewhere around this area. So we need to keep a close eye. Where did that camera go on my screen? This is, let's see. Let's get the southernmost camera here. So this camera is right by the New Vision Baptist Church, right near Elam Road. And I really wish that the folks here would turn this camera around, because this is right where your tornado is probably going to potentially going to cross. Dan is looking at another camera to the north. It's shaking pretty violently. Dan, I think we should try to find whatever is the southernmost camera here that can show us this possible tornado.
This is the southernmost. It's the one by the church.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which road is that on?
I-24 and Elam Road. Looks like off to the right. Off to the right, you've got you can see some of the structures starting to come into the
oh yeah
frame.
Can you move this left and right?
Sure, let me get right on that.
Or I mean, did you did you move this to the south? Because this is a different one that I'm looking. The one you have up on the screen is a different one that I'm looking at on Elam Road.
Okay, I don't know. I was going to call him and ask him if you wanted.
Like, look, here's the one I'm looking at Elam Road right now. Is that the same one you're looking at?
Yeah. See the structure is in the top right.
Yeah, exactly. The one camera that I'm putting on the stream though is it looks like it's the one to the north. It's still crazy though.
Yeah, so this one's Highway 96. I'm going to drop south a little bit. Well, I mean, this is the southernmost, and that's it. It looks like it's starting to move in.
It is. No, 100%. I think, Dan, on your camera is like showing the old one. It's showing 187 east. So whatever.
I've got 2 maps open.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's pull yours up because yours is a better view of the it's got a better like full screen view. Wow. And let me go ahead and put the rotation up on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you can look at the bottom corner of my screen, look at this. We might be about to watch a tornado cross the freeway live. My goodness. Just a crazy situation here. We are looking, if you can look in the bottom corner of my screen, I'm just going to quickly show this. We have a live camera here, right here. This is most likely a tornado on the ground that's moving just to the south of Steep Chase Meadows and Christina, about to cross Highway 24. Let's look and see if we have any debris here. Let me just switch to a different radar. While I do that, we're going to pull this. It looks like we have some emergency management right now crossing the road, maybe trying to stop traffic here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but this is a possibly a dangerous situation that's evolving. We might have a tornado on the ground. A slight debris ball. We have a maybe some slight debris here. This could just be noise. This also could be debris. Let's see if this corresponds to the area where the rotation is. It does. So this could be a slight debris ball here. We might have a tornado that's about to cross the road here. And let me keep an eye on this camera over here. That's not showing anything. Let's keep an eye on this camera. That's just showing rain. Let's go ahead and put Dan's camera back here. Oh my goodness here.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for North Central Russell County in South Central Kentucky, South Central Taylor County in Central Kentucky, South Central Casey County in Central Kentucky, Northeastern Adair County in South Central Kentucky.
I'm really not liking what I'm seeing on the velocity from this thing. Really strong rotation here. We've got about 5 minutes before this, maybe 3 minutes before this crosses Highway 24. Just gonna tweet something out right here. It looks like the winds are really starting to pick up.
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Southern Smith County in Middle Tennessee, Northeastern DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee, West Central Putnam County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that tornado warning in just a second here. Just have to post something here. All right. So what we're watching now is a possible. It's a strong rotation, and I'm just going to quickly put this on the screen over here so you can see it. But it's a strong rotation that's moving into portions of Tennessee. Let's get this full screen here. This is one traffic camera. I've got one traffic camera up, and this is I-91 East. So this is a little bit north of Dan's. This traffic camera is also on I-24, a little bit to the south. The rotation that we have is about to cross I-24. Dan, this rotation is about to be on top of I-24. If you look at the CC, the good news is I'm not seeing any really indications that if there was that little blue spot actually has disappeared. So that hopefully that means there's not a debris ball with this thing. I don't think there is. And the velocity still looks fairly tight. Not 100% a tornado on the ground, but there could be. There definitely could be. So still a radar indicated tornado warning. And Phil, we're going to come right back to you because he's got, oh my goodness, Phil's got a crazy storm. Phil, right now we are tracking a couple of different web cameras right here of a possible tornado that is about to cross the road. Look at this one. The winds are really starting to pick up here. Winds are really starting to pick up here. This is just to the north where Dan's camera is, and just to the south. Let me see. Let me just look around a couple different views here and see what I can find. That's Dan's camera. Here's my camera. Let's look to the north. Let's see if we can. That's not as good up there. Let's see a little bit further to north here. See if we can see anything better.
Look at the rain is getting pulled to the south.
Oh yeah, in a big way. I mean, really starting to ramp up here. Really starting to ramp up with both of these cameras here. And my goodness, Phil's also got a really cool shot. So we're going to watch this for a little bit longer as this kind of possible tornado crosses the road. I'm not seeing anything that indicates, yes, there's a tornado on the ground. There could be, though. Look at these really strong winds as they cross. And really strong winds this way. Rotation's kind of weakened a little bit in the last couple frames, but still a dangerous storm that is violently rotating here. And honestly, we're just going to leave these. We're going to leave these couple of webcams on for just a sec because things are about to pick up in a big way here. I'll leave the radar up in the top left-hand corner, and I'm going to zoom it in on this storm, so we can keep an eye on it on radar here. Greg, thank you. We miss you, man. We miss you. Scott says he hears casualties and people trapped. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Let's go back to Dan's camera here. Look at the winds start to really pick up here. See that tree? We definitely have winds are whipping here pretty strong. The strongest winds with this thing are on the backside. The strongest winds with this storm are on the backside of it. So, and I think, Dan, this is looking south, right?
Yeah, because the storm moved in from the right side, so this is looking south.
Okay, so this is looking south. So we have winds flowing to the south. It looks like the winds are pushing against those cars, right? I think. Yeah, it looks like we've got winds crossing that road. And we just had an emergency manager, it looked like, go by on the camera at the top. But my goodness, look at these winds. These winds are really starting to crank up here. This could be some inflow kind of trying to wrap into this thing. Let me just quickly pull up the radar and see what we got. Okay, this is crossing I-24 right now as we speak. Really strong velocity. And here's what I think actually we're looking at. That those winds going to the south, that's this little burst right here. And those are the winds kind of flowing to the south. These are all winds flowing to the south. These are winds flowing to the north. We've got a little pocket of inflow in there as well. Yeah, there's no more traffic on the left. Good call. I do see some people to the south, though, that are driving really slow here. Everyone's got their blinkers on.
Oh, the wind is really intense.
Wind is really intense here. Phil's got some crazy clouds too. Let's just take a quick peek. I just want to take a quick peek, see it at Phil's stream real quick. Wow, look at that.
Great shot, Phil.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everything's happening all at once here, guys. Everything is happening all at once. Wow. So Phil is actually on a different storm here, but a pretty good looking shelf cloud here that storm chaser Phil Johnson is on. But wow, look at that structure. All right, we're going to go back here now. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a calm. The winds have kind of died down a little bit. Let's see what the latest scan is showing. Look at these winds. Look. We're right in kind of the, I don't want to say the eye, because it's not a hurricane and it's probably not a tornado at this point. But my goodness, the winds on the backside of this thing are going to absolutely. We're going to see some windbag here. The rotation is weakened a little bit, so I don't think this is a tornado. I don't think this is a tornado. If you are just joining us right now, we're tracking a tornado warning to the south of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. This is about 40 miles to the south of Nashville. We have look on Dan's screen. We have oh my gosh, a wide. Look at this. We've got a truck with a wide load coming by. That is that truck is about to move into that giant pocket of wind, that really strong pocket of wind. That is not good. Look at that. We've got two. You see that, Dan? We've got a second truck with like a wide load going by, or what do you call it? The whatever load. Those are the cars with the signs on them. That's probably carrying some sort of big piece of steel, big piece of metal, and we have an intense pocket of winds about to push into that right along I-24. So all these folks have no idea that we're about to get. Oh my goodness! Look at that! Look at the structure we're seeing on Phil's stream. Oh my goodness! Those clouds are so low, unbelievable. Definitely a lowering there with Phil. Phil, I haven't even gotten a chance to take at the radar and look at what you're looking at here, but I'll go ahead and look at your location and just get an idea and start to track this. Go ahead, Phil.
All right, so I'm in Bowling Green, Kentucky, heading north on I-65, and this is a cell that's just kind of picked up a little bit here. This was partly what I was kind of waiting to go by me, so I quick grabbed a bite to eat and took a break. And yeah, it's got a nice structure base to it here, off to my northeast.
Yeah, and that I think that's a. So Phil is close to Bowling Green. Yeah, you're near Bowling Green. And where's Bowling? Wait. Okay, I see that. I see the storm Phil's looking at right now. That's got some really nice structure. Phil, are you looking at the severe thunderstorm warned? Is that the severe thunderstorm warned storm?
No. This is the one.
No. Okay.
That is.
Oh wow.
Near Park City. It's just to the east of Bowling Green.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so Phil's looking to the east. So Phil's looking to the east right now at Bowling Green, and that's it's not a warned storm, but it's a very powerful and definitely has a lot of scud, a lot of lowerings associated with it. So that was a pretty storm though. All right, so looking back at our radar here, so we're looking the area of strongest winds should be crossing I-24 shortly here. The good news is the rotation is weakened slightly. The rotation is definitely kind of it looks way more spread out. But you've got a powerful pocket. Once again, the radar is up here in Tennessee. And so we've got really strong winds going this way. This is fairly far away from the radar, so these winds could be at the higher levels of the atmosphere. Let's look at maybe the short. Still some pretty strong winds here that are probably about to cross I-24. Yeah, and Dan, stay on that if you can. Stay on that camera. I want to see what happens when these winds cross the road here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's actually a better shot. I'll put mine back on. And we can put Dan's back on too. Wow, look at that. Look at that. So, oh my goodness. So that's to the north. That's to the north of this thing. And we are looking into the storm right now. We are looking into the storm of the storm that is of crossing I-24 right now that is still tornado warned. And this is that same storm that produced the tornado emergency. This is the same storm that produced the tornado emergency earlier and had a confirmed dangerous tornado on the ground. Now, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground at this particular point. Looking at yeah.
This is actually I-40 and I-840. This is actually a separate tornado warned storm.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
This is looking, I believe, east towards Gordonsville and Buffalo Valley.
So that is, if I just pull up the radar, and Phil's also got a lowering on his screen. My goodness, we've got unbelievable structure here on multiple different storms. Unbelievable structure that we're following right now on multiple different storms. Dan, this is a clear lowering. This is a separate tornado warned storm, and is this the storm near Carthage? I guess in central Tennessee.
No, this is this is east of Nashville. This is going to be between Nashville
Got it.
and So this is that tornado warned cell that's moving southeast past Gordonsville and Buffalo Valley.
Got it. Yep, we got it right here, and they just actually extended that tornado warning to the south. So a very impressive structure here. Really strong outflow. Here's your couplet back here towards Carthage, and this thing's got Dan, I think that's a wall cloud. I mean, it's definitely a lowering, right?
Yeah. So, sorry, the polygon was covering the name Carthage. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, it's definitely we definitely have a lowering there, and yes, this is in Tennessee. Sorry, guys. Let me just quickly show the group where this storm is. This is in Tennessee. This is about 40 miles east of Nashville. This is about 40 miles east of Nashville. This is this storm right here. So here's Nashville. Here is this storm that we're looking at live, and a very strong. Looks like a wall cloud. It looks like definitely a lowering there. And we've got really strong outflow here. We've got really strong winds wrapping here in Carthage. So a radar indicated tornado warning. And I don't necessarily see anything like if we look at the image here. That is my goodness, that is a really low cloud though. And it's hard to tell if it's spinning or not. But to Scott's point, there's a broad circulation aloft, definitely. So this whole storm is rotating here, and it's rotating enough to prompt the National Weather Service to produce a tornado warning. And I think Vladimir, I think this might be one of the guys that I know from my hockey team. So thanks for joining. This is Vlad. Vlad and I have we play on the same hockey team. Phil, I'm sure you've heard stories of that famous hockey team always getting in fights with people.
Yeah, who's the instigator?
It's you know what? It's not me or Vlad. It's not me or Vlad. We are definitely not the instigators. We're the goal scorers, baby. Vlad and I, me and Vlad. It's a 1-2 punch. We've got the Russian and the American that combine for a deadly punch here on offense. Anyway, let's get back to the serious stuff here. So thank you, Vlad, for joining the stream here. But we have an active tornado warning that we're looking at right now to the south. We're looking towards this storm. This camera, I believe, right, Dan, is along I-40 and is looking at this tornado warned storm. Correct?
As I understand it, yeah.
Okay, cool. And Greg Johnson's also watching in the chat. Greg, you should join. You should hop on, man. We miss you. So Greg Johnson is a storm front freak, and Greg is a internationally known storm photographer. If you don't know Greg, follow him. Tornado Greg. He is the man. Greg is truly the man here. And he's watching. He lets us know sometimes if there looks like Greg has been storm chasing for years. He probably knows the most about tornadoes and when they're going to spawn of anyone that I've met. And Greg is telling me it looks like the next storm to get tornado warned will be Mountain View, Missouri. So let's quickly take a look at that, and then we'll come back. And Dan, maybe we can keep that traffic camera up just to keep an eye on that. And let's go ahead and look at this storm in Missouri. In Mountain View, Missouri. And my goodness, if this is the storm, yes, this is the storm that Greg is talking about. Does not have a tornado warning on it right now, but it is, oh my goodness, it is a destructive tornado, or sorry, not a tornado. It's a destructive hailstorm with baseball size or bigger hail. So this is a very strong supercell thunderstorm. Look, here's your whale. I love saying the whale because that's exactly what I see when I see this. You're never going to be able to unsee it once you see it. But this is a supercell structure that's producing some large hail, and Greg is right on the money here. We've got some really strong winds wrapping around this way. And then we've got, look at this, the green is wrapping in. So we've definitely got a couplet developing here just to the south of Van Zant. Van Zant, Missouri. We are in Missouri now. We were in Tennessee. Now we are in Missouri. God, my back is starting to hurt. We're in Missouri now. And this is a dangerous storm that does not have a tornado warning on it. But we very well could see one soon, to Greg's point. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm. We'll do a quick round robin with our tornado warnings, and then we're going to go back and watch these storms. I do want to just quickly look at the traffic cam to see. Oh gosh. Okay, so it looks like our traffic camera actually might have gone down. Yeah. So our traffic camera actually went down. This was the traffic camera we were looking at. Maybe I could be wrong here, but this was the one that we were looking at where that really strong pocket of winds was going to cross the road. And it's let me see if I can refresh. Maybe it didn't go down. Okay. Well, that was actually a different one we were looking at. Let's look at this one. Okay. So maybe it didn't go down. Okay. It didn't go down. Okay. That's good. So the traffic camera did not go down, but still looks like a dangerous storm just moved through just to the south of Murfreesboro. So we'll come back to that if that looks incredibly intimidating, but we are going to quickly do the rundown here. Top to bottom. New tornado warning about to come just to the southeast of St. Louis. We're going to hear that sound effect in 3, 2, 1. Let's try it again. 3, 2.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Perry County in south central Illinois, southern Jefferson County in south central Illinois, Franklin County in south central Illinois.
Ooh, sorry guys. I think I pulled a muscle in my back. Ooh. Doing this for 3 days straight, you start to kind of hunch over. And it's not good for the old posture. Thank you, Ferret. I try. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. But this is the new tornado warning here. And they just keep extending this on and on and on and on. This is that same storm that moved through St. Genevieve and has just been marching its old way off to the east. And we've had tornado warning. We've had a tornado warning back here. We had one here. We have one here, and we get one here. So this is a continually rotating tornado warning. Once again, in a line like this, it's going to be really hard to tell if it's on the ground or not. But definitely a strong rotation signature here. Possibly a tornado for Pinckneyville, DeCoin, Cesar, Valor, Benton, and Ewing. Like Patrick Ewing, I think. But so that's our first tornado warning. Our second tornado warning, and my goodness, Greg is right on the money here. This is not a tornado warning, but I would bet there probably is going to be one soon. So that's our furthest north tornado warning is here in I know why some streamers put their stuff up here so they can kind of look back at this. That's probably what I should do because I'm just looking down. Anyway, so we've got our two tornado warnings in Illinois. That's in southern Illinois to the southeast of St. Louis. The next tornado warning that we have is in Nashville, just to the east of Murfreesboro. That's this storm that Dan's got on the screen. Definitely, the structure doesn't look as good as it did about 10 minutes ago, but still a tornado warning for this storm. And right now, what I'm looking at, it's kind of lost. It's lost its rotation here, and that it was very indicative of the structure that we were showing. But still, this is packing some strong winds. Some really, really, really strong winds. I mean, this thing is really starting to bow out in a big way. So if there would be a tornado here, it's going to be on the north side of these winds. Because what happens as these winds, just bulldoze. Oh my gosh. Okay, Phil's got a lowering. We're gonna have to go there in just a sec. But as these winds just bulldoze this thing, winds start to wrap around here. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, so interesting enough, Brady, this is still that storm just east of Bowling Green. That's not showing on radar really a lot of rotation. We're looking right at the base. And it's not thunderstorm warned, it's not tornado warned, but definitely a big lowering. Like, this is really low to the ground.
Yeah.
But truthfully, not a lot of rotation to it. There's some, but not a lot.
Okay.
It looks meaner than it probably is.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that we have, I mean, I will say this, Phil. If I look at radar here in motion, this thing is trying. You can definitely tell the southern side has some rotation. So this is just to kind of zoom out here, and I'm just going to go to the latest image here. Phil is just east of Bowling Green. He's looking at this storm, right by Glasgow, and a clear lowering on it. So the lowering that Phil's probably looking at is probably like right here. But if we put this in motion, you can definitely tell this thing is kind of rotating like just a bit, right? You can tell kind of the
almost
north side of this
clockwise, doesn't it?
It does. On the north side of this thing, another tornado warning. I bet that's where Greg was talking about.
Central Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, South Central Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, Northwestern Bedford County in Middle Tennessee.
We'll get to that in a sec, but the storm, Phil, is on it. You can really tell it's rotating around like this. There's your so the storm is rotating. So it actually doesn't surprise me that there's a wall cloud and I don't call this a wall cloud just yet. It could be a wall cloud. It could be an updraft. But it's definitely the storm that Phil is looking at is definitely rotating. So Phil, you're finding the some crazy images in some of the places. I would actually be curious to see if there's any other storm chasers on that. I bet there's probably not.
I haven't run into a whole lot all day today.
Hey, that's the best kind of chasing, right?
But storms are all over the place, right? So it's a good day to spread people out.
Oh yeah, and the last thing you want is storm chaser convergence. There is Riley Boggs. I don't know if you know that name. And Brady Litton is right next to you. It looks like on Storm Spotter Network. So if we would go here so Phil is basically like right here. Ooh, Phil, I will say this. That is in a high parameter space. A very high parameter space right now. That is showing a significant tornado parameter next to that storm. So, and that's right on the nose. Remember, we talked about the nose yesterday of the highest energy. This is right on that nose, and Phil is right there, following a storm. So, pretty great stuff from Phil there. Phil, I think the people wanted to know what you got to eat at the gas station. Did you stop and get a nice steak?
It was actually, I stopped at a sort of a restaurant kind of place. It was a kind of Panda Express kind of thing. I had some teriyaki steak and noodles.
Whoa.
And I was chowing it down when all of a sudden I looked out the window and I saw the cloud lowerings and I'm like, crap, I got to turn my car around so you guys can see that instead of the wall of the restaurant.
No way. That's awesome.
But it was okay. It was a little sweet, a little too sweet for my taste. Needed maybe a little more soy sauce, a little more salty flavor to it. But it was
really
on a scale of 1 to 10, probably a 5.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I think when I have that cuisine, I actually want less salt on it because that generally like kills me.
Yeah, normally it's pretty salty, but this particular place, I guess,
just dry.
Like the sweetness a little better.
Yikes!
And I threw away my yum yum sauce. I'm not a fan of.
Oh no. Yeah. Hey guys, if you're watching this stream right now, we love our food on this stream. We like to make people hungry. Phil's just making me hungry right now. He's just torturing me. I'm not going to be able to eat probably for another couple hours here. Hopefully things calm down and I can go to bed before 1. Yeah. Miss Elise says, Phil, thanks for the hard work and stay safe. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Miss Elise. Appreciate it. You guys are all great, by the way. I love our fans.
Oh, our fans are great. People in the chat is great. We don't have a couple of our troublemakers like Ginger Ninja tonight, so I'm glad we don't have him because he's a ruckus. But we've got kind of our normal crew, and then we've got some more. Twyla Lewis, thanks for joining. I see Twyla was in the chat. She's in southern New Mexico. Definitely stays dry. Definitely stay safe there with the fire danger in southern New Mexico. Scott's talking about southern Illinois getting hit twice today. Ferret Kibble's talking about putting bikes on helmets. I have not been following the chat, so I'm just gonna put some stuff on here. But thank you for joining today. Linda Baird, LB is talking about not knocking Ginger Ninja. That I think Linda Baird, we've seen Linda Baird and Ginger Ninja become quite close. I don't think they've ever met in person. And for everyone watching, these are two viewers that have pretty much joined every stream, and they don't know each other at all, but they become almost best friends. And they always refer to each other as besties, and it's pretty entertaining. So we have two people in the chat that have become best friends. They've never met. They don't know who each other are, but it's always fun to watch that kind of happen in the chat there. But and yeah, Scott, we'll definitely be praying for you guys as well for everything that's going on. Okay, so let's just quickly do a round robin here. We've got 3 tornado warnings, so things have calmed down a little bit. We have 1 tornado warning in Tennessee. This is it's a pretty. I mean, this storm is starting to wrap up here, it probably has a little bit more of an impressive radar. I mean, that's an impressive radar signature. That's your classic supercell. This whale's kind of bending over a little bit, or he's kind of swimming. He's swimming to the left here in the nice ocean here. He's starting to swim this way. But this is a classic supercell structure, but it doesn't look as good on the velocity. It's definitely wind coming in this way and then rapid around this way, but it's pretty broad. So not incredibly. I mean, this is a tornado warning, and definitely take this seriously. It's got some pretty decently sized hail. So Wheel, Bedford, Shelbyville, to the south of Nashville. I tell you what, the southern portions of Nashville have been seen round after round. Hopefully this isn't in match. Oh, okay, good. Looks like this storm just went to the east of Mash, or just went to the south. So earlier on the stream, we had a tornado emergency up here in across Highway 65 near Match, Tennessee. They took a direct hit, and the good news is that this other tornado warning is well to the south. We have another destructive storm. This no longer has a tornado warning, but I'm going to be honest, we could possibly be having one trying to form. We have some really strong winds. This is that storm in Murfreesboro where we're looking at the traffic cameras. This is just plowing its way off to the east. We have another severe thunderstorm warning just to the north. Eastern Tennessee, this is where your event is coming into play here. We have a strong area of winds here. Winds of 60 mile an hour, maybe more, off that are just plowing its way towards Cookeville, Tennessee. We also have a catastrophic flash flood emergency. This is the first time I'm seeing this. This is about 20 miles north of Nashville, 26 miles to the east of Clarksville, Tennessee. Right, Phil, this is right where you just drove through in Gallatin.
Yeah, I believe all that, because as I was driving, as we talked about, I had that pickup in front of me for a long time, helping to Moses the way through the waters, parted the seas for me. It was very wet. Fields were underwater, and multiple places where the water, and I don't even know where it was coming from, but it was streaming across the road.
Wow.
And if it weren't for the honestly, probably turn around, don't drown. I was following the pickup, hoping there was.
Looks like we may have just lost Phil. Phil, we'll bring you back when we get your signal back. We have, so this is the area that Phil just drove through, and Phil was telling us about how, and I'm realizing I'm losing some light. Let's turn on that light. There we go. Oh, that's bright. So we lost Phil. We lost Phil for just a second. But this is basically the highest level of warning you can get for a flash flood. This is a catastrophic, potentially situation. This doesn't carry the same weight as a tornado emergency, but it's a tornado emergency. This is the highest level of flash flood warning you can issue. So this is a catastrophic situation. Water rescues are ongoing right now in the warning area. So there are people that are needing to be rescued, probably from their cars, maybe from their houses. We had life-threatening flash flooding occurring, and a PD. This is basically a PDS for flash floods. So Springfield, Portland, Mitchville, Cross Plains, Greenbrier. This is just where Phil was about an hour ago. This is a dangerous situation here in northern portions of Tennessee, where we have a flash flood emergency in place. Phil, keep going. What did you see with the rain there?
So there were portions of that road that the water, and I don't even know where it was coming from. You could see the stream flowing across the road. And I was looking to the left. There's probably 2 or 3 locations along the path towards Springfield that this was happening. And the water was flowing left to right across the road. It had the dirt or clay or whatever that was mixed into it, so you could kind of see that it had been in the fields. But I really couldn't see what the location of that water was. It was just water flowing across the road.
Wow.
And thank goodness that truck was in front of me, parting the sea.
Yeah. That if you guys remember when Phil was driving through that torrential rain, and they just actually issued another flash flood emergency just to the north of Nashville, including Goodlettsville. I guess it's just to the east of Goodlettsville, Gallatin, Cedar Grove. You guys are all in this flash flood emergency here. So this is a second flash flood emergency that was just issued to the south. This is a catastrophic situation. Really Nashville, the city of Nashville and north, you guys have received some significant rainfall. Let's see if we can look at the 1 hour. Let me try and see if I can see more of 1 hour precip total. So it's going to be more than 1 hour, because this has been raining for the past more than 1 hour. Storm total. Okay. Here we go. Oh my goodness. So this is a just over the past couple of hours here in Springfield, Walnut Grove, Greenbrier. They have received almost 7 inches of rain from these storms. 7 inches of rain. That is almost a foot of rain in a matter of a couple hours. And that has fallen all across this area. It actually almost 8 inches. 8 inches. Yep, 8 inches near Walnut Grove. That is a tremendous amount of rain that has fallen across this area. So a very dangerous situation unfolding here in northern portions of Tennessee. And, this is probably the most urgent situation we have at this particular point. Flooding flooding can kill just as many people as tornadoes. And you think about a hurricane, right? The thing that kills most people during hurricanes isn't the wind, it's the water. It's the storm surge, it's the incredible water that we have that pushes towards onshore when a hurricane comes on shore. It's tornadoes are still very destructive, and they kill, and they can do a lot of damage. But so can heavy rain like this. And it's when you see totals like this is just a tremendous amount of rain that's fallen in the last couple of hours here. The good news is it's we're not. Some of the area is dry, and if we put this in motion here, there is going to be some more storms that move through. So we're still going to get some rain, but this whole warning isn't going to get rain per se. There might be some areas that do, some areas that don't. All right, let's check in on our storm up here in just to the south of St. Louis. We have a total of 3 tornado warnings right now. Total of 3 tornado warnings, total of 31 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies. This is our first tornado warning up just to the southeast of St. Louis. Moving through Benton. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. We could for the last hour here, this thing's been trying to spin up. We have a couple of dangerous storms here near Springfield. This is one that we were watching. New tornado warning for, there it is.
Issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee, Warren County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern White County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Cannon County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so we have a tornado warning. I guess not for this storm. We'll go and look at that in just a second. But this is the storm that Greg. I think this is the storm that Greg pointed us to a little bit ago. This is a really strong storm, and doesn't have a tornado warning on it right now, but it's really trying. It is really trying to get going here. Classic supercell with some tennis ball size hail. The rotation doesn't look as impressive here. Let me see if I can find a different radar. There's still rotation there for sure. It is a supercell, so it's definitely rotating. The most recent tornado warning that we just got was down here in whoops, I lost it. It's down here in Morrison. Okay, that is definitely a strong rotation. This is the same storm that produced the tornado emergency. So we've had this storm. Oh, I don't like that. And I don't like that. 2 possibly forming tornadoes here, back to back here in Tennessee, just to the south of Murfreesboro. This storm, this beast, this behemoth of a storm. Look at the lightning out in front of this thing. This is about to move into Morrison and McMinnville. And a dangerous storm here that is possibly producing a tornado. Just to the south, another impressive looking storm moving into Shelbyville. This is your classic supercell structure here. Both of these are supercells. We got mommy whale and we got baby whale. Both are capable of producing a tornado. But back-to-back supercells, and both are tornado warned. Both are radar indicated tornado warned here. But this one is a broad and stronger area of rotation. This one is a weaker but tighter area of rotation. So both are trying here. Both are really trying to produce tornadoes. Thank you, Miss Elise. I appreciate it. Yeah, Scott says we have more deaths from flash flooding than hurricanes, lightning, and tornadoes. Flash flooding and storm surge is a killer.
Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Wayne County in south central Illinois, northeastern Jefferson County in south central Illinois.
All right. Well, that's a continuation of the same tornado warning that we've kept. Actually, sorry, that's a new one. That is a new tornado warning. So this is a strong line of storms up and down this line for probably the next couple hours. We're going to try to have tornadoes that form. And it looks like we might have a new one trying to form here just to the east of Fairfield. So we've got a total of 5 tornado warnings, sorry, at this point. Let me make sure I can update our graphic here. Guys, thank you for joining the stream. If you do like what you see here, and you haven't watched this show before, this is Outbreak. I'm Stormcat 5. We've got Phil Johnson is chasing an orange crush. We've got Dan Wallace. He's backstage helping with some things. And we're the Stormfront Freaks, and we are we have a podcast that we do every other week. We've had some unbelievable guests on the show. We also are doing Outbreak now. So this is a new format that we've just started doing this March, and this is our 7th show. And what we're doing is we're basically looking on days of extreme severe weather, and we are now casting the event and saying, okay, let's look at the storms. Let's look and see if we can get some footage, and let's get you through the day. Right, our goal is to keep everyone safe, informed, and entertained. That's what we do on Outbreak, and that's what we're doing now. And so, if this is your first time,
issued a tornado warning for.
Just telling me to shut up and stop talking.
Northwestern Lamar County in north central Texas.
So we've got a storm chaser in Caleb Beecham is showing flooding in Tennessee. That does not surprise me.
So Brady, this new warning is going to be up by the Red River.
Interesting. Oh, I didn't even see these storms up here. So we've got some nasty storms forming along probably a dry line. And we've got, this is our first tornado warning out here, at least since we started the stream, off to the east, off to the west. And I don't like what I'm seeing there. This is in the Red River Valley here in Kansas. I don't like what I'm seeing there. Radar indicated tornado warning, but showing some serious signs of rotation here. This storm looks like it's getting its act together pretty quickly here. And could try to drop a tornado here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and the problem with this area is it's kind of in a radar gap in extreme southeastern Oklahoma, extreme north Texas.
It is. I mean, look, so to Dan, to your point, see how this is on the very edge of every radar? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a donut. This is a radar hole. And what that means, it just makes it harder for us to see. It makes it harder for us to see into the storm, to be able to tell if there is in fact a tornado with this thing. But still, a dangerous storm in Paris. Let's go take a look at this tornado warning. So we already talked about these two. Pushing into Benton and Fairfield. That's in southern and central Illinois. And we have 2 other tornado warnings down here in Tennessee. 2 pretty impressive looking storms here. Broader. This rotation's really starting to tighten up near Shelbyville. And then we've got another pretty tight rotation in Shady Grove and Morrison. This rotation looks actually a little bit more broad. Both are radar indicated tornadoes. So possibly, I mean, this one probably looks a little bit more intimidating down here than the one to the north. And we're probably going to get a tornado that forms pretty quickly here. Every scan is looking worse and worse. I don't think that's debris. I think that's probably just like inflow maybe, or some noise here. Interestingly enough, we saw kind of a similar signature before we had that tornado emergency just a little bit ago. So that's probably a tornado. if not a forming one, because you've got just really tight rotation here. I actually I'm just going to leave this up for just a second. I just have to get a quick glass of water, and I'll be right back. So Dan, maybe you could do some tricks or something. Do you know how to juggle, Dan?
I know how to make people laugh when I try to juggle.
All right. Well, that's good enough. Be right back.
So just as looks like talking about the Durant radar app, and I was not aware that that was a thing, but I'm gonna go download that real quickly. I know that they had installed a Casa radar in Durant, and there were folks that had access to it, but I didn't realize that they had actually made an app for that. So thank you, Jess, for pointing that out. As if I didn't have enough weather apps on my phone. So how's everyone doing? Anybody near a severe storm?
I am.
Okay. Still is. So yeah, I've just downloaded the app. Let me see if they've got a good look at the storm.
So I'm currently on Cumberland Parkway, heading toward Glasgow, Kentucky. That was that storm that for a while we were looking at, had the lowering on it. And it's not severe stormed, it's not tornado warned, but I've got a clear shot to get back to the base of it rather easily here on this highway. And because Brady said it was still in a good environment, I figured that might be, because here's my other option. I could have stayed on I-65 north, and there is currently a severe warned storm that just went through Brownsville. It's really got a little bit of a bow to it, and you can see looks like some pretty strong straight line winds out in front of it, but also looks like it's got. And so my option was keep going up I-65 and hope I get north of that before it hits, because I don't want to drive through it, and it would pretty much blanket I-65 north going up to Louisville from Bowling Green. When I made the decision, I turned around as I knew there was a good highway there, but there was also just looking to be like that Glasgow storm could still do something. And this highway, Cumberland Parkway, is going to allow me, like I said, to get right to the southern tip of that.
Oh, we just lost Phil. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I was doing some jumping jacks to make sure I don't die. Okay, so Elizabeth says, look at the I-24 traffic camera engineers, Arnold Air Force Base. I think that's in Tennessee.
Yeah, it looks like it's south. I just saw her message too.
Okay. So go ahead and pull that up. But this is, I mean, this is a pretty decently concerning signature here on radar. That could be a tornado. Don't see any debris. Don't see any necessary debris with this thing. New tornado warning.
Warning 4.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Warren County in Middle Tennessee, Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Bedford County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Cannon County in Middle Tennessee.
I want. Okay, she says go up north along I-24. That's what she said. Yeah, so it seems like that was just an extension of the tornado warning that was in Shelbyville, and it looks like we have a dangerous storm here moving into towards Manchester, But it's a new tornado warning that was just issued for southeastern Rutherford, southwestern Warren County, Coffee County, Bedford County, Cannon County, all in Middle Tennessee. We've got a dangerous looking storm that's moving right towards I-24, and Dan's got it up on the screen. Is this the same area that we had the cameras in before, or is this is further south?
This is further south, and I'm not sure. This is the one that's in the Manchester area. I hope it's the right one.
It is. Look at this. So look on radar, Dan. Here's Manchester. Here is possibly a forming tornado. I would not. I mean, it looks pretty strong green to pretty strong red. If these two kind of things just move a little bit closer to one another, this is probably going to be a big time tornado here. The only thing that's working against this right now is this little bit of kind of messy rain that's getting in the way. We've got really strong inflow with your bright greens, really strong outflow here. So this is really trying to wrap around. I think we probably could have a tornado that is trying to form as we speak. If you look at the debris, I don't see any signs of a debris ball, but this is a really strong signature here on the radar. Just off to the north. So we're going to keep an eye on that traffic camera. Just off to the north, we have a second radar indicated tornado warning. This is I mean, look at that. Look at those winds. Here's where you're, well, really there's a couple areas that I'm concerned about. Right here and right here. This is the same storm, I believe, that produced the actually, hold on. I don't think it is. Let me go back. I just want to, you always want to look back to see what storms produced which features, because past events are sometimes a pretty good indicator of what's going to happen in the future. A lot of times we've got these long-lived supercells that drop tornadoes left and right. And I want to make sure that this storm is in fact the tornado emergency storm or not. So let's just look at the loop here, and it needs to refresh.
And I'm going to jump in real quickly and answer Raymond's question. There is a tornado warning for the storm to the northwest of Paris, Texas.
Yeah, and that's this storm here. That's the storm here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. It is just to the north of Paris, Texas, with ping pong ball size hail. Here's Paris. Paris, you're actually out of the warning. But there is a tornado warning here in the Red River Valley, just north of Paris, Texas. Further off to the east, we've got two pretty concerning tornado warnings right now. And we've got some pretty strong rotation here. The rain's kind of working against this cell. And so it could be trying to drop, but also it, I really don't like that. You see that, Dan? I really don't like that right in there. That could be a tornado on the ground. No debris. So just to the east of Shelbyville, this is in Tennessee. This is in southern Tennessee, south of Murfreesboro. And let me just make sure that this isn't our tornado emergency storm, because that storm moved through match. Actually, let me go back. I think it is. Let's go back 75 frames. Okay, so just to recap, everyone, if you're just joining the stream, we had earlier today. This was let's just time this out for you. This was at 6:39 p.m. So about 2 hours ago, we had a tornado emergency issued for Match and other areas in southern Tennessee. We had a strong tornado. Let me go to the velocity here, because this will kind of show you better. This was about 2 hours ago. We had a strong tornado that moved through, that touchdown right there. See in Match right there? It touched down in Match, Tennessee. It prompted a tornado emergency and continued to move right across I-65 and produced significant damage. This storm did have a big debris ball with it. And then as this storm pushed off to the east, it still, for the past basically 2 hours, has been rotating and trying to produce another tornado. Look, there was one possibly right there, maybe, definitely a couple. That was prompted a tornado warning. And then here, this is when it crossed I-24, when we had those cameras, and we were able to see those really strong winds cross I-24. And then the rotation kind of weakened, right? And the rotation kind of weakened, and the winds kind of weakened, and here they are ramping back up again. And this is current. So this storm was the same storm that produced the tornado emergency and continues to try to produce new tornadoes.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Limestone County in north central Alabama, northeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama.
All right, so it's a new tornado warning here. Rogersville, radar indicated tornado warning. Just quickly look at the velocity. A little bit of a signature here. So we could get some action here. Moving just to the west of Rogersville, Alabama. This is our first tornado warning of the stream for Alabama. You guys are well outside of the risk of, or the area of greatest concern. I guess just outside of the area of greatest concerns. But these storms are going to keep kind of streaming to the north and start to turn right here. Where I'm most concerned right now, and it actually looks like this rotation is weakened just a little bit here. This is the storm that we were just looking at, that we've got a camera up in Manchester. This is the camera that Dan has pulled up here. This is moving towards Manchester, I-24. You guys are about to get I-24 once again to the south of the area that we looked at earlier. You're going to get possibly a new tornadic circulation that moves over this area. And if we look at so I don't see any signs of debris. So that's at least a new tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Overton County in Middle Tennessee, north central Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, east central Putnam County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Fentress County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so new tornado warning here. That is for a storm to the north. So we've got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings up and down here right now. And yeah, Miss Elise, we have, unfortunately, we have homes destroyed in Tennessee. Definitely a bad situation there. But we have 3 tornado warnings right now in Tennessee. I'm just going to do the quick round robin, and then I'm going to check in with Phil and see where he's going. We're going to do the quick round robin and just check all the different tornado warnings we have. Currently, right now, we have 6 total tornado warnings. And we have a total of 30. Wow, I thought I just heard tornado sirens out my window. I was getting PTSD from last night, but that was That was not. That was just a car driving really fast on the freeway. So we have a total of 6 tornado warnings, 31 severe thunderstorm warnings, and I just see some lightning in your cam there, Dan. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But we have a total of 6 tornado warnings, 31 severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a 2 flash flood emergencies down here in Tennessee. So dangerous situation down there. We have a line of storms pushing off into, and actually for this, I'm going to probably also pull up GR Earth here in a second. But we have a couple a couple of severe thunderstorms moving through Dallas, I guess just to the east of Dallas. We've got a storm in downtown Dallas. We have another set of storms up here just to the northeast of Dallas. A severe thunderstorm has 2 different warnings on it. Little whale structure right there. So definitely a supercell here. We have another supercell to the north of it. It is a dangerous storm with ping pong ball sized hail, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And we got some mention of flying debris and other things like that. I'm not too, I guess it's really hard to tell whether or not this is a tornado or not, because it's, to Dan's point, it's in a radar hole. We're not going to be able to tell if this is a tornado or not, frankly, because it's just so far away from the radar. We have more storms that have kind of been firing along this boundary here. A couple of them have severe thunderstorm warnings about to move into Fort Smith, Arkansas. Good news is Oklahoma City, these storms are well to your east. So Oklahoma City is going to be fine tonight. We have another kind of line. This is all kind of forming into like a line of storms advancing off to the east. I actually don't think this is a dry line. I think this is probably a front or something. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, so I'm approaching Edmonton, Kentucky on the Cumberland Parkway, heading east. And I'm approaching the base of that storm that we were looking at before. And again, looking at radar, there's certainly movement going on in there, but sometimes these clouds look better than what they're actually doing. And at night, I can't tell if there's any rotation in that lowering, but there continue to be fingers dropping down right above me, to my right, above the tree line.
Ooh, fingers.
Yeah, like little dips,
like hot dog fingers,
like little funnels or something. Yeah.
Okay.
You can see right above the tree line.
Oh yeah.
Just off to the right. That's where things have been. Every once in a while, you see a little drop. Goes
oh
up,
yeah.
A little drop goes up.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Another tornado warning. We're going to look at Phil in just a second
and
see where he's
Southern Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Giles County in Middle Tennessee,
wow.
southwestern.
All right, so we're going to look at that tornado warning in just a second, but first I want to show everyone where Phil is right now. So Phil, you're looking to the east, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Phil is looking to the east. Phil is looking at this storm right here, and Phil right behind that storm. And there goes my headphones. So just give me 1 second here. But Phil, why don't you go ahead and just quickly describe what you're seeing while I switch my mic or my headphones. I know you just described it, but is there anything else you're noticing with this storm?
I'm getting into these traffic lights here, so the contrast isn't very good. All right, we're busting out a little bit. So it's getting to be right above
The
me.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for East Central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
So I'm also getting into the rain now at this point. I am at the southern tip of the storm that is over Edmonton, Kentucky. Has not been severe warning.
Has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Central Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Central Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee.
They just don't want you to talk, Phil.
No, they really
No,
don't.
they don't. So anyway, I'm going to try and blast a little bit through this rain pocket that I have to get through, so that maybe I can turn around and get a better shot looking west, where it's a little lighter behind me, and see if we can get a better view of that, the base of that storm.
And Phil, don't for everyone watching, and let me actually just do this 20 frames. So for everyone watching, Phil is here. Phil is basically here on this freeway, and is kind of following this storm, and we're looking into this storm. This is that storm that was kind of rotating. It's lost a little bit of its luster here, but Phil, there is another storm behind it that is pushing
I'm
right at you.
that.
Oh, you're avoiding that. You're trying to get out in front of that.
So I was talking earlier that I think that was when you went to get water or something, that I had two options. I could have stayed on I-65 north out of Bowling Green and heading north towards Louisville, but likely would not have gotten far enough north of that storm that it would have blanketed I-65, and I probably would have been just driving through that squall line right there. So I had an option that I could turn around, and I knew this Cumberland Parkway was going to go down near Glasgow, which is where the storm was that we were looking at the base earlier. Had a big lowering to it, and I thought, well, let me take that. I'll be able to get to the south end of this. And you were telling me that it was going still in. It was in a positive environment, so
Yeah.
I decided to go this way and see if I could stay ahead of that squall line before I head north.
Yeah. And I mean, it's still,
out.
I mean, it still does like if I would pull this up real quick, and let me just switch this. If I'd pull the environment up, this is what we're looking at right now, is the storm that Phil is on. This is a just to the, I guess that storm is kind of moving out of the good environment, but that line that you're avoiding is actually moving kind of into right along the nose of the highest tornado parameter. So I'd keep an eye on that storm behind you, Phil.
What are you saying? You want me to turn around, go after it?
No, I think you should. I mean, look, on radar, I don't see anything that screams like rotating. It's not really rotating. It's a straight line wind threat.
No,
it doesn't
have a big line. Yeah, it's a straight line.
It doesn't even have a warning on it, frankly. So yeah, I mean, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, the warning's off of it now. It's got a special weather statement, but it's pretty straight. It's pretty straight line. So I don't necessarily see like a big rush to turn around at all. But Phil, we did just get I think a PDS warning. So I'm just going to quickly get back to that and let us know if you see any other droppings or anything like that. So we have a ton of tornado warnings that have been issued just in the past a couple of minutes here. And really quickly, I just want to check in on our traffic camera here. This is along I-24. We're seeing a lot of lightning. We're seeing a lot of lightning with this particular storm, and I think where is our confirmed tornado here? I think this might be.
So yeah, just mentioned that the total warning in northern Alabama is observed.
Here it is. Yeah. Okay. So we have a new
Weather Service has issued
another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Giles County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so we my goodness, middle, central, and southern Tennessee is blanketed with a ton of tornado warnings. We have a total of 10, and pretty much all of them are here, and here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. Every storm right now in this environment is absolutely blowing up in terms of rotation. And here's why. Here's why. If you look on GR Earth here, the reason why all of these storms are rotating like they are, and they're possibly all producing, or I guess all looking like they could produce tornadoes, is look at this. If we look on the screen, this is a very high parameter space that they're in. Another warning. Unbelievable.
Tornado warning for southwestern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee.
The National Weather Service has
Unbelievable.
issued a warning for
Tornado warning for northeastern Lamar County in north central Texas.
Well, there's a tornado warning in Texas. So maybe Dan, you could check in on that. I know that's kind of closer to home here. But the reason why these storms are going off like they are is they are in a primed environment for tornadoes. If you remember last night that we were doing the stream, all of those tornadoes that we were talking about happening, they happened in these purples, these reds, these dark magentas, and that's what all of these storms right now. The environment that they're in is a primed environment for tornadoes. So that's I think why we're seeing a lot of these little spin-ups here, or not spin-ups, but possible tornadoes. And we have several very concerning radar signatures. I'm going to go bottom to top here, and let's just look at each one of these, because we do have an observed tornado just to the south here in Alabama. This is an observed tornado. A confirmed tornado was located near Rogersville, or 20 miles east of Florence, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. This was confirmed by weather spotters. So looking at the radar, it doesn't look like an incredibly strong rotation, but that doesn't matter. Just to the north of that, we have another observed tornado, a second observed tornado just to the north. Weather spotters confirmed this tornado. There's your hook, right? There's your hook right here. Here is your tornado right there, where you see that little notch. That is your tornado right there, about to move into Elktown. Elktown. This is just on the southern border of Tennessee, northern border of Alabama, southern border of Tennessee, Elkton, Tennessee. You've got an observed tornado moving right at you. Dan, if you can, on maybe a side camera, look on. I know we've had cameras up and down I-65. See if you can find a camera down here in Elktown, near kind of Elktown. If I zoom out here, it's right at the southern border of Tennessee. Just to the north, we have another radar indicated tornado warning. This looks like possibly a tornado is trying to form right in there. So no one's confirmed this just yet, but it is a radar indicated tornado, and looks like we might, it actually looks stronger than the signature below. And this could be some debris here just to the south of Prospect. So we're gonna keep looking for that, and we're gonna keep an eye on that. Just to the north of that, we have another tornado warning, and I do not like the look of this. I do not like the look of this right here. We could have possibly a tornado forming that's actually outside of the warning. I think what prompted the warning here was this. That was probably what prompted the warning. We have a secondary rotation that's trying to form right behind it in Shelbyville. So a dangerous storm there that is pushing its way off towards Courtner, Normandy, and then even Manchester. So I think is this still the camera in Manchester, Dan?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that, because that is that's a dangerous storm, and that has a tornado warning on it. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that camera there. I'm gonna put it in the top right corner of the screen, because we have a two possible rotations that are gonna move over that area. The next tornado warning to the north. Actually, this isn't even tornado warned yet. I would expect them probably to warn this rotation right in here, right near Irving College, Tennessee. Irving College, Tennessee. Right in that area is probably where I would expect them to issue maybe another warning. No debris just yet, but looks like another possibly wrapping up circulation here. I'm very surprised this is not warned up here. If the ones to the south are warned, that one's got to be warned. Just to the north of that, this is now in north central Tennessee, off in the eastern kind of portions of Tennessee. We have another radar indicated tornado warning. This one looks like it probably is set to expire in about 13 minutes. So that was what prompted the warning right there. But it looks like that rotation has weakened. So I would expect that to probably be allowed to expire once this is done. But we have just an unbelievable outburst of tornadoes right now. And there's another tornado warning down here in Alabama, the northern portions of Alabama, just to the northeast of Hager, Henniger, Alabama, moving through Eider, Alabama. And my goodness, the lightning right now is really starting to ramp up on this traffic camera on I-24. This is a traffic camera that we're looking at right now on I-24. And there is a ton of lightning with this. Oh my, do you see that? That lightning was right next to it. Unbelievable storms. But we have a total of, right now, we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings, all in let's see, they're all in basically a 100-mile radius. So just a peppered grouping of tornado warnings that kind of came out of nowhere here. But every single one of these storms is trying to produce a tornado warning. Lastly, we have 2 other tornado warnings I want to talk about here. Wow, that camera just completely got lit up. One more tornado warning that is probably going to be allowed to expire right here this is in Illinois. We have a dangerous line of destructive, a bowing line of storms that's pushing into Indiana. We also have a giant hailer storm down here to the south with half-dollar size hail. I bet it's probably larger than that on the southern side of this line. This is moving kind of directly at Carmine, Evansville. This is about to cross the Illinois-Indiana state border.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northwestern Limestone County in north-central Alabama,
All right.
southeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama,
Wow.
northeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
This is another tornado warning right now. Literally, look at this, guys. They've just peppered this entire area. Unbelievable.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northern Sequatchie County in East Tennessee, southwestern Bledsoe County in East Tennessee.
All right, that's an extension of this warning up here. So, I mean, literally, if you literally took a line from Ardmore along the Tennessee border and you went all the way up to McKinneyville, you have literally almost a constant set of tornado warnings. You would hear if there was a road, and that was the wrong thing. If there was a road from Ardmore all the way up to McKinneyville, which is about 80 miles, you would hear tornado sirens for the entire time because there is constant tornado warnings up and down that path. And my entire screen right now is just tornado warnings. We have a total of, it looks like 12 tornado warnings right now, up and down.
Brady, I just updated the camera to I-65, Alabama. Looks like it's looking north from US 72, northwest.
Wow. So this camera is on I-65, which is, let me see where I-65 is.
That's your Elkton area?
Elkton. Let me find
Ardmore.
Tennessee, Ardmore. Alabama. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, that is the observed tornado. So where Dan is looking, this is, I believe it's down here in Elkton. And do we know, Dan, is that camera looking north?
Northwest.
All right, this camera's looking north. This is looking right where the tornado would be. We might see a live tornado right now on the stream. This is I think I see a lowering there. Maybe. That is quite a shot. Dan, I wonder if did you notice them moving the traffic camera up for this?
I don't know. The fact that it's for an interstate makes me think that they've moved it. Yeah.
Oh, they have to have. And the latest velocity frame that I'm seeing is there very well could be a tornado on the ground in Elkton. Let me just look and see if we have any debris. Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure. But what I'm looking at in the center of the screen. Try to see if you see a lowering. You're right. You're right, Raymond. Gosh, they need us. Just, of course, we're still watching. Of course we are. Let us
I'll try to
resume.
I'll try to keep it alive.
Yeah, Dan, you're doing a great job. Thanks, you, Raymond. Yeah, that is quite a shot. Now all we need is some cloud to ground lightning right in the center. Let's get a nice burst down here to show us what this is looking. Yeah, there might be a lowering on the right, Miss Elise. I mean, what I'm looking at, the velocity that I'm looking at, and I'm going to zoom in the top right corner of the screen. There's your velocity. So a pretty strong couplet here. Could be a forming tornado here, right on the stream. You know, look right where that light is. Do you guys see where that like little light is? We need some cloud to ground lightning here to give us an illumination of this thing, so we can tell.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northern Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Fentress County in Middle Tennessee.
Let me just check the correlation coefficient here and see if we got any debris. There's a little bit of a debris signature. It isn't incredibly strong, but there's definitely something there. Go ahead, Phil.
Hey, I was just going to say, keep an eye on some possible power flashes down on the horizon. Might give you a sign there as well.
Yeah, I have not seen any yet. And you know what? I'm just going to put this. I'm going to put this full screen here, so we can just so we can see if we can look at the far right corner of the screen. I wonder, Dan, if this is moving. The storm is probably moving off to the right of the frame, I bet. So I'm hoping whoever's controlling this traffic camera will move it to the right. Gosh, they know we're watching. Yes, we're still watching.
Oh, yeah.
You're good.
So
you're
I'm
good.
watching this other storm over here to the southwest of this storm, I guess to the west of the camera.
On a different camera?
No, I'm watching it on radar. It looks like
Oh.
another observed warning.
Yeah.
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Madison County in north central Alabama, northern Limestone County in north central Alabama.
Wow. Yeah, we the storm that we're looking at right now has an observed tornado warning on it. So someone confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground at 8:06 Central. So that's about 5 minutes ago. It was confirmed by weather spotters. Now the question is, can we see it? So far, there hasn't been any really cloud to ground strikes, and the base of this thing, yes. Gosh, whoever is operating this, whoever is like causing this to do this, needs to just let us watch. We want to see it. I don't see any power flashes. I don't see any. I don't see any. Oh my goodness, that is another crazy. This is also the traffic cam here, just to the. I'll put it right there so we can see it. This is the Manchester. I've got in the top right corner of the screen the Manchester traffic camera as well. So a pretty powerful storm in both of these areas. Both of these cameras that we're looking at are both tornado warned. So a ton of lightning that we can see. I'm really trying to tell if I can see a lowering or not. We need a little bit more lightning to illuminate the base there to see. Wow, every time there's lightning, there is and Dan is killing it right now with the camera here, continuing to to press the still watching button. If you're just joining us right now, I know we have some people that just joined the stream. We are looking at a traffic camera at an observed tornado that was just to the north of Ardmore along the Tennessee Alabama border. And this traffic camera, I think, was tilted up to try to be able to see if there was by whoever's operating this, to try to see if there's a tornado. So far, we have not seen any power flashes, and we have not seen a significant lowering. But looking at the velocity, if I pull that up in the corner of my screen here, it still has oh my goodness, still has a very very strong velocity signature. And it looks like there might be a debris ball too. This is possibly another tornado has crossed I-65 here, just to the south or just to the east of Elkton. And so if you're looking at the top right-hand corner of the screen, the camera that we have is, what was that? Did we see anything there? There was just a cloud to ground. I totally missed it. But the camera right there is, I believe, just to the south of Elkton. I believe it's just to the north of Elkmont Springs. It's on I-65, looking to the northwest. Is that north? Is it looking northwest or northeast?
Northwest.
Okay, it's looking northwest. So this is actually probably just to the, if we could, they probably need to tilt the camera to the right, to the northeast, because that would be how we would probably be able to see this tornado. Regardless, this is a impressive radar. Are you looking? Is that the Alabama cameras, Dan, or is that the Tennessee?
This is Alabama looking. Yeah.
It is. It's ADOT. Let me just see if I can find.
I'm looking for something further east.
Because looking at the radar, I think we probably do have a tornado, or did have a tornado on the ground here. And we can't really see anything in the center of the frame. We almost might be able to see it, but yeah, Fuzzy, there's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Walker County in northwestern Georgia, southwestern Dade County in northwestern Georgia.
Another tornado warning here. And we're going to have to keep an eye on that camera too, because we have multiple storms here that are moving towards this one camera that we have up. And I'm also looking on the traffic cameras to see if we can give me a map. Here we go. And I want cameras. No, give me a camera with a map.
Yeah, it's not user friendly.
Oh, it's not this. Oh gosh, it's not at all. This is what Dan's looking at right here when he was trying to find the tornado. He had to go through and scroll through every camera to be able to find that. So, good work, Dan, finding that one. You found the best one.
Actually, there is a layer. I did find a camera layer on the map.
Oh, is there?
You have to dig for it.
Of course you do. No, I'm not going to give you my location. All right, so we're going to keep trying to find a camera here, but this is once again an observed tornado that is possibly on the ground here right along the Tennessee-Alabama border, north of Ardmore. We're trying to get a visual on it. We haven't been able to get a visual on it just yet. And what is this camera? Let me see. Wait. You said there was
The National Weather Service.
Another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for eastern Limestone County in north central Alabama, east central Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama.
Another tornado warning here. Interesting thing looking at the map is this the same map you're looking at, Dan, right here? Whoa, that camera just got okay. Is this the same map you're looking at? Oh, I see. Okay, I see where that camera is. Okay, so that actually, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that because that is we've got a ton of cameras here. So Dan, which camera is this that we're looking at right now? Looks like Collin Road. All right, this is at I-65 at County Line Road. And I'm assuming that's Alabama. And oh yikes! All right, guys, we're trying to find this thing on camera here. We've got a couple different traffic cameras that we're looking at in Alabama, and we've got one. And this is actually a good one too. Yeah, Dan, I think you've got the same one as me. Okay, so the traffic camera that Dan has right now is we're looking at this is US I-65 at US 72 in Athens. We are looking at the traffic camera, and let me go ahead and just show everyone exactly where this camera is, so you guys can see where this is right now. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. So the traffic camera that we're looking at is right in the center of your screen. And I believe this is looking directly at both of these tornado warnings. And so if you look at on radar, here's I-65 right here. Here's your traffic camera. I guess actually this traffic camera is probably a little bit down here. So it's looking at both of these tornado warnings, which one of these or both of these is radar indicated. Both of these are radar indicated tornado warning. Probably the southern one has the strongest rotation at this particular point. But look at this. It just peppered Athens. Athens right now is almost in 3 tornado warnings. All right. It looks like the sound effect dropped for just a sec, but there is another tornado warning.
Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Grundy County in Middle Tennessee.
Things are really starting to ramp up here. If you would pick a points, I think if you're in let's see, a point up here. If you're in Alabama Fork right now, I think if you're in Alabama Fork or Blackburn, you are in 3 tornado warnings right now. Unbelievable. Here's more tornado warnings.
Tornado warning for southwestern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Red River County in northeastern Texas.
All right. Well, there's another tornado warning in Texas. We're gonna come back to that in Texas in just a second. What I want to show right now is while Dan is kind of watching this traffic camera, we are going to do a quick round robin because we haven't really looked at the new warnings we've gotten. We've gotten a lot of new warnings in the area, and we have a total of 13 tornado warnings. 13 tornado warnings, and up and down the Tennessee, middle to eastern Tennessee. We have 1 tornado warning up to the north. This is a radar indicated tornado warning moving into Fairfield Glade. If you look at the velocity here, not an incredibly strong signature just yet, but still, they probably issued it a little bit earlier, and it's still a dangerous situation here, and take that warning seriously. The second tornado warning is just to the south. This is just to the about 50, I think probably about 80 miles, about 90 miles east of Nashville. So Nashville, you're not in any necessarily immediate danger at this particular point, but I like to kind of give an idea about how far this is away from spots we're used to. This is a radar indicated tornado warning with large hail. Looks like a pretty broad area of rotation. Right in there is your couplet, pushing towards Caggle and Brush Creek in Tennessee. The next warning that we have is golf ball sized hail. This was lime sized hail. Now we got golf ball sized hail. So we got different kind of fruits and circles raining from the sky. But this is in Manchester, and we actually have a traffic camera in Manchester that looks like it may have, and this is moving right over Manchester right now. So let me see if I can pull this camera up. I just had it. Where are you? Come on. Manchester. There it is. Let's go ahead and pull this camera up real quick. So this is that storm moving through Manchester. And I'm just going to make this full screen real quick. So give me 1 second, Dan. This is moving through Manchester right now as we speak. And Dan, I see you got it up too. Okay, let's transition back to that. Let's put Dan in this. Let's put this full. So this is Manchester right now. So thank you, Dan, for that. This has got a tornado warning moving through right now. Look at those winds. Oh my goodness, look at those winds. We've got a strong kind of a rotation moving through Manchester right now, and it looks like we could be having some sort of maybe a dangerous situation unfolding here just to the south of Manchester. There's your rotation. So Manchester, the camera that we're looking at is in the northern area of strong winds. So just in northern Manchester, right here. That's where the camera is, and that's why it's really windy, because we got really strong winds wrapping around. Here's your kind of center of rotation. So we maybe have a developing tornado that's forming here in these really strong winds. Look at these trucks. These trucks are almost stuck to a standstill. On the road, these trucks are almost stuck to a standstill. I don't think they got into an accident, but that truck is just pulling off the road. My goodness. I wonder if these winds are so strong that the truck can't actually drive. Wow. That is crazy. And Raymond says there's a PDS warning in Tennessee. Maybe that was a little bit ago. Because I actually think, yes, there is. That's the Ardmore storm that we just saw a little bit ago. So we'll go to that in just a second. And that is an observed PDS warning in Tennessee. That is that Ardmore storm that just crossed the state line and is now moving to the north. So we have a confirmed tornado with that. The storm that we're looking at now is a radar indicated tornado warning, but it's got some really strong winds. It's causing trucks to pull over to the side of the road. We actually have a new PDS tornado warning in Lawrence County in Athens in Alabama. And that is another camera that we have that we're looking at. And we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I will pull that camera in just a sec. Dan, let's leave this on the screen for just a second. But we are looking at a destructive storm right now with some really strong winds in Manchester, Tennessee. That is a radar indicated tornado warning. Could have a tornado warning. Could have a tornado on the ground just to the south. But these winds are really ripping hard in Manchester. Down to the south of that, we have a radar indicated tornado warning. And these tornado warnings are all in southeastern Tennessee. So that's where we are. That's where we're located. That's where we're focusing. We have several tornado warnings up and down a line. All of these storms are rotating. And the other storm that has a PDS tornado warning right now, I'm just going to show this quickly on the screen, then we'll go right back to the cameras here, is this storm. That just moved north of Ardmore. This is the storm that we are following just a little bit ago that we had on the camera. That was a storm that Dan had on the camera that we were watching to see if we had a tornado from. It now has a particularly dangerous situation. This is their tornado right in there. Let me make sure this is the most current frame here. It is. So there's your tornado just to north of Blanche, a particularly dangerous situation unfolding here. The last set of warnings here is just in another warning here.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama, south-central Moore County in Middle Tennessee, southern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, sorry, I just got a quick text. All right, so Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say that storm has moved into an area where there are no cams in Tennessee or Alabama, no traffic cams.
Yeah, so we won't be able to follow that with cams here, but we are going to do our best to stay with it here, and continue following this. The last PDS tornado warning here is and let's just see. I need to make sure I get this. Oh, sorry. The last PDS warning that we have here is actually, sorry, this is not. Okay, this is Dan. We are going to have to keep an eye on this camera here. So we're going to put this traffic camera on in just a second. But this is another PDS tornado warning. A damaging. Sorry, this is not a PDS tornado. This is just an observed tornado warning moving into Elkmont. So Elkmont, we have a second kind of circulation that's moving towards you. We did have an observed tornado with that. Just to the south, we have another radar-indicated tornado warning moving up towards Athens. We have a pretty strong circulation here, right in this, and we have a webcam right on that. So we're going to pull it up in just a second. I've got that up in the right corner of my screen, and I'm going to pull that up in just a second to be able to look at here. But we're following several tornado warnings across up and down Tennessee and northern Alabama. And we have a dangerous situation, a dangerous day so far. Multiple PDS tornado warnings, one tornado emergency, and it's been a wild day. We have this is looking at on I-24 in Manchester. Manchester just got hit with a pretty strong storm. We got trucks pulled to the side here as this storm has passed. So the good news is the rotation is still there. This is in the top right corner of the screen. This is near Manchester. Another warning here.
Tornado warning for Central Limestone County in north central Alabama.
Wow. So another tornado warning here. And this is this is in Alabama here. Just another tornado warning. I think this is like the 5th tornado warning in Alabama. And these are all just centered around this storm here. So a pretty unbelievable event right now. And just we have, let's see, 10 tornado warnings so far. And Dan, is this the camera? Let's see. Is this the, this is the same camera. So the camera that we have on the screen right now is in Athens, Alabama, and it's looking to the east. I believe this is looking east, correct?
No, this camera's looking northwest. There is this area does have a observed warning.
I see that. Okay, so that's actually and there's a little bit of
Radar
debris
confirmed.
here.
Yeah.
So this is Dan right now. The camera that we have on the screen is I believe just north of Athens, and it's looking directly at this Elkmont storm. It's looking, I guess, directly north. So it's looking right along I-65. So as this storm pushes off to the east, that's when we're going to see the tornado, if there is one there. If we put the motion on this thing, this storm is moving east northeast. It's about to cross I-65. So I-6 up and down I-65, you've had tornado after tornado, tornado circulation after tornado circulation crossing across the road. This is another one, and this one's actually going to do in Alabama. Another concerning sign here is this cell down in Athens, just to the west of Athens, of downtown Athens, Alabama. This is in the northern portion of Alabama. We have and Matthew's in Atlanta, Georgia. The good news is Atlanta, Georgia, you're well out of the danger zone right now. But this storm to the south in Athens has that look. It has that look. That you guys always hear me talk about the whale. This has got the whale look. This whale is pushing off to the east. This is a whale of a storm, a big storm, and has definitely the look. And it's got the rotation on the backside. So we've got a couple of storms marching to the north here. And possibly, we might be able to see something on this traffic camera as this storm crosses I-65. So we're going to keep an eye on this and hopefully get some, sort of confirmation. And if we do get confirmation, we can maybe report this as this pushes off to the north. Guys, I do see we have a couple of some new folks that have joined. Thank you guys for joining. We love you guys so much. If you're watching for the first time, please like and subscribe to the show. That helps us out tremendously as we try to build this channel. We have just started about 6 episodes ago. The show's called Outbreak, and we are essentially live nowcasting severe weather across the country. So if you do enjoy what you're seeing, go ahead and like and subscribe to the channel. And as we continue to do this, this will help us do this more often. Because right now I will just kind of do this after work or when I can. But let's continue to build this channel. And I thank you guys so much for watching. We love each and every one of you. You guys are why I do this. So thank you, Matthew. Yeah, Rachel, we don't have any mods. I don't, we probably, I don't think we expected actually this to grow at all. Well, I mean, we hoped it would, so we didn't really think about that, but, yeah. And we also do a regular weather podcast as well, where we've had some of the biggest names in the industry, Jim Cantori, Mike Bettis, we've had a ton of people, Janice Dean, meteorologist at Fox Weather. We've had all of those kind of people on our show. So we have, that was a different format. That's the podcast. This is Outbreak. This is a little bit of a different format here. But yeah, Matthew, get in touch with me, man. If you chase, we have Phil on from time to, Phil Johnson. He's kind of helped start this podcast all the way back in the day. But yeah, still, Matthew, if you ever do see any storms in Colorado and you're chasing out there, let us know. We'll put you on. We're trying to kind of build out. We're trying to build out our channel and our network of chasers here. So that's awesome. And if you guys do know any storm chasers too that are interested in possibly coming on and being a part of the show and us putting on their live stream, we'd be more than happy to have them on the show. Because right now we're basically we're relying on traffic cameras, which is great, but sometimes it's not reliable and doesn't sometimes give us. I mean, we've had some pretty great images tonight, though. I'm gonna be honest, Dan. We've had some unreal images tonight from the traffic cameras, and a lot of that is due to Dan scouring the internet for these cameras here.
I did see something really cool that Alabama does with their. Did you see the warning polygons that they've got on their map there?
No. Oh yeah, actually I did. Yeah,
so
I did.
If you click on it, it'll show you all the nearby cameras.
Oh really? No way. So if I go here, I've got this camera up right now. And oh yeah, okay. So this is the Alabama Traffic Camera Network. And so you're saying if I would click, first of all, look at this camera. This camera is in 2 tornado warnings that we're on right now. But if you click this, it'll show you the like if I'd click down here, it would show you in theory kind of the nearby cameras, right? So you could click that.
Yeah, click on the actual polygon.
Oh, okay.
Not on the camera.
Oh, okay. That's actually really cool. So if you click on the polygon, I bet it probably looks for any cameras inside of that polygon, and then it'll show you, okay, here's that camera. Okay. That's actually really cool. Okay. All right. So really quickly, I'm just going to do a quick rundown of what we're looking at here, because, and I'm going to put this over here, and I'm going to take this over here. And we're going to come back to Dan's camera in just a sec, because that circulation is about to cross the freeway here. let's just do a quick rundown of our tornado warnings. We still have 10 tornado warnings ongoing. And all the way from northern Alabama, northern Tennessee, all the way down to northern Alabama. And our first tornado warning expires in about 8 minutes. And it looks like this storm is mostly past. So this is probably going to be allowed to expire here. We have a second tornado warning just to the south here of McMinnville. Just to the southeast of McMinnville. All of these are east of Nashville, Tennessee, north of Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have a dangerous tornado warning here, a radar indicated tornado warning. So that means that we don't necessarily know if it's on the ground or not, but we have it. The National Weather Service has enough evidence, and there's the velocity. So we're looking at winds. Once again, we're looking at, when we look at these greens and these reds, these winds are winds going towards the radar and winds going away from the radar. So we've got winds kind of wrapping in here and winds wrapping around here. So that's why you have your tornado warning. It's still a broad area of rotation, though. There isn't necessarily saying anything that's going to drop a tornado yet. But this is still a dangerous storm that's been trying to rotate. And I actually think this is the storm this is that same storm that produced the tornado emergency earlier. We have another radar indicated tornado warning with golf ball size hail. So we've got lime size hail, golf ball size hail. So it's dropping balls from the sky. And this tornado warning is for just to the east of Manchester. This is the same storm that we saw that went through Manchester and is now pushing through Hillsborough. We've got a couple areas of concern right here in Hillsborough, and then right here off to the east. And this actually just did cross near Hillsborough. So I'm actually going to pull up a web camera down there. And this is Hillsborough right now. And it's not playing, so it's froze. Let's see if we can pull that. That camera's terrible. That's like pointed. What is this camera pointed at? Is that just pointed at the ground? Like, is that literally just pointed at the ground? And what's this big thing block? I guess that must be a bridge. Look at all the lightning though in that camera. That is a pretty significant amount of lightning here in this camera. Okay, there's a car going across there. So there's a truck driving nice and slow. And then let me see if this camera in Hillsborough is working, and it's not. And it's loading. So I don't see. Okay, that camera's not going to work. Okay, so we're not going to pull that up, but this is a new circulation maybe trying to form in Hillsborough. We've got another circulation down here. So definitely valid tornado warning, but radar indicated tornado warning, not enough to be able to tell if this is on the ground. We had a observed tornado warning a little bit ago. This is right along the Tennessee-Alabama state line, and it looks like we still might have something here. It looks like we had we've got a couple different areas of rotation here, just to the west of Yukon, Tennessee, and just to the west of Marys Grove and Kirkland, Tennessee. If we look back at the velocity here, this used to be a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. That used to be a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, off to the east in Elkton. And then as it pushed to the east, it looks like it's weakened a little bit. It might be trying to reform here. But still a dangerous situation moving into Park City, Flintville, Huntland. You guys are all on the path of this dangerous storm. Lastly, the camera with the webcam that Dan's got up right now, which we're going to put right back on. We've got 2 tornado warnings down here. One, this is the circulation just to the north of Elkmont. This is the storm that we have the camera on. We've got oh my goodness. Did you see that lightning strike? Oh my goodness. That was crazy. We had a huge lightning strike in the frame. So let's another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Warren County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, Grundy County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, another tornado warning for Middle Tennessee here. So we've got another tornado here. I guess this is the storm that we're looking at right now on the traffic cam. This is pushing just across I-65. The rotation isn't looking as significant, but still, look at this structure. Definitely a supercell here that's trying to form a tornado right here north of Elkmont. Just to the south of that, in downtown Athens, we have another storm that looks even more impressive, that has just a very well defined structure here, just unbelievable structure here. Possibly a forming tornado that's about to move in downtown Athens. This is an observed warning. This is a tornado producing storm. This is not a particularly dangerous warning just yet, but it is a dangerous storm that is pushing into downtown Athens. We could have a tornado with this. Let's look at the. I don't necessarily see a debris ball just yet. Maybe a little bit there. But just look at all the lightning right now on the traffic camera on this Athens storm. And I think, Dan, this camera, if I would kind of look at where this camera is exactly, let's see.
I feel like the area of rotation is going to pass very close to this camera.
It is, because this camera is in downtown Athens. So if I would just quickly pull back up the radar, and I think this camera is literally, if we zoom in, this camera is literally right here. And here's your circulation just off to the west. The camera is pointing north. So as this circulation moves, this is going to come right next to this traffic camera here. So this is unbelievable here. We might see a tornado possibly pass just in the north of the traffic camera. We're going to put that back on here. But once again, this is an observed tornado that is moving through the city of Athens. This is Athens, Alabama. We also just got that new tornado warning was an extension of the tornado warning in Tennessee. And that's for a dangerous storm up here in central Tennessee. So we've got, we've had 10 warnings now for probably about an hour. So they just keep coming here, and we are still in an area that is ripe for tornadoes. So we're going to leave this camera on for just a second as the storm pushes through. We could see some pretty insane stuff. There's a bunch of lightning with this, and we're going to have to keep watching as this pushes into kind of northern Tennessee here. And it's really annoying. The Alabama cameras, you have to keep pushing that you're still watching. So Deanna's doing a great job with that, and we're going to keep pushing that button so you guys can see what's going on here. I'm going to take a quick drink of water real quick. I'm also going to stand up as I watch this.
So Brady, I realized when I cropped out that image that it cropped the direction that this is looking at. So I've readjusted that. It's showing now it's northwest.
Okay.
So from US 72 and I-65 in Athens, it's kind of pointed northwest, which is actually going to be okay. So it looks like the area of rotation is actually going to pass south of Athens, south of this camera.
Is it? Are you sure? I think it might.
Well, wait.
I think it might go directly over top.
Okay.
Well, look. The rotation is looks like it's weakened just a little bit here.
Yeah.
But it's still the hook. But the hook is going to pass. Here's
right.
If just in the top right corner. Here's your hook, and let's just go in the motion here.
Has issued a tornado warning.
Actually, you're right. It might just pass
Tornado
just south. We'll see.
Northwestern Madison County in north central Alabama, northeastern Limestone County in north central Alabama.
Okay, so that may be this storm here.
Actually, that is
Is it the one north?
Yeah, it looks like that storm is just to the north here. Yeah, we've got a bunch of storms just really rampant. I mean, unbelievable lightning with this storm. Unbelievable lightning here. Give me 1 second. I'm looking around here because we've got a couple other traffic cameras that might give us what we're looking for. All right.
The National Weather Service has
Another
issued
tornado warning here.
warning for
It says 3 liters of water.
Tornado warning for
He said he just
northeastern
saw a power
Jackson
flash.
County in northeastern Alabama, southeastern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
So this camera that we're looking at is in downtown Athens, where an observed tornado is possibly about to move through or just to the south of downtown. We're trying right now. We've got a camera possibly on the storm, but we're trying to see if there's any other cameras that because the circulation actually might pass just to the north here. Just to the south here. So I'm going to keep looking. Dan, you keep that camera up. I'm going to keep looking and see if maybe we have another set of cameras pushing that can show us, and that's looking southwest. So that we don't want that camera. Let's look at this one here. This one's looking. This one is looking west. So I don't know if that's what we want. Maybe hopefully this one's looking north here. No, that one's looking southwest. Give us one that's looking north. Come on. It's looking south. Come on. Give us something that's looking north. We got Phil back too. Yeah, Phil, you were kind of, it seemed like we couldn't really see you for a while there, but we got Phil Johnson back. Phil, right now we're tracking something. You want to quickly give an update?
Yeah, so I'm in Somerset, Kentucky. I've basically been in that storm that I was trying to get on the south end of all the way back. Whoa, man, where was that? I forget. But I've been in it the whole way. So lightning's picked up just a little bit. I was going to ask, a lot of those storms in Alabama, which I wasn't ever really thinking, what does the environment look like down in that area?
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. The environment down there is primed. It's mostly purple and red. The storms are kind of almost outpacing the environment. So if the storms kind of start pushing really strongly off to the east, they may outpace actually our environment here, and we might not be able to, or they might decrease a little bit. But right now they're in a primed environment. And they show no signs of really weakening, but we have a total right now of, and our tornado warning actually count just dropped to 6. So we did have 10. Now we only have 6 tornado warnings, and they're pretty. There's a couple observed tornado warnings, and a couple radar indicated tornado warnings. And to Phil's point, if I'd quickly pull up the GR Earth while Dan's kind of finding other traffic cameras here. This is the once again, if you're unfamiliar with this graph or this this radar here, sorry, I'm losing my voice. This is actually hold on, it just updated. So this is the current picture of the tornado parameters, which that's basically a measure of how likely these storms are to producing tornadoes. And right now, the storms are kind of 3 or 4 supercells that have a history of producing tornadoes. Another warning here.
Tornado warning for northeastern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
So that's Alabama, and southern Tennessee has really been our focal point for the last hour here. We still have storms off to the west, but this is kind of our focal point. But this active tornado warning here, or these active grouping of storms, is where we have a lot of our instability, our shear, our helicity, and other parameters. So without getting too technical here, what we're looking at is the darker the magenta, right? Or the darker the color. So the purple, the dark purple, the red, that is higher chance or higher basically like energy or higher, if you think about you're baking a cake, right? And you've got all the ingredients to make the cake, right? You need the flour, you need the sugar, you need the eggs. I'm not a baker. All right. They don't want me to do this right now.
Tornado warning for northwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama, east-central Limestone County in north-central Alabama.
So another tornado warning. So we're gonna get to that in just a sec. But basically, all the ingredients are there to form tornadoes. And the darker the color, the better, the more more of the ingredients are there. So we've got all of these storms, all the way from Alabama, all the way into Tennessee, into really south central Tennessee, and eastern Tennessee. We've got a nose of very strong conditions for tornadoes. So that's why all of these storms are spinning, are rotating, are trying to produce tornadoes, and maybe producing some tornadoes here. So this is this is really why we're dealing with so much tornado warnings here in eastern portions of Tennessee and northern portions of Alabama. That is probably going to continue for the next hour or two as these storms race off to the east. They're starting to kind of move out of the area of greatest concern right now. If we're talking about the Storm Prediction Center at the beginning of the day, this is our moderate risk and our enhanced risk. You can see the red. There's dark red here. That's the moderate risk. The enhanced risk is the orange. So they're still in the moderate risk, and they're still, most of them are still in kind of the edge of the enhanced risk. So we still have, for probably another hour or two, these storms are going to be a problem. As they push off to the east, they still could be a problem. Go ahead, Phil.
Next time you go through your roundup and you just kind of go top to bottom, I know some people in Alabama, but I can't see, just because I'm driving, I can't see like some of those communities that are in the warnings. Name them off next time you go through that.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Tabitha, welcome back. Thanks for watching, Tabitha. Loved having you. Loved having you on the show last night. I know you were watching last night with the Ohio outbreak. Today we've got an outbreak that's much further south in portions of Tennessee, northern Alabama, portions of Missouri, portions of most of Arkansas, and then even portions down into Texas. We've got really an outbreak of storms, a couple of rounds of storms right now that are moving through those areas. But these storms are starting to move out of the moderate risk. They're still in the moderate risk. So a dangerous couple of hours here that we might have for these storms. And let me put this back up here. Let me put that back on. And let me do that. And let me do that. Nope. Let's do that. We also haven't, and really quickly, I'm going to do a quick rundown of these tornadoes to basically see, okay, what do we got and where do we got it? We have a total of 8 tornado warnings right now in the United States, most of which are in Alabama and Tennessee. And if we go from top to bottom here, I'm going to go through each one and just quickly do analysis on each one and say, okay, is this looking bad? Is this looking good? What do we got going on? And I'm going to do that right now here as I update our tornado warnings. And we still have our flash flood emergency here. And we've got, oh no. Remember, Dan, we've got more rain in this part in our flash flood emergency. So more rain is we possibly have a destructive disaster situation ongoing in northern Tennessee here. And just not a good situation for the next couple of hours here. We're going to keep getting rain probably. In the central and southern parts of Tennessee, we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A total of 7 tornado warnings here, all in this kind of cluster of storms that we have right in here. So northern Alabama, southern Tennessee, south of McMinnville. That's where you've got all your tornado warnings here. The first warning, the most northern warning, is just to the east of Manchester. This is the same storm that produced the tornado emergency, and I'm really not liking the way this is looking. This possibly could be trying to drop a tornado around Colmont. So Colmont, Tennessee, you are in the direct path of this dangerous tornado-producing storm, moving towards Grunty Lager. Grunty Lager and Palmer, Tennessee, you're in the direct path of this tornadic circulation that's trying to drop a tornado. This is definitely a concerning sign. No debris ball here, but definitely a hook. Definitely, this whale's had a little bit too much for a Thanksgiving Day turkey because it's got some nice chubby legs here. But that doesn't mean that this is not going to drop a tornado. And this is a pretty strong circulation here moving into Grunty, Lager, and Palmer. That is our first, our most northern tornado warning. Another tornado warning, which we have an observed tornado warning just to the east of Park City. And I don't, Dan, just check me here, but I don't think we have any cameras on 231. If we do, I'd be very curious to see what they say. Another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Eastern Iron County in southeastern Missouri, Madison County in southeastern Missouri.
All right, well, there's another tornado warning in Missouri, so we'll go to that in just a second. But this is an observed tornado warning just to the north of Lincoln, just to the southeast of Park City. This is all in Tennessee, right along it's kind of skirting the Tennessee-Alabama state line. So that's a concerning tornado about to move into Flintville and Huntland, Tennessee, the very southern portions of Tennessee, right along that state line. Just off to the east, we have a radar-indicated tornado warning pushing into Bridgeport. Bridgeport, you're in the direct path of this thing. Here's the circulation. There's where we're concerned. This is actually this could be on the ground. Just a Cooper's Mill, Alabama, Bridgeport, Alabama. You're in the direct path of this thing. This thing is moving right at Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm putting you on alert here. This storm is a tornadic. It's a rotating storm here, and we could have a little tornado forming right here, pushing directly towards South Pittsburgh. This is Pittsburgh, Tennessee, and directly moving towards Chattanooga. The other tornado warning, the rest of the tornado warnings that we have are in Alabama, except for the one in Missouri. We'll get to that one in just a second. This is in the northeastern part of Alabama near Scottsboro. We've got a right to the south of the radar here, a radar indicated tornado warning, and we've got a broad area of rotation here. We've got winds cranking in this way, just to the north, Riverland Estates. This is where it would be if there is one. So if you do live in Mariontown or just to the east of Hollywood, Alabama, to the northeast of Scottsboro, Alabama, we have possibly a tornado here. Not an incredibly strong signature, but still possibly a tornado here in that area. Just to the west of Huntsville, we have another tornado warning. This is just to the west of Huntsville, Alabama. Radar indicated tornado warning with golf ball size hail. So if you live here in Alabama, you're probably seeing some golf balls rain from the sky right here. I tried to draw a golf ball and it was terrible. So we're just going to ignore that. But we possibly have another tornado warning here, or we do have another tornado warning here with possibly something trying to form. Here's your hook right here. That's where it would be back in French Mill. Definitely a supercell here. Doesn't look like incredibly tight rotation just yet. But it's really trying here. This is the same storm that moved through Athens. The rotation kind of fell apart a little bit. Back in Ardmore, just to the south of Ardmore, we have an observed tornado warning. This is a damaging tornado and ping pong ball-sized hail confirmed by weather spotters. Let's look at the velocity here to see if we see anything. I don't. There's a little bit of rotation in there. And I'm not seeing anything that's incredibly strong. Well, okay, there it is. There was your confirmed tornado. This was about maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. There was what prompted your confirmed tornado. Oh my goodness. So gosh, Dan, that was that storm that we were trying to see just to the north of Athens. So that did produce a tornado about right there, right as it crossed I-65. This is another tornado that has crossed I-65 today. That's like what, the third tornado that's done that? This time it was in Alabama. So a pretty unbelievable tornado that did cross I-65 in Alabama, but now has looked like it's weakened. So, excuse me. So still a dangerous storm here, pushing off just to the south of Ardmore. I think the tornado, if it was on the ground, probably has lifted. Now just to the south, we talked about the Huntsville storm. So we don't need to talk about that again. Now I'm looking at this rotation. This is very concerning here. This is just this. Oh gosh. Yep. We've got a forming tornado here just to the east of Howe Hill, just to the west of Flintville.
The National Weather Service has issued a
New tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for East Central Hunt County in North Central Texas, Southern Hopkins County in North Central Texas, Northern Rains County in North Central Texas.
All right. Well, Texas is trying to get in on the action too, Dan. This is right in your backyard here. And whoa, what are we looking at here, Dan? That's a traffic cam? Is that same traffic cam in Athens?
Yeah.
Okay. And that traffic cam in Athens, we actually have two. Whoa. Actually, hold on here. I'm gonna try to find another traffic camera in Athens but this is the traffic camera in Athens where we're looking at two different tornado warnings here. Just to the east of Athens along Highway 75, there is a looks like a pretty strong circulation here. So I'm going to try and get this camera pulled up because
You can see a lowering there.
Oh, straight ahead.
If I feel like, yeah, straight ahead. I thought I saw it in lightning flash.
Huh. Wow. All right, let's keep watching this here.
Although, so it's probably looking at that cell that's severe warned.
I mean, that still has rotation on it, though, Dan.
Yeah.
That cell still has rotation. I know it's not tornado warned, but that cell still has rotation on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
By Rogersville.
Wow. Thanks, Miss Elise. I appreciate it. You're the best. Oh, Tyler, that's unfortunate. Hopefully, my goal is to. I know weather can be serious here, but my goal is to put a little life into it, and put a little. I want to make people not be incredibly scared of the weather, but also kind of love the weather too. So, one really a goal of this channel is to try and get people to not be so. I think. I don't want to be the hype guy. I don't want to scare people. I don't want to freak people out. I want to try to help people kind of really have the love of weather that I do. So you're in the right place. Thanks, Scott.
So I do want to mention that tornado warning in Texas, it's east southeast of Greenville. It's moving east southeast.
Yeah, that is a
Service has issued a tornado warning.
Tornado warning here. Gosh, this is hard to keep up with people.
For East Central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Another tornado warning in Alabama here. That is the storm that Dan was talking about. This is a tornado warning in Texas. Dan, this is in your backyard here. But this is a new tornado warning here that's really just a really strong storm to the south of Sulphur Springs. So Sulphur Springs, Texas, just to your south, about to push into kind of Como, and looks like it's about to push over the Lake Forest Reservoir. Possibly a tornado with this storm off to the east. Okay, so let's go back here, and we're going to keep an eye on the traffic cameras here. And let's see. So just an unbelievable kind of grouping of storms here all across southern Alabama. Northern Alabama. My goodness, the lightning in that traffic camera is insane. But we have, and let me see if I can find, because I'm probably the couple areas that I'm most concerned about right now is this storm right here about to move into Flintville. Look at that rotation, Dan. That is a strong couplet, a ton of lightning. And this was actually why I was trying to see if there's any cameras along 64.
Issued a tornado warning for.
And there's none.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama, south-central Moore County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
Wow. So another tornado warning here. We're going to make sure we get our graphics updated in just a second. We have a total of 10 tornado warnings again. I feel like we've had
Service has issued a tornado
unbelievable.
warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Walker County in northwestern Georgia, southwestern Dade County in northwestern Georgia.
Tornado down in Alabama, huge debris ball. Let's look at this here. Fuzzy, let me see if I can find the storm you're talking about. I have a feeling it's this one. Is it I think it's in Valley Head. Maybe. Let's just look at this in motion here. Maybe. It's about to move into Georgia. I think it's this storm right here that we're looking at pushing into Georgia, I believe. Let's just look at the velocity here, see if we got anything. Yeah, that's a really strong couplet here. We could have a tornado that's pushing across the Georgia-Alabama line. So this is possibly a tornado that could be moving right across the Alabama-Georgia state line. Battelle, Head River, and Kyolin. I don't know if that's the right name, but you are in the immediate danger with this storm. Lafayette, this is your early warning. This is a populated area of Georgia. This is possibly a tornado. If we look on the CC, that could be debris. But let's look at this in motion here. Let's look at this in motion to see if this is actually debris or not. That could be just some noise. I'm going to be honest, guys. That could be noise. See how I know it, or see how it was there. This tornado was not on the ground right there. This is kind of hanging around. I think that's probably noise and not debris. Let's just see. I mean, it could be. I don't know. This is a strong signature here. You've definitely got a supercell here that we've got. So we're going to have to watch this storm. It's still a radar indicated tornado warning by the National Weather Service, though. So nothing that necessarily screams to me tornado on the ground. There could be. I'm not saying there isn't, but there definitely could be. Probably one of the storms I'm most concerned about. Look at all the lightning with this thing. This is the Flintville storm. This is the Flintville storm that has a really strong couplet here. A really strong couplet. It hasn't. I mean, it's actually, look at the last couple frames here. It's kind of weakened a little bit. So maybe hopefully this is kind of weakening. Yeah, and I agree, Rachel and Fuzzy. There's probably a 50-50 chance that it's a debris. There's a tornado on the ground. I can't say for sure, but another strong radar signature down here with your rotation. Chickasaw Estates, Huntsville, Alabama. This is a very populated portion of Alabama. So Huntsville, Alabama, you're just on the edge of this warning. Here's your rotation. Not the strongest rotation I've seen tonight, but definitely not the weakest. So there could be a tornado here about to move into downtown Huntsville, maybe just the northern suburbs here. So Grove Park, Oakwood, Brandontown, even in Huntsville, downtown Huntsville, you need to be in your safe space here. And when I say safe place, I don't mean necessarily a place where you feel safe. It is the most interior room of your house with no windows and as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you have a basement, get into your basement. And we're looking at a traffic camera right now in Athens. This is in Athens, Alabama, and this is looking north at this is looking northwest at a severe thunderstorm warned storm. But it's got really strong wind and some big hail and is showing some signs of rotation here. So we're going to have to we'll keep an eye on this storm as well among all of the other ones that we're looking at. Oh, wow. Do you guys see that lightning? News media says 48 homes destroyed on Inverness Place near River Valley Head, Alabama. Gosh, where is River Valley Head, Alabama? While I'm looking for that, Phil, why don't you go ahead and give us a quick update? Where are you now? We got Storm Chaser Phil Johnson right now is driving through Kentucky. Go ahead, Phil.
I'm in a big blob of rain, Brady.
Ooh, where? Or actually, I'll look on the tracker.
I'm on, let's see. I'm getting close to Richmond, Indiana. I'm about to jump on I-75 north. And it's just been a blob of rain for the last hour and a half, I feel. Last hour. Maybe it's only been 30 minutes, but it feels that long.
Yeah.
I get a flash of lightning every once in a while. That's about the only excitement I have out of this.
Well, Phil, it's better than being in a nighttime tornado, right?
Yeah, I'd take that any day of the week. Hey, how many reports, like actual tornado reports, have there been? There have been so many warnings that I hear you talking about.
Good question.
Do you know if there's been many reports?
Let's look. I do not know. I have not checked that yet because we've just been going back to back to back with warnings here. Also, I want to point out, geez, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active tornado watches. So just the watches. Look at that. Basically from Texas, northeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma. Basically most, if not all, of central and northern Arkansas, basically all of Tennessee except for the northern little sliver, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, and southern Indiana are all peppered with tornado watches. So a pretty crazy or a pretty large area of people that are under tornado watches, and our storm reports for today. This is basically how many. Doesn't necessarily mean there's been 13 tornadoes today, but it means there's been 13 reports that have possibly indicated there's been a tornado. So we've had a couple in southern Illinois, we've had a couple in Tennessee. The one in central Tennessee is that tornado emergency. That was the tornado emergency that we had earlier today. So that was that storm. And then we had a couple in southwestern Kentucky. So far, no tornado reports in Alabama. That's probably going to change. We've seen a couple signatures on radar where they absolutely have been tornadoes that were on the ground. So we'll probably have a couple of reports that come out eventually from that. We've had 300 hail reports. So unbelievable there. Just a ton of hail reports. And welcome back, Tabitha. Great for you to join back here. And it's been a pretty crazy day so far with tornado warnings. Now, the surprising thing is we haven't had a ton in Tennessee. That's where all of our warnings have been, in southeastern Tennessee and northern Alabama. So far, we have none, but that's going to change probably later today as more of the it's nighttime in those areas, right? It's nighttime, it's dark, so it's really hard to tell, did a tornado happen or not, right? Because a lot of the damage is sometimes concealed because it's just it's nighttime here. So we also had 140 wind reports. So that was just a total of 540 reports across several states here.
Hey Brady, I don't know. Have you taken a look at the GIS version of that?
No.
So if you go over to Storm Reports Dev,
okay,
on the SPC page, it'll pull up a map that you can actually zoom in and look at where those are.
Ooh, I like that. Hey, you learn something new every day, people. Dan, you know what, Dan? We're gonna play our quick video here, and you're gonna give us a quick live tutorial about how to do this. Everyone watching, Dan Wallace is about to kind of show us how to zoom in on the SPC reports here Because actually, I don't know. So I'm going to be learning too, right with you. All right, Dan, how do we get to these reports?
Okay, so on the menu on the left, you're can you zoom over? Can you scroll over to the left?
Oh yeah.
So in that blue bar there, the next one down should be Storm Reports Dev.
Storm reports. Wait a second.
It's a go up a little bit. So
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah.
Storm reports
Yep.
dev.
Yep.
Does that stand for developer? Maybe.
I believe so. Something like
Okay.
that. Maybe development. Yeah. Like it's in development.
Okay. Sorry, guys. My brain is pretty broken right now, so I'm trying to process this. Okay, so I go to Storm Reports Dev, and then this is basically. Oh, okay. This is really cool. So, Dan, just what is this that I'm looking at here?
So the red dots are going to be your tornadoes. Green, I believe that's hail. So basically the same reports that we were looking at on the other map. Now you can go in, and I believe you can click on the dot, and it'll give you the report.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness! I had no idea that this existed. Did anyone else in the chat have any idea this existed? I would love to hear from you guys in the chat. Did you know this was the thing?
And big shout out to the SPC developers for coming up with this fantastic product.
Oh yeah. So did anyone else in the chat know this was a thing? I'd love to hear from you guys. Elizabeth says yes. Ooh, Jess said no. Rachel said she's loving this. Scott says Brady Christmas. Yes, this is Christmas for me. This is actually all I wanted for Christmas was for Dan to teach me something about the and this is huge actually because this is a lot easier than reading that because that text is really small. Kyle Davidson, use it all the time. Kyle, you know what, Kyle? I know Kyle. I'm really going to test Kyle. Next time I see you, I'm going to test you. I'm going to see if you can actually get to this page without me helping you. So you better be ready. You better be ready, Kyle. So basically what we're showing here, these are all the reports for today. So red, like Dan said, red is tornado. And this it shows you who it was reported by. This shows you like where it was reported, what time it was reported, UTC. So you're going to have to do that conversion. Good luck with that. And then where you can actually zoom in and see where it's reported. So Columbia, I think this was where the tornado emergency was at, I believe, maybe. Yes, significant large tornado reported. Yeah, that's where the tornado emergency was. So that's the report down here. But look at this. We don't have any reports down here, and that those probably will come later during the day. But most of the reports were up here in Illinois. Most of the reports were over here in Kentucky. So you can, and the cool thing is they show the comments of exactly where it was. And if I click this, I can share the report on Twitter and Face. That's so cool. If I click this, I got to read this big warning here. Oh gosh, we've got to get back to Huntsville here in just a sec. Check out this storm report. All right, you know what? This is going to be a really good chance to tweet this out and just see what goes on there. All right, I just tweeted it, everyone. Oops, I don't want to show that. Yeah, I don't want to look at I don't want to steal people's content from Twitter, so I won't put that on. Okay, so let's get back here. So, oh, wow. Dan, look at this traffic cam. I just saw a huge lightning.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they don't have a traffic cam that I can see in Huntsville.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't see anything either in Hunt, which is kind of surprising, right? You would think they would have traffic cameras in Huntsville, but apparently they don't. If you look at our traffic camera network here, this is in Alabama. And where is Huntsville? Huntsville, they don't have any. Why would they not have any traffic cameras here? That does not make any sense. Huntsville is a big city, right? I mean, Huntsville, and right now Huntsville's got a tornado warning for them. So we're going to have to, yeah. And Twyla, yes, red means that it's on, well, there was some sort of confirmation or some sort of report that indicated that that it touched down. Thanks, Fuzzy. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, no problem, Matthew. You could also send it to us on Facebook too. We have Facebook. Yeah. Yes, Twilight. Yesterday was a great. We were live yesterday, and it was if you haven't watched yesterday's Outbreak, go back and watch it. It's on YouTube at Stormfront Freaks, the same place you're watching this. We had tornadoes left and right, and towards the end of the show, I actually had a possible tornado moving through where I lived. So I was doing this as there was a tornado in the background here, and it was it was a crazy show. It hit close to home here. Luckily, there was no touchdown, thank goodness. But it was definitely a crazy day yesterday. But we have a crazy day ongoing right now in portions of Alabama, where we have 7 tornado warnings. So down from 10 just a little bit ago. We only have 7 warnings right now, and I'm hoping things are starting to die down. They're not dying down just yet, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Bear with me. 5, 6. Where's the 7th? Oh, please don't tell me it's up here. Okay, it's not in Iowa. Wow, we have 3 thunderstorm warnings all the way up in Iowa. That's kind of unbelievable. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's our 7th. 5 are down here, right along the Alabama-Tennessee border. So we have dangerous storms down here, and one of these, actually, sorry, 2 of these. Sorry, only one of these is an observed. This is in Huntsville. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize this. We do have an observed tornado warning for Huntsville. This was a confirmed tornado moving into Huntsville. We don't have any web cameras, unfortunately, of Huntsville. There's none there, but the rotation doesn't look as strong. Maybe let's look at this in the past. Just so we can see here. I mean, let's see where it when prompted the warning. Okay, that's probably when you had that's probably your observed tornado in East Limestone. And then it looks like it dissipated, and then it's a broad area of rotation moving through Huntsville. I don't necessarily see anything that indicates it's still on the ground. It might be, and if you live in Huntsville, treat this like it is. But there isn't necessarily anything that's screaming tornado on the ground with this thing in Huntsville. But regardless, Huntsville is getting hit by a dangerous storm here. This is a highly populated area in Huntsville, Alabama. So I think the good news is once again, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground with this, but it's got your classic structure. It's got your daddy whale structure here. This is a big behemoth of a storm. I don't like that. If this starts to kind of wrap around this way, I don't like that. Probably a wall cloud with this thing. Moving through Huntsville, you've got a surge of, if this kind of surge of wind starts to wrap around here, we could be in trouble. I'm hoping this lasts until Huntsville, until it moves past Huntsville. But there's definitely no guarantees here. So we have to pay attention to this storm pretty closely here as it moves off to the west. Dan, keep checking our. Oh wow, Dan, maybe put that webcam back up that we've had all night. There's a ton of lightning over there, and it's a cool lightning show that we can just have up there. I don't think we can get any cameras on our
National Weather Service has issued a tornado
another
warning.
tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West
Stand up.
Central Texan County in northeastern Alabama, Central Madison County in north central Alabama.
Ooh, wow. Sorry, guys. I got to stand up from time to time so I make sure I don't die from blood clot. All right, so that tornado warning is I'm just gonna maybe go like this. That tornado warning is an extension of our tornado warning in Huntsville. So that's this tornado warning extending, and I'm a little concerned about that storm here, because we've got this surge of winds here that if we put this in motion. If these winds can, they've been trying to make their way up into the storm. If they can make their way up into this rotation here, yeah, look at all that lightning. Oh my goodness. If they can make their way into that storm, that's when we're going to have some problems here. So, oh wow. Okay, they did still an observed tornado warning. They did extend this tornado warning, so we might have a damaging tornado moving through down. My voice is starting to go. We might have a tornado, confirmed tornado moving through downtown Huntsville right now as we speak. This is not what you want to see. I'm not seeing any indication of strong debris signature here, but I am seeing, the structure is there. The structure is definitely there, and the velocities are possibly there as well. So this is a highly populated area in Huntsville, Huntsville, Alabama. And if we look at the velocity here, there's a couple areas of concern right here and right here. Definitely possibly a scary situation here in Huntsville. Just off to the west, where we have that webcam looking in Athens, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning with a bunch of lightning. There's a bunch of lightning with this thing, as you can see on the webcam in the top right. There's still a bunch of lightning with this storm. So a dangerous storm right now moving through Athens. No warning on that though, but there is a possibility of. If it's moving in the same air of the Huntsville storm, then we could be looking at some problems here. Just to the north, we've got a tornado warning just to the south of Winchester. We actually have some traffic cameras up there, so let me see if I can pull those up. We've been talking about Winchester, or I guess that was Manchester. Never mind. Another dangerous possible storm moving that way. And let me see if I can find any cameras over there. But a tornado warning for radar indicated tornado warning, possibly on the ground here, just moving into Huntland, Tennessee. My brain's starting to go here, people. Okay. The good news is though, guys, I just saw this. There's only 2 tornado warnings. So we're down from 10. We're now down to 2. We're now down to 2 total tornado warnings. And Dan, could you hit the? I know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a pain. Could you hit the still watching? I don't know why the Alabama camera network ask you if you're still watching. I'm very appreciative of them having this camera network, but why do they have every minute or every 2 minutes they ask you if you're still watching? It's like, yes, of course I'm still watching. We're all still watching. All 45 of us watching this stream are still watching. So, yes. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. I just saw something from a friend of mine. Give me 1 second while I pull this up. And we're going to quickly do a round robin here. But let's just watch this lightning show for just a quick second while I pull something up. Wow. A lot of lightning with this storm. I'm sorry, Dan. Dan's like, please stop. Please stop making me hit the refresh button. Please, for the love of God. Brian Arnold Saints going through downtown Alabama. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is not good, guys. Yep, we've got a tornado on the ground here. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to this in just a second here. We do have a tornado on the ground in Huntsville. This is what we were worried about. A tornado is on the ground, moving through the suburbs of Huntsville. Let me get this up. Just finishing just one thing really quickly here. Gosh, sorry. I want to make sure the stream's trying to crash here, so I'm going to try to make sure it doesn't. So I'm going to go through and just make sure that we don't have that. Okay. Go ahead, Phil.
So I know it's been proposed that we get Brad Arnold on the show, but I thought I'd also use this moment to let everybody know we are live tomorrow night with Stormfront Freaks Live, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, with Dr. Joel Myers, who is the founder and former CEO of AccuWeather. And he is going to be our first time he's been on the show. He's going to be our guest tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, right here on our YouTube channel. So tune in and catch a live show.
Yes, and I'm going to be on that show too, so it's going to be a blast tomorrow night. But unfortunately, we have a terrible situation unfolding in the suburbs of Huntsville here. There's a debris ball. Do you guys see that? It's moving through Mountain Brook, just to the east of Huntsville. We have a tornado on the ground, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's doing damage. Just give me 1 second.
Do we know if that debris ball's been showing up for a while?
No, it just started.
Okay.
We've been watching the storm for probably about the past 30 minutes here, and this debris ball that we saw has just appeared just in the past couple of frames, and so just a terrible situation right now for the eastern suburbs of Huntsville. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Just moved through Mountain Brook. Moving into Doug Hill. Doug Hill, you're in the direct path of this thing. Ryland Acres, you're right about to be in this tornado. Moontown, McMullen Cove, Gurley, Huntsville. This is all on the east side of Huntsville, Alabama. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground doing damage. It's confirmed doing damage. The way we know that is a debris ball. This is a prototypical debris ball. So Doug Hill, you're directly in the path of this tornado. It just went through Mountain Brook, the eastern suburb of Huntsville, Alabama. This is a on the ground tornado warning, and it is moving towards McMullen Cove and Gurley, Moontown. This is a dangerous storm that just look at that. That does not get more textbook of a debris ball. That is textbook debris ball. That is textbook tornado. And look in the last frame. The debris ball has gotten bigger. It looks like this tornado is increasing in size and possibly increasing in strength. Please. All we can do at this point is pray for anyone that's in the path of this thing. And if you're just joining us right now, guys, we have a large tornado that is on the ground right now, moving through the eastern suburbs of Huntsville, Alabama. Let's put the tracker on this thing and just see this is moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. So we're going to put the tracker on this thing and see how long it's going to take to get to the folks in this path. Doug Hill, this is going to be on your doorstep in less than 5 minutes. Moontown, 7 to 8 minutes. Brownsboro, 10 minutes. Sublet Mill, 13 minutes. Gurley in about 15 minutes. Garth, 26. Trenton, 32. It is a dangerous situation here in the eastern suburbs of Huntsville, Alabama. We have a tornado, a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, that is doing damage, that is, like we said, this what we're showing now. This is what we call a debris ball. This is people's cars. This is people's homes. This is trees. This is buildings. This is wood. This is anything that the tornado can get its hands on, and just a dangerous situation here as this moves off to the east. This is bad. This is probably one of the worst signatures we've seen tonight. This I would not be surprised if they upgrade this to maybe an emergency if this continues to push off and continues to develop. But there's a clear slot here. So what we're looking for is maybe some sort of rain or something else to get ingested into this thing. Right now, I don't see a reason to think that it's going to stop. But we can hope that in the next couple of frames, maybe it lifts, maybe it recycles, because I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now from this storm.
Has anybody seen the tornado warning graphic from the issuing WFO that would say what the population is within that warning box?
Say that again, Phil.
I'm curious about the population within the warning polygon that usually shows up when there's a tornado warning issued on the graphic from the WFO that issues it.
Yeah. Let's look.
That seems like there's a lot of people in that area.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of people in the, and let's go ahead and look here. I've got the graphic up. So there's about 60,000 people that are in this warning, 13 schools, 4 hospitals. So this is a dangerous situation. This is a confirmed damaging tornado that's on the ground, moving into Gurley and Paint Rock. I think the further east it goes, though, the less populated you're going to get. So just a dangerous situation here, though. We have a particularly dangerous situation if you're just joining us right now for just to the east of Huntsville, Alabama. And it is a dangerous storm. It's a dangerous tornado. It's still on the ground and it's still doing damage. If you look at the velocity here, the only thing that maybe has me thinking this could be maybe a good first sign is we start to see this rotation maybe start to spread out a little bit. So still a pretty strong couplet here, but I'm hoping in the next couple of frames here, maybe the green will kind of spread out. It is and Matthew, I wish there could be some sort of downtown cameras that we could see from this. We don't see any traffic cameras, so we're trying to see if we can put any of those on. But I don't see any traffic cameras right now. But McMullen Cove, Doug Hill, Gurley, you are on the direct path of this tornado that's on the ground and it's pushing your way. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's moving through some pretty populated areas. Still have a debris ball with this. Still have a debris ball. We still have a tornado. It is a dangerous situation. Just zooming out to kind of show everyone, these are the only 2 tornado warnings in the entire country. And they're both along the Tennessee, Alabama border. One is just to the south in Huntsville. One is just to the north in Huntland. This is where we kind of have our 2 of the most dangerous storms right now. And this storm to the north kind of has that look as well. So not out of the woods yet in Huntland. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but just to the south, we have a dangerous tornado on the grounds. And yeah, this is the Huntsville local news. So we probably won't be able to show those here, but damaging tornado moving through Gurley here. And I just have to, I know this is bad time, but I just have to take a quick bio break here. I'm going to leave this up for just a second. And, I don't know, Dan, if you're seeing any reports or anything like that, but just an unbelievable situation that we're dealing with.
Absolutely. It looks like the debris ball is maybe decreasing in intensity, but nonetheless, it's still there and confirming tornadoes still in progress. Phil, I was trying to find the graphic you were talking about.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for West Central Gilmer County in north central Georgia, Murray County in northwestern Georgia, southeastern Whitfield County in northwestern Georgia.
So Dan, how many tornado warnings do we have in Georgia now?
Right now, that's going to probably be one covering several counties, and then we've got two warnings in Alabama.
Okay, but that's not the first one in Georgia, correct?
For today, no, there were others today. That's the only one right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. No, I think Brady pulled up the graphic. Mentioned there was 60-some thousand people in the warning polygon east of Huntsville.
Okay. And then Jess is mentioning a mesoscale discussion, 720, 60% chance of new. Watch downstream.
Frame. The thing that might give me some hope here is that this rotation looks like it's starting to break up a little bit. Now, I still think there could be a tornado on the ground with this thing. The structure still looks very impressive. But the good news is it doesn't look. It looks a little bit more spread out. See how you can see how the rain is much more spread out here. The storm itself, that means that the rain that was kind of tightly wrapping around that tornado might be starting to kind of spread out as the circulation isn't as strong. See how here on the velocity, we don't see as strong of a couplet here. We kind of see a couple areas of rotation. That doesn't necessarily mean that this is not on the ground anymore. This could still be on the ground. It definitely still could be on the ground. So McMullen Cove and Gurley, you need to get to your safe place right now, which is as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We have a dangerous situation ongoing near McMullen Cove and Gurley. This is, once again, if you're just joining the stream, we have a PDS warning just to the east of Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama. You have a strong tornado that was on the ground. And my goodness, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy here. That we have something like this moving through such a populated area. If we look at the correlation coefficient here, this is actually a really good sign. I'm not saying that there's no tornado anymore, but watch what happens on the debris. Look, we have a circle. It's a very clearly a debris ball. It's a circle of debris. That's people's homes, cars, trees, all of that. And still debris ball. Look at this frame though. See in this frame, it's starting to look less defined, still there, even less defined. So we could be watching our tornado dissipating here. There's definitely some debris fallout with this for sure. But this is not the all clear. This is definitely not the all clear. but we could be witnessing the tornado maybe trying to recycle. Maybe it's definitely losing some of its muster. Some of the rotation is going down here. Some of it is going up here. We could still have a debris. We could still have a tornado on the ground though. But a couple signs I'm seeing, maybe just maybe this tornado is lifted. That's all we can hope and pray for, right? So I'm hoping that means our debris is lifted, or our tornado is lifted. But we can't really guarantee anything at this particular moment. Still, regardless, yep, yeah, Fuzzy. We've been covering it here. This just we have some folks that just joined here. Let me just loop this back to show everyone what just happened. We were watching this storm. We've been watching this storm for probably about anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. We kept kind of coming back to this storm and had a tornado warning as it moved into Huntsville. But really, I mean, this was the rotation. This was at about 10:17, so about 45 minutes ago. This wasn't really strong rotation. I don't think we actually had a tornado here on the west side of Huntsville. Watch this though. As it goes into downtown Huntsville, it starts to get a little bit more. Look at this frame right here. This is when it's forming. This was when the tornado was forming. Right now, this is probably when you had your wall cloud. And then right as it got to the eastern suburbs of Huntsville, we had this little piece of rotation back here and this kind of uptick in red. That's when things were really starting to get real. And right there is when we had a tornado form right in Mountain Brook on the eastern suburbs of Huntsville. Right, honestly, fairly close to downtown Huntsville. This tornado probably formed about a mile and a half from downtown Huntsville and then marched off to the east. You may have had a secondary one form up here briefly in the Country Club Estates. And then as this marched off to the east, it got really strong. Really strong. And watch here. Yeah, really strong tornado on the ground here. Doug Hill took a direct hit from this thing. And thankfully, it looks like this thing is starting to really weaken, right? The bright reds and bright greens have really kind of cooled off. Now, that is still a decently strong signature. You could still have a tornado here, a weaker one, but still a tornado here with this storm. And if we look at the debris, see that little surge in debris? You might have had a tornado that just redeveloped over McMullen Cove. Maybe a weaker one, but it still might be there. That also just might be lofted debris here. So this is a dangerous situation. And this debris also kind of I think this highlights it even more. You're going to be able to tell exactly when the tornado formed. See it as it goes over Huntsville? No debris or no debris ball here. No debris ball. This is all just rain at this particular point. But then watch, right as it moves into the eastern suburbs of Huntsville, right there is your debris ball. So right at about, let's see the exact time here, 10:33 p.m. Eastern. That's when your tornado formed, and that's when it that's when it really started pushing off to the east. And really, so anyone in the kind of Mountain Brook area probably just took a direct hit from a large, violent tornado. And then it really got big as it approached north of Ryland Acres and Doug Hill. Doug Hill probably took a direct hit. And then right as it moved to the east of Doug Hill, it looks like it started to dissipate McMullen Cove and still could be on the ground, though. We still could have something on the ground here just to the south of Gurley. And it looks like it's actually starting to try to wrap up again. A dangerous tornado. And you can see this watch the motion of this thing. That motion, that almost reminds me of the motion around like a violent eye in a hurricane. See that spin like that? You can see the wind just like ripping around, circling around. Watch this. Just you see that little curly cue there?
Tornado
that is
warning
crazy.
for southwestern Murray County in northwestern Georgia, southern Whitfield County in northwestern Georgia, southeastern Walker County in northwestern Georgia.
All right. My mom actually just texted me and told me to adjust my posture. So that's why she thinks my back is starting to hurt. Which I'm with you, Mom. I put my mic up here so I don't have to bend down. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Go
Mom.
ahead, Phil.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Mom. No, just
Thanks, Mom. We love you.
Mother's Day's coming up.
Yeah, and you know what? Chase Day's coming up, and my birthday's coming up, so that's a double whammy. Although, Phil, next week is her birthday and Mother's Day, so that's the double whammy here every year. So I don't worry, Mom. I'm planning something really special for you. This year's gonna be awesome. Uh, but yeah, she last night, Phil, she was watching me in bed at about 11:30, and my dad's gonna kill me if I say this, but he lives in Westerville, Ohio, which is where we had the tornado warning last night. And my dad wanted to go. My dad was like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I'm not going. I'm not dealing with this right now. And my mom is watching me on the stream, being like, "We gotta go downstairs. We gotta go downstairs." Luckily, they were far enough north. They were well out of the danger. But it was pretty hilarious hearing that all go down.
That sounds like a dad kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know,
it is. It is. But we might have to have
dad's always smarter than the son. No matter.
We might
what.
have to have my dad on as the weather fool, Phil, for our next show. I think he might be our weather fool of the next show. Yeah, and Kyle knows him. Oh, Tom. Twyla says, "Thank your mom for life on your birthday." I will. My mom is the best. My mom is a saint. She's the most wonderful woman I know, and my dad is amazing too. I love both my parents are great, amazing people. So lucky to have them. All right, well, let's get back to things here because we have a couple of new tornado warnings, and I want to check back in our Huntsville storm. Another one. All right, there's another one.
Tornado warning for north central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, southeastern Franklin County in middle Tennessee.
All right, that's a new tornado warning here. That's an extension of this tornado warning. But I quickly want to check in our Huntsville storm. It's still an observed tornado. This was a damaging tornado and 2-inch size hail. Gurley, you are on the direct path of this thing. Okay, that is a much better presentation of radar than we were looking at just a little bit ago. This is a significantly better presentation on radar than what we were seeing just a little bit ago. And that's good news. And thanks, Elizabeth. You just made me smile a lot. But the good news is we may. Oh God. Oh, Dan, we got to pull up that Athens camera right now. There's a tornado warning right over top of that camera. Let's put that camera back on.
Tornado warning for central.
And we're actually going to get a couple of cameras here. Up here, and there's a new tornado warning that we'll track in just a second.
Central Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri.
All right, so this camera, unbelievable.
Warning for.
When it rains, it pours, people.
Tornado warning for southwestern Madison County in north central Alabama, east central Limestone County in north central Alabama.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado.
Are you kidding me?
Tornado warning for
this is a joke, right?
County in southern Illinois, southern Jackson County in southern Illinois, southeastern Perry County in southeastern Missouri.
Unbelievable. Wow. Oh my goodness. Dan, we just saw a huge lightning strike in the center of that. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. Wow. So we just got a couple. And I don't know, Dan, I think it actually is black screen right now, that camera. So we'll put that on in just a second when we figure that out. But my goodness, we just went from 4 tornado warnings to 8 tornado warnings in the matter of a couple minutes here. So we have, there's got to be, I think if we put the conditions on, we're going to see a bullseye in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. And I can almost guarantee you, if we put this on, let's quickly put this on here. And that's the wrong view. Let's put it on this view. We are going to be looking at look at that bullseye of conditions. We've been showing this all stream. This is data provided to us by Allison House. So thank you, Allison House, for allowing us to show this. But this is essentially the same radar the National Weather Service uses along with GR analyst. So what we're looking at here is the purple, and the red is the conditions, or sorry, the conditions in the atmosphere in terms of what are the parameters looking like. So the darker the colors, the more, the purple, the red, that means that the conditions are right to form tornadoes. So where are all the tornadoes happening right now? Right in this region, right in northeastern Alabama and southern Tennessee. And that is right where we have all of our tornado warnings basically right now. So we have a pocket of strong conditions that are fueling these storms. And we have a couple concerning signs that I'm seeing just based upon the trends. We have a tornado warning for Huntsville. Huntsville, just the eastern suburbs of Huntsville, just got hit by a tornado. And now we have another tornado warning pushing your way. Let's look on the reflectivity here. The good news is, and the camera that we're showing right now is the tornado circulation is going right over top of it. So the camera that we have that we're showing is right. Sorry, I'm trying to draw. Is right here in Athens, and that is right where the tornado circulation is moving over top. If I had to guess where the tornado could be, it would be either here or it would be here. So the camera that we're showing is literally right here. So Dan, let's hit that resume watching button, and I know you're texting probably, but let's appreciate you keep resuming this. We got to keep resuming this because it just tends to not want to cooperate with us here. But this is a traffic cam in downtown Athens here. So we possibly have a tornadic circulation moving right over top. It's hard to tell, Dan, if we have any winds here. I don't see any strong winds really kind of wrapping around. It's hard. Maybe let me try and remove the tornado graphic to see. I don't know. Dan, do you see any strong winds on this?
I'm not seeing any strong winds in this frame now.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully maybe that's an indication that we maybe don't have a tornado, but there's a lot of lightning. The lightning in this thing has really picked up in a big way. Go ahead, Phil.
Is this is now the second one over Athens? Is that correct?
Athens has been in a tornado warning for probably about the past hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I haven't seen necessarily like a debris ball or anything over Athens, and I don't think Athens has actually gotten hit by one yet, but Athens has been in a tornado warning for probably about the past hour and a half to 2. So if you're in Athens, you've been sheltering in place for possibly about 2 hours now, which is just insane. And I can almost, yeah.
Grab a pillow and a blanket and your teddy bear. Just spend the night in your safe place.
Yeah, seriously. I can almost guarantee you that folks in Athens have probably gotten sick of hearing these warnings and are like, you know what, I'm not going to take this one seriously. Well, this one probably is definitely as real as the others, and has a couple areas of rotation with it. Now, we're looking at a camera in downtown Athens, and I don't see any significant wind, but this is pointed up, so it's hard to tell whether or not we're going to have a bunch of wind at the surface. Now, having said that, we have this warning that we're looking at in Athens also includes Huntsville. So this area was just impacted on the eastern suburbs of Huntsville with a strong tornado that produced a debris ball. That same area actually is just included in this tornado warning. So I know you don't want to, you might think if you live in Huntsville that you're out of danger because you might hear these sirens and you might think, this is just the last tornado warning that went through. It's not. This is a separate storm. This is another storm that is, let's just look at the parameter, or sorry, not the parameters here, but the structure of this thing. This is a definitely a supercell, and it's a little bit of it doesn't really have a hook to it yet. It's more of like this is more of like a blimp at this point. This is your Goodyear blimp here. So the good news is
Weather Service has issued a tornado
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama.
So that is an extension of the Huntsville, the Gurley tornado warning. They've extended this tornado warning well to the east of Gurley. So, and just looking at the structure, you can tell that this is still this circulation is still trying to get its act together. Still trying to get its act together here. And this is pushing off towards Section in Dutton in Alabama. Looking at the velocity, I'm not seeing necessarily anything that indicates there's a strong tornado on the ground, but here's your couplet right in there. And it's really trying to form. It's starting to tighten up right in there. So it's really trying to form here. You've got winds wrapping around this way, then kind of wrapping back this way. So there's your couplet. There's your rotation. I can almost guarantee you there's a wall cloud on the ground on this. That hopefully, let's look and see if we see any no debris with this just yet. But this thing could be trying to recycle and form a tornado. This one here, you can look. This hook is starting to get more pronounced. There's a ton of lightning with this thing. Looks like the storm has passed our traffic cam here, or our camera here. So this is still. I guess the good news is it doesn't look like there was a tornado that touched down in Athens. It does not look like there was a tornado that touched down in Athens, but we have a dangerous storm coming or pushing its way, making its way towards Huntsville again. This is the second one that's impacted, is going to impact Huntsville. And I'm looking to see if I can see any traffic cameras in this. There's two.
So Brady, I'm listening to Huntsville Emergency Services. Number of trees have fallen on homes, and they are watching that rotation moving east.
Okay. And, oh my goodness. Okay. I think we've turned our camera here. I think let's see if we can change this camera that we have. And if we look at this, let me just show you the camera to pull up here. I think it's it's not this one. The I-65 is the one you have up. Let's look at the County Line Road. Okay, that's looking southwest. So that doesn't really help us here. Let me just see if there's any other cameras that we can look at. So there's this one right here, but it's looking southwest. So it would be, I think, let's look at the Greenbrier one. The Greenbrier one is looking west. So maybe let's try the Greenbrier one and just see what we can see out of that. Keep an eye on both those cameras. They might turn those north. I would not be surprised if they could do that. But most of these cameras are looking due west or due north. I'll keep an eye on one of them too. For you, Dan. Let's see. I'm going to put this one on. You're looking at the one that's looking west, right, Dan?
I pulled up the Greenbrier one.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the County Line Road and just keep that on my screen and just see if I see anything. So right now the camera that we're looking at is let's see. I think it's along 565. So it's the two cameras that we have right now that we're pulling up are just down here. Unfortunately, one looks due west, and one is kind of looking a little bit southwest. So we won't have a visual in this storm. We can see a lot of lightning though from this particular thing. The thing that worries me a little bit about this, the good news is I don't necessarily see incredibly strong rotation. We've got some there. We've got definitely an appendage though, and this is moving right across that same environment that produced that dangerous tornado that was on the ground here in the northern, the eastern suburbs of Huntsville. So we've got back-to-back supercells here, marching one after the other. One is literally following in the same path, and they're both tornado warned. We got this cell and this cell. This cell to the east is really getting its act together.
Warning 4.
Another tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for northeastern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
All right, I tell you what here, we're going to have to go one by one. Wait. Oh my God. Mom, if you're watching the stream, hold on, I'm going to text her.
So Huntsville Fire Department police, they're watching this rotation. It's going to be tracking again along Highway 72 into the Huntsville area.
Yep. Unfortunately, we have a couple of supercells that are training over the same areas, we haven't done this in a little bit, and so I want to just do a quick round robin here because we have 8 tornado warnings. We have a total of 8 tornado warnings, and some of them look fairly strong. We are going to start and go north to south, and I realize we haven't really done a kind of round. What I'm going to do in the top left corner, I'm going to put this and zoom this in on our 2 Huntsville storms, so you guys can keep an eye on that in the top corner here. But what we're going to do is we're going to go north to south. So we have we have some. Okay, Columbus is about to get by some storms too. No severe storms though up here. Nothing in. We've got a couple of storms pushing into southern Ohio. We've got a couple of storms pushing through Indianapolis. So it could be a little bit of a noisy night for you in Columbus and you in Indianapolis and southern Indiana. Not expecting necessarily any strong to severe storms like we saw yesterday. Nothing like we saw yesterday, but still could be a little bit of a noisy night. Further to the south, in northern Kentucky and central Kentucky, we have a parade of storms. One here to the north, moving into Elizabethtown. No warning with that. There was a severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty strong winds with this. Looks like it's kind of weakened below severe limits maybe. And then off to the west in southern Illinois, we've got 2 tornado warnings. One in this line pushing into Carbondale. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and it's in this line. So it's a spin up here. So it's probably right in here. I think this is a little delayed here on the velocity. So we've got a spin up right, Pomona and Carbondale. You're in the direct path of this. Just off to the south, we have an isolated kind of storm here that's got a really interesting structure here. But another radar indicated tornado warning. If you look at the velocity, nothing that's too concerning. But East Prairie and Anniston, there's enough there to maybe say there's maybe a small tornado on the ground. Well, I guess there probably isn't a tornado on the ground, but treat this like there is. Take every warning seriously. Arlington, you're in this warning. Barnwell, you're in this warning as well. This is in southern Illinois. I guess, sorry, that's in, this is like about to cross like 3 states here. This is in southern Missouri, about to cross into Kentucky. Actually, I don't think it's going to go into Illinois. You also have a big complex of storms, a big line that extends all the way from Carbondale all the way into Arkansas and Little Rock. Little Rock, you're probably going to get some big storms tonight. Not necessarily expecting, well, there could be some severe storms with this. There's no active warnings near Little Rock. So no immediate danger here. All the way down in Texas. This is in Dan's backyard. So Dan, I bet you if you look out your window, you'll probably see a light show off to the east of Dallas. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for these 2 cells. These used to be tornado warned. No longer any tornado warnings in Texas. But we have a couple of big time storms, 70-mile-an-hour winds, some large hail with these as they push off to the east. So Shreveport and Longview, Tyler, Texas. Well, Tyler's probably going to go to your north. Dangerfield, we could get some strong storms here that move through this area. The other area of concern, and the biggest area of concern right now is, well, there's 2 areas. There's one in, my goodness, this just, I tell you what, this is a dangerous situation in north of Nashville. We've had a flash flood emergency here for the past basically 2 hours. We had a flash flood emergency here for basically the past 2 hours, and they continue to get rain. The rain is not stopping here, and it's showing no signs of stopping with these storms behind us. So we've got a catastrophic situation here in northern Tennessee, where we've had. If we look at our precip here, let's look at the storm total. Oh my goodness, this is going to be probably 10 plus, almost at 10 inches of rain that have fallen over the entire kind of length of this storm. 6 to 10 inches of rain with probably a couple more inches expected. So this is just as catastrophic as a tornado potentially. When you have this much rain, this can kill just as many people as a tornado can. This could damage just as many houses as a tornado can. So a dangerous night ahead for Springfield, Walnut Grove, Portland. Anyone in these two flash flood emergencies here. That's equivalent to that's the highest level of emergency you can get is a flash flood emergency. Just to the south, this is where we have this is where we have the highest parameters in terms of tornado parameter, and this is where we have the most tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tornado warnings. 6 of our 8 tornado warnings are all down here in northern Alabama, northern Georgia. You're starting to get in on the action here, and southern Tennessee. Chattanooga, you are not in a warning right now. The biggest two areas of concern with these tornado warnings are these two storms. We have this storm that moved through Huntsville, produced damage, and absolutely, it was the eastern suburbs of Huntsville took a direct hit from this tornado-producing storm. And right now, it's trying to get its act together again. This storm is still trying to get its act together just to the south of Pleasant Grove. Still a radar-indicated tornado warning, but I tell you what, this thing is really trying to wrap up quick here. We have a second tornado warning that also includes Huntsville, Alabama. This includes Huntsville, Alabama, that just got hit with another tornado. This is just possibly the good news is with this storm is I'm not seeing strong rotation.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southwestern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri.
Another tornado warning from Missouri there, but this is a new tornado. Not new tornado warning, but this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is moving right towards Huntsville. Look at that lightning. Oh my goodness. Dan, let's see if we can pull back up that camera. I bet we might not be able to. I'm sorry, Dan. Dan's going to kill me. Dan is going to absolutely kill me before this night is over. Dan's getting a workout, swiveling back and forth here. We've got to figure out a way, maybe like an auto clicker or something, to just keep clicking on that box. But just a crazy situation here. And look at the lightning. Look at the burst of lightning here. That's just absolutely, just a ton of lightning well out in front of this thing. That's an indication of a strengthening storm. That's an indication of a strengthening updraft. And we've got lightning here. This is a mile plus outside of this storm. It is just insane. It's just insane, and absolutely. I don't like that. I don't like seeing that. This storm could be trying to get its act together in a big way. It's definitely got that look. We've got supercells one after another here. Right, we've got this supercell here, and then we've got this supercell here, and it's really trying to get their act together. We got kind of two brother whales here that are pushing off to the east southeast. The good news is this is looking a little bit broken here. This thing is not looking as pronounced, but still,
National Weather Service has issued a
another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for western Gilmer County in north-central Georgia, southern Murray County in northwestern Georgia, southeastern Whitfield County in northwestern Georgia.
Dan, do you see this? Look at this. We could have double tornadoes right here. This very well could be double tornadoes. Look here, and look here. This could be two tornadoes, and maybe let's look at a different radar here because this is at the very edge of the radar beam. So It's looks like it's in a little bit of a radar hole, of course.
Yeah,
But this is that.
definitely
Yeah, go
gate to
ahead, Gabe.
gate.
Yeah, definitely gate to gate here. This is red next to green. That's what gate to gate means, and could be twins here. I mean, really, these are kind of two separate storms, so it's probably not like back to back here. But let me see if I can. Yikes! Look at that. Oh man, not a good situation here. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but we could have two tornado. And this is a terrible situation because the problem is both of these circulations are trending over the same area. They both are in line and they're both moving due east. So literally these two circulations, you might have one right after another. Ramhurst, you've got a dangerous storm, a tornadic circulation moving right overhead. Tails Creek Elders, this is coming for you. Right after it moves through Ramhurst, you're going to have a second tornadic circulation near Tifton or Tilton that's moving right at you. So we've got two possibly tornadic circulations that are moving through there. This circulation back here does not look good. Both of these things are really ramping up in lightning, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing. This could be a tornado about to move into Larksville, Georgia. It's still a radar indicated tornado warning, but I'm not the trend. Oh, that's a debris ball. That's a debris ball. We do have another debris ball with this. This is the same storm that produced a tornado in the eastern suburbs of Huntsville. It is now producing another tornado in Limrock. Limrock, you have a tornado that is on the ground here. Looking at the correlation coefficient, and if I just go back a little bit, watch this pop. There it is. I'm pretty sure that is a debris ball. We'll have to see a couple of frames from now. Okay, it doesn't look as pronounced, but that is right where the tornado would be if there is one. So we could have a tornado on the ground here, pushing just to the north of Aspen, Scottsboro, just to your south, the southern suburbs of Scottsboro. You guys are about to have a tornado move through your area. Hodge and Dutton, this storm is headed right your way, and it's pushing pretty fast here. So we could possibly have this storm could be producing another tornado. And guys, I'm sorry I keep hitting the radar. It's we can't get off of this tonight. It's just been unbelievable as these storms are just continuing to produce ridiculous kind of conditions here. Huntsville, I'm getting a little concerned. The more this kind of comes closer, the stronger this rotation gets. Look, watching the past couple of frames here. See the red start to get brighter, and the green has still always been bright. This is honestly a lot like the oh gosh.
Warning 4.
Yep, that
Tornado warning
there it
4.
is.
Southeastern Carlisle County in western Kentucky, northeastern Hickman County in western Kentucky, northern Graves County in western Kentucky.
Yep, we have another observed, particularly actually, this is not a PDS tornado ring yet, but this is an observed tornado. This is the same storm that produced the tornado in Huntsville. It is now producing a tornado just to the south of Limrock. Here is that debris ball that we showed. This is producing damage. Just to the south of Limrock. Scottsboro, you're like we said, the southern suburbs of Scottsboro. This is a very serious situation here. I cannot believe. I mean, I can believe it, but these storms tend to recycle, especially with this southern supercell. This one right here, there's nothing stopping it, and they tend to keep going. And as long as the parameters are there, until this can kind of get absorbed by something else, and this keeps marching along, kind of that nose of parameters here, it's going to keep producing. Possibly, the only kind of hope that I have is if we look at GR Earth here, see how so once again, we're looking at the radar with the tornado parameter. The good news is just in the last frame here. See how it was like really, it was a really, really bright purple. That just in the last frame, this purple is starting to kind of push off to the east and maybe outrun some of these storms. So we can hope and pray that these parameters tend to just kind of start to die down, which we know there was an overnight threat, but our hope is that it'll slowly decrease as the night goes on. So I'm hoping this is a trend here of the storms. Maybe the parameters are starting to decrease a little bit. Phil, you got any more storms where you're at right now?
No, I got nothing.
Hey, that's a good thing, right?
I'm actually, and I don't have rain, so I'm finally out of that big rain blob. So I'm happy about that.
Fantastic. I'm pulling your location up on. Hey, you're almost back home.
Yeah, I'm about 40 miles out of Cincinnati.
Okay, we'll keep you company while you drive home here.
Yep.
So Phil is Lexington, Kentucky. So Phil is well out in front of the rain here. Phil is cruising on I-75, going back up to Cincinnati. Phil, Cincinnati's not going to get hit by any big storms tonight, but there could be a little bit of a noisy night. There's a bunch of lightning in this kind of stratiform rain right here. So,
what's that line that's heading to Dayton up there? On what is that? I-70?
Yeah, it looks like this is maybe like there's definitely some stuff developing here. But nothing, the conditions up here aren't too bad. We've got this kind of surging to the north, and then these storms will probably meander into Columbus here over the next hour or two. But nothing too extreme. Yeah, Scott, I will. Let me update our graphic here, and we're gonna go right back to our tornado warnings in just a second. But I do want to bring a little joy to the group here. I know we've had some heavy stuff with some of these tornado warnings, but this is, my mom just sent this. This was my dad last night. He's got the Stormfront Freaks t-shirt on, and he was sleeping. He was sleeping during the tornado warning. And that was him last night. Are you kidding me?
That's our exclusive Patreon t-shirt.
That's our exclusive Patreon t-shirt. And my dad, actually, I don't even know if I have that t-shirt. That's a pretty.
Are you a Patreon teammate?
No.
You probably don't have it.
That's a pretty cool t-shirt, though. That's a really cool t-shirt. I love that.
It's
so that was
logo. It's kind of the logo as you back up and see the entire supercell that's spawning the tornado in our logo, with some which you would appreciate, Brady, some educational pieces to it to highlight where the wall cloud is and the updraft and tornado.
Oh yeah, it's a nerd's paradise. I love it. Yeah, so that's a cool t-shirt, but just look at my I didn't realize this, but I was making the same pose as my dad, like father like son. But yeah, that was him during the tornado warning last night. So Dad, if you're watching, great work. Way to really make me proud. Don't be like my dad. Don't be the weather fool. And refuse to listen. I even called him. I'm like, guys, go to the basement. But they were fine. They were well north of it, so they were totally okay. But that was my dad. He's a great guy. Not last night. Not when he's grumpy and tired. All right. Let's go back up and let's check in on our warnings here. And we've got a couple. Jess was talking about tornado warning in Mayfield. Is that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Mayfield was a community that was impacted by a really strong tornado. I think it was a couple years ago, Jess? They have a tornado warning right now for Mayfield, Kentucky. I don't. Go ahead, Phil.
No, that was my target spot when I left Cincinnati today, was Mayfield, but then I got sidetracked once things started popcorning up all over the place.
Yeah. Well, they have a tornado warning right now, Phil. I will say it doesn't look incredibly impressive in terms of the rotation here. So I wouldn't necessarily think that there's anything on the ground here. I mean, it looks really, really kind of ragged here, but it could be maybe trying to form here. Further off to the east of that, we've got another tornado warning, radar indicating tornado warning. Basically, like this whole line has just had a tornado warning on it. They're really for a long time. So maybe something tried to form here in East Prairie, but now it looks pretty linear. So not too concerned about that. Another tornado warning down here in, let's see. This is in south. This is a very southern tip of Missouri. About to push into Kentucky. Nothing too concerning in terms of rotation with that. Let's go back down to Huntsville. Yeah, and Scott, we're going to take a look at the flash flood emergency here in just a sec too. But I did just want to check in on our Huntsville storm. Because it is a pretty strong storm down there in Huntsville. And actually, I'm going to try to see if I can find anything in Mayfield. But still a pretty strong storm down here in Huntsville. We have a two tornado warnings down here. One's moving through Huntsville as we speak. Ooh, I don't like that. I really don't like that. That is a concerning little hook there. You've got your inflow here, and look at all the lightning. This is just an unbelievable amount of lightning moving towards Huntsville. So Huntsville, Alabama, you have another tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is about to move over the same areas that just got hit with a confirmed tornado. This hook is tracking right over Mountain Brook, which is where we had that tornado touch down. The good news is I don't know. It actually looks like the strongest rotation is a little bit to the north, which is actually not a bad sign. If the couplet was down here, I'd be more concerned. The couplet is actually could be trying to wrap up, to be honest. We'll have to see here. But there is a decently strong rotation signature here. Nothing that screams on the ground. It's still kind of split apart here. Could be trying to form. This storm in Scottsboro that did have an observed tornado. Let's look and see if it still does. Okay, that's good. We aren't seeing that debris signet. Remember, look, watch a couple of frames ago. There's debris. That's what prompted the observed tornado warning. That's now gone. It looks like that tornado hopefully has lifted near Scottsboro. So still a dangerous storm moving into a very populated area here, Scottsboro. This is in northern Alabama here. I'm sure James Spann is probably live on this, and he's probably tracking it. He's probably doing a great job, but two possibly a very impactful night for northern Alabama right now. Let's check in on our alert tornado warning. This is in northern Georgia. This is the only one in northern Georgia. This is in just to the east of Dalton. Still a pretty strong rotation here. Let's see if we see any really nothing, no correlation coefficient here. Yeah, Rachel, we'll talk. We'll talk here. I don't actually know how to even do like a mod, but it'd be pretty fun to have a mod in the chat. And once again, too, guys, thanks for joining for the stream. I know we've had some people earlier in the show give some donations, so really appreciate all of those guys, and really everyone that's been watching tonight. You guys are amazing, and anyone that's watching us on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Love you guys a ton, and make sure before you go to like and subscribe to the show. Because every time we go live, you'll be able to see us over on YouTube. You'll get notified that we're live, and that way you don't miss a second. Because things change fast here on the stream. Tornado warnings come and go, but things can start really quickly here. So you never want to miss a second, and you won't miss a second if you subscribe to the show on YouTube. Also, you'll see that little number go up on the top corner of the screen, which is pretty cool to see.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Time to get serious again.
Tornado warning for Central Graves County in western Kentucky.
All right, this is a second tornado warning they've just issued for Mayfield. Looks like they just bumped it a little bit down. Oh gosh, this is trying to really wrap up here in Mayfield. So Mayfield, Kentucky is really possibly trying to form something here. Maybe definitely some rotation here. And unfortunately, this is looking like it's heading right for downtown. So I'm hoping that this doesn't end up wrapping up. Now it could, but I'm hoping it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think there's anything on the ground just yet, but it's trying to get its act together. That's for sure. And then I know we had a viewer talk about wanting to see the flash flooding. Scott wanted to see the flash flooding here. Let's look at how much rain has fallen. All right, the good news is the rain has stopped in the eastern part of the warning in Springfield, but we've got another round of rain coming. So catastrophic flooding up here in northern Tennessee. If we look at the storm, that's the storm total right here. That's the storm total, and the storm total right now is almost at 10 inches in certain parts. We've almost had 10 inches of rain that's fallen in northern Tennessee. So a pretty disastrous situation here. All right, another tornado warning. I'm getting sick of these tornado warnings. I'm going to be honest.
Tornado warning for Central Madison County in north central Alabama.
That's Huntsville. That's the Huntsville tornado warning. We'll go back to that in just a second here. We have a potentially disastrous situation unfolding right here in northern Tennessee. We've got almost 9-10 inches of rain. And thank you, Elizabetta. Thank you for going. We'll be live on the podcast tomorrow. I think I probably won't be able to. Well, I guess we'll look at the risk before we go, but I might not be able to stream it. We've got the podcast tomorrow, so I probably won't stream tomorrow. Go ahead, Phil.
I just thought you were about to say with the podcast tomorrow, you won't be able to talk, you won't be able to speak.
I probably won't.
You won't have a voice.
I probably won't. Everyone at work tomorrow is gonna be like, "Why don't you have a voice?" And be like,
Why are you whispering?
Why are you whispering? But yes, we probably won't go live tomorrow unless the risk is looking incredibly bad. Just because of this is our third day in a row going live, and we've got the podcast tomorrow. So, but we'll see. We will see here. And right now too, tomorrow on that topic too. This is the risk for tomorrow. I really want to move this off to the. We have an enhanced risk here, and maybe let me try and move this over here so people can see better. We have an enhanced risk tomorrow, and it's basically for the southern portions of well, I guess it's including Dallas, Waco, Shreveport, Columbus, not Columbus, Ohio. That's Columbus, Georgia, and Atlanta, Georgia, Birmingham, Alabama. This system is going to slowly kind of push to the south, and then you're going to have a boundary that sets up where these storms are going to form tomorrow. And we have an enhanced risk, but that is not for tornadoes. There could be some that's a 5% risk here, but I think the main threat is wind and hail. So wind and hail is kind of our main threat for tomorrow. And it's still going to be possibly, some nasty storms tomorrow, but not as big of a tornado threat tomorrow. So unless things change, we probably won't go live tomorrow. I don't know if my body can take it, frankly. But I'm putting myself on the line for this chat tonight. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, plus you'd have to wash your shirt again, and that shirt can probably only take so much. So hey, I'll throw this out there for all the viewers. If you want to help Brady get a new shirt, where'd you even get that? Like, where do you get the Stormcat shirt?
Amazon.
All right.
The best kept secret.
So
Although my mom just bought me a couple other cat shirts. So I may be
Stormcat or just cat shirts.
Let's check. So we're actually on the same Amazon account. So whenever she orders something, I can see it. So she was trying to surprise me.
Well, now
but it didn't work. Okay, here's the other one.
Oh yeah, that's National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Central Cherokee County in southwestern North Carolina.
You see that?
In southwestern North
You
Carolina.
See that T-shirt?
Yeah,
So
I
that's
don't mean to be laughing during a tornado warning, but
I know.
that's
Yeah, I know.
Right,
yeah, so this is another Stormcat shirt. And I think this will be good, so I won't have to because if you can't tell, this T-shirt is Stormcat. That's where this all started. That's what the background is. But this is my mom now is trying to get me more, and it's only $16. So I'm sure it's going to be the highest quality material you can buy, and it's I'm sure it's probably made out of recycled paper or something. It's just going to fall apart as soon as I wash it. So that's Stormcat for you.
Any
I'm sure it's
Stormcats, or is that it?
Let's see. I think she bought another one, and we'll get to that tornado warning. Okay, this was not a cat one. It's just a lightning one, so we won't show that.
Okay. Well, everyone knows how much you like your lightning.
I
So
do.
That's fitting as well.
I really do. I do
So
love my lightning.
I'll share with you tomorrow, although we won't be going live, I guess. But I'll share with you the dash cam video of that transformer blowing during the lightning strike that happened today, and you can share that on the next outbreak.
Oh yeah, that was a crazy. I remember seeing that. That was a ridiculously close lightning strike to you. I mean, Phil, you were in it today, man. For a while there, you were near tornadic circulations. You possibly saw a wall cloud, and you had just lightning that was trying to kill you like all day. It was just like boom, 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 one after another.
Yeah, I did.
Crazy.
I don't know if it was Scott or who it was that commented on flooding kills more people than all those other hazards, but yeah, I almost added to the lightning death count today, so fortunately I did not.
Good news is you were in your car, right, for most of it, I think.
After the first one almost hit me, then yes.
Yeah, you're like, all right, time to God's sending me a message here.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Dan, do you have any cat lightning T-shirts you could send me?
I don't. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Dan.
Service has issued a tornado warning
Okay. This is crazy, man.
Tornado
There's been
warning
so
for
many warnings
Central
today.
Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
I'm starting to have like warning fatigue over here with all the warnings that we've had. It's just been a nonstop barrage of warnings that has just refused to quit. And wow. Hold on, Mom. If you're watching the stream, please go to bed. There's no danger. She just liked my Instagram video. I appreciate you supporting me, but you need to go to bed. Dad does not want you watching because she likes to listen to it on full volume. So my dad's over there trying to sleep. My mom's got my stream on full volume, just listening next to him. So please, I love you a ton, but there's no immediate danger for Columbus. And I'm about to end in a little bit. So I know she's worried about me staying up late, but don't worry. We're going to continue this. We're going to end in a little bit. And you please go to bed. Everyone in the chat, tell my mom to go to bed, please. Tell my mom to get to bed. Jim, I see Jim just joined. How's tonight been? Jim's tonight's been a flurry of activity of I think we had 10 tornado warnings that continuously got extended for probably about a couple of hours. And now we're down to 6. Or sorry, we're up to 7 again. So we've just had a continuous stream of tornado warnings. We have a couple tornadoes touch down, confirmed, and a number of warnings today. Yeah, Rachel, the warnings today have been insane. And Mom, everyone in the chat is telling you to go to bed. Go to bed, please go to bed. I will be shortly behind you. Don't worry. Yeah, Scott says it's only 10 p.m. Central. Hey, it's 12 Eastern. My mom usually goes to bed at like 8. So anyway, let's just quickly show these tornado warnings here because we have had a couple, and these are extensions on the Huntsville tornado warning and the Scottsboro tornado warning. We could the good news. Well, I guess the circulation is well to the north of Mountain Brook. Which is just the area that got hit by that tornado a little while ago. I'm not seeing any debris signature with this. This does have an appendage down here, but that's really not where the rotation is. See how it's kind of looks a little bit ragged here. This is not the strong rotation here. And the strongest rotation is actually up to the north. And you can tell because the warning, and that they just dropped the old warning. The warning has shifted to the north. This is where all your lightning is. So this is where your potential tornado could be. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have confirmation of it being on the ground like we did earlier. So Huntsville still shelter in place here. But off to the east, Scottsboro. Scottsboro, you have another radar indicated tornado warning. And this this produced the tornado in Huntsville, and but has had constant rotation for about the past hour now. So this storm is continuing to rotate. It's continuing to try to produce a tornado, and is a dangerous storm that is moving into Hodge, Henniger, Fairview, Elliott Crossroads. The good news is I'm not necessarily seeing any debris, so there may not be anything on the ground, but there sure is something that's trying to form. Off to the north, we have no more. Sorry, I was about to say the all clear for Tennessee, but that is not true. We have a tornado warning in the southern, very southeastern portions of. She's still liking my Instagram story. Stop, Mom. Go to bed. But there still is a tornado warning down here. This could be a tornado that's on the ground. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but a pretty strong rotation signature. Let's look and see if we got any debris. No real. That's just kind of noise. I don't think that's any debris, but a really tight rotation signature down there. Tennessee, your biggest concern right now probably is that tornado warning in the south, but your biggest concern is flooding. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 flash flood warnings. Sorry, 5, and 2 flash flood emergencies. So a significant, a really bad situation is unfolding, especially in this flash flood emergency about 20 miles to the north of Nashville. I'm going to be honest. I don't see these storms quitting here anytime soon. And you're probably going to get this line eventually later tonight. This line of storms is going to continue pushing our way. So we could see some dangerous flooding continuing there in portions of Tennessee. Let's check back in on Mayfield. This is Mayfield, Kentucky, which got hit by a really strong tornado not too long ago, just in the past couple of years. So everyone in Mayfield is probably not too happy right now because we have the tornado sirens are going off, and we have a tornado warning for you guys. I don't necessarily think there is a tornado on the ground. There might be a wall cloud with this, but nothing that screams on the ground here in Mayfield. So take the tornado warning seriously, as I'm sure you are, but nothing that screams to me like there's any immediate tornado on the ground with this thing. We're now down to 4 tornado warnings, a total of 4. We've had a couple that have been let expire, so hopefully things are starting to wind down here. If we look at the parameters, if we check back in with our parameters here, the tornado parameter is really starting to wind down in northern Alabama. We're not seeing, if we pause this here, let's go to the end and let's take this reflectivity off. The good news is the parameters are starting to wind down here in northern Alabama. They're still pretty. Or sorry, that's Georgia. The parameters are definitely starting to wind down here in northern Alabama. So that's good. That means our tornado threat's going to continue to decrease over the next couple of hours here, and it already is starting to decrease. Jim's on team Stay Up Jody. Jim, please. I don't even know why I highlighted that. We don't need that. But looking at the radar here, we overlaying this. Our 2 kind of storms that we're probably most concerned with are starting to move out of the area of highest parameters. They're still in a pretty decently strong parameter space, but it isn't as pronounced as it was earlier. So that's good news. That's really good news here. Still could have a tornado on the ground, though. Jim asked, what do parameters mean? That means basically the brighter the colors that we saw, if you look in the top left-hand corner, the brighter those are, I guess the darker those colors are. The more red, the more purple you get, the better the ingredients are to form a tornado. So the easier it will be to form a tornado. So kind of if you look down here in the where the yellow and blue and then just nothing is, that area, if a storm formed there, would have a much harder time forming a tornado than it would if it's down, or if it's up in this red and purple area. So that's what that means. Yep, exactly, Scott. Definitely starting to lose my voice now. Dan, you see anything fun? Phil, you see anything fun driving on the road there?
I'm about to, in about maybe 9 minutes, I'll be coming down the hill into downtown Cincinnati at night, which will be really pretty. So
okay.
If we're still on in 9 minutes, I'll share that with everybody.
Cool. Yeah, Cincinnati got impacted by some pretty strong storms yesterday. Did you have any flooding, Phil?
No.
Okay.
No.
I am actually curious, just really quickly, what happened with yesterday's storm reports? And I'm going to do the little tip here. and pull up the actual map. Dan, you've changed my life tonight, brother. And Phil, did you know that you could do this?
No, I did not.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't this amazing?
That was new to me as well. Yep.
That's today, though. How did I get to yesterday? Oh, here we go.
Tip of the week. Dan Wallace.
Tip of the week. This is the tip of the week. Okay, so here was the here were the reports of yesterday. We had 43 tornado reports. Oh, wow. You know, I'm going to be honest. I am remember when we saw those the triple debris ball?
Yeah,
down here?
I think one of them was near me where I live. It was
Yeah.
in Morrow. It was, so if you looked Mason, so look at Mason, I see it showing up.
Yeah.
Zoom in, Loveland. So go there. Morrow is to the east of Mason.
Yeah.
That was one of them. That was one of the triple signatures that you were looking at. And I did hear today that the National Weather Service was checking out something there.
Yeah. I mean, they have to have, yeah. And Scott, this is yesterday, so we were just checking in on yesterday and possibly the reports, because this was right around where we saw that triple. Remember that yesterday, the triple debris ball.
Yeah.
This is, and actually let me pull this up because I have this on.
I think Lebanon is Morrow and Lebanon and something else. And I thought I heard that the Wilmington office was checking on something in Lebanon as well.
Yeah, because this was yesterday. Let me just pull up my Twitter, and oh gosh, wow, it's getting, my brain's starting to not work as good. Let's see. Okay, this was it. Actually, sorry, this was not it. This was a previous clip.
The National Weather Service has
Another
issued
tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Callaway County in western Kentucky, southern Marshall County in western Kentucky, east central Graves County in western Kentucky.
We'll go to that in just a second here. But this was yeah, no problem, Scott. We're happy you joined tonight. This was on last night's stream, which was insane. This was last night's stream. We had I think at one point we almost had 300 live viewers on YouTube, which was a crazy night. So if you haven't, Scott, if you weren't here last night, go to YouTube and actually check out the video. I mean, it's about a 6-hour live stream. I can tell you probably the wildest parts were at the very beginning when we had a tornado on the ground, or we had a tornado emergency in Michigan. We had several tornadoes on the ground up there. And then towards the end of the stream is when it got, I mean, really the whole thing was insane. So it was a crazy stream. It was yesterday on our YouTube. You can check that out. But this was yesterday. This was right where Lebanon, Morrow, right where Phil was just talking about. This was these 3 possible tornadoes that I thought touched down, and we saw debris signatures. So I'm surprised we haven't seen reports there. But go ahead and watch this video real quick. Okay, real quick, can you guys hear the audio?
No sound.
All right, let me try this again here. I'm gonna stop the screen and represent it. Bear with us here with some technical difficulties. Let's share this, share the audio, and share, bring it in. All right, let me know if you can hear it now. And there's a couple of...
Got it.
Okay, cool. All right, we're going to go back to the beginning here and just watch. This warning's crazy. The second warning that we're going to talk about is, look at this. This is what we had said. This was a storm that moved through Oxford. There's a couple of spin-ups. This is probably a tornado. I mean, I would actually not be surprised if this wasn't warned. We have a second.
Right around Lebanon. Yeah,
this is probably a second tornado just to the south, just to the west of South Lebanon. This is a telltale sign of a tornado. I would be pretty hard pressed to think this is not a tornado. Debris ball. 2 debris balls.
Debris ball.
Debris.
Oh wow.
Oh no. Oh
yeah. So we have some debris now that is just east of Lebanon.
Yep.
And it gets along I-71, which is it just upgraded. Can you zoom in there?
Yep. We've got 2 tornadoes, 2 debris balls.
Central Warren County in southwestern Ohio.
That's it right there.
It is. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground. Very confident that these are on the ground. This is that storm that Phil was chasing, and it looks like they're fairly small, but they're doing damage. They are actively doing damage just to the west of Lebanon, Ohio, and just to the northwest of South Lebanon, Ohio.
This is a video, by the way, guys. This is not right
on
now.
The ground. They're not twin tornadoes, but they're close enough to where they're. And my product is lagging a little bit, so give me a second. But there could be a third one forming down here in Morrow. There could be 3 tornadoes back to back to back here. Right. Let me circle one. There's one just west of Lebanon. There's another one. Both of those are on the ground. We have radar confirmation that they're on the ground. Probably a third one trying to form in Morrow. I don't think I've ever seen this back to back to back tornadoes.
See that Morrow, Phil? This is a video from last night.
2 of them have
the
a
Weather
reroll.
Service did say, and I live near Morrow. I live probably 5 to 8 miles.
Yeah.
From there. But yeah, National Weather Service office in Wilmington mentioned Lebanon and Morrow were 2 of the locations they were looking to survey or check out today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I would be shocked after looking at that. There had to have been. I mean, Dan, I don't know if you disagree, but there had to have been at least all 3 of them probably touched. It was brief. It was really brief. But just looking at that signature, I just don't see how there wasn't 3 tornadoes on the ground for maybe a couple minutes max, probably.
Yeah, well, there were 3. Go ahead, Phil.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say there were 3 TDSs that were visible. So
I'm currently coming down the hill, about to come into Cincinnati. For anybody that
all right.
is interested in what the city looks like as you come from Kentucky and you cross the Ohio River into Cincinnati.
I would let us know when it gets pretty, Phil. We'll put that on there.
It's here. Bring it up.
Oh, is it?
Bring it up.
Oh, wow.
Focus.
Oh, it'll focus. It's just got to get a little bit of light there. That's a little bit of a calming image for everyone watching the stream here. This is downtown Cincinnati.
That's horrible focus. Ew.
Yeah. It's just got to. Try and click on a point. Try and click on a point, maybe to try and get it to manually.
It doesn't work
focus.
on StreamYard that way.
Oh, okay.
It's
that was my focus the other night.
That was a beautiful view there.
Shitty.
No, we all got the point. We all got the point. We wanted to try to end. We're probably about to wrap up here. We have still some active tornado warnings, but we wanted to end. I want to end things on like a nice positive and fun note here. And Phil's driving back to his house here after a long day of chasing. So Phil got some great content there, and was safe while doing it. But just a crazy day for storms down in that part of the country.
Don't forget, you can tune in tomorrow night. Dr. Joel Myers, who founded AccuWeather. Who, Brady, you said you met him before, yes?
Yeah, I was an intern several years ago. So, it was he may not remember me, but I'm sure he'll be like, oh yeah,
a few interns go through that program.
Yeah, I'm sure he's like, oh yeah, I remember you, and he probably will have no clue. Because I like to think I did a pretty good job. I like to think I was memorable there at AccuWeather, but it didn't necessarily do anything groundbreaking.
The National Weather Service has issued a
Oh my
tornado
God, another
warning
tornado
for
warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, east central Madison County in north central Alabama.
All right, so let's just take let's take another quick look at these and just go through our tornado warnings. Yeah, again, Ferret, I think we're all getting sick of our tornado warnings tonight. We'll probably stay on for maybe another 5-10 minutes here, but unfortunately, oh gosh,
It is observed.
unbelievable. So we have a new observed tornado warning here. This is, oh gosh, this is going over Gurley. This is just where that other tornado went. It looks like just to the north, actually. Maysville. This is Alabama. This is to the east of Alabama. We are back up to 6 tornado warnings here in Maysville, Alabama. And this is this is an observed tornado. Let's see if there's debris.
It is emergency
Maybe.
management.
It is emergency management that's confirmed this. So emergency management has confirmed this tornado that is on the ground. And I'm going to be honest, off to the east, we've got another tornado that is undoubtedly probably forming here. There's no real CC drop, but look at this. Look at this hook here. Look at the latest radar image. That's I'm concerned that could be debris, and that they just updated this to an observed tornado. So we have 2 back to, again. These are the storms that produced this. This is the storm that produced the tornado in Huntsville. This is the storm that is now producing a tornado just east of Huntsville. So 2 back-to-back tornadoes that are on the ground here. This looks like this could be a big one. This could be a big tornado. This is a confirmed tornado. Let me see if I see debris here. Maybe a little bit. But Henniger, we've called your name several times here as being in the path of this dangerous storm. You are right in line again. You are right in line again to receive another. There's your. I'm pretty sure that's your debris ball. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. The radar's kind of. I don't know. That looks like your debris right there. See that pink or that purple?
High
That's not rain.
reflectivity. Yeah.
That's not rain. There's no way that's rain. That is debris. That is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground doing damage in Fairview, northern Alabama. This is going to cross the Alabama-Georgia state line in just a little bit here. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We have another tornado that's been confirmed, pushing just to the far eastern suburbs of Huntsville. This is another observed tornado, but just a crazy. I mean, this corridor of storms. Both of these storms, if we put these in motion and look at these over the past couple hours here, just and I don't think it's loaded just yet, so maybe let's try this. Just a wild parade of storms. Both of these are supercells. Yeah, I really hope Mom isn't still up. She's probably going to start texting me and telling me to get off. But I was planning on getting off until we had these tornadoes here. So I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer to try to cover these because we've got two tornadoes on the ground here, back to back here, and they're going over the same area. This is fascinating to me. I actually don't understand how it's almost like this is a completely separated. I don't think I've ever seen this. Look at this. Look at this high reflectivity here. And then it's completely separated from the storm, but it's been moving along with the storm. So I don't think that's debris. If it is, it's an unbelievable signature that I've never seen before. That's not debris. So that's just there's got to be a cloud that's connecting all of these then, because that's and really an unbelievable sign here. I wonder, Dan, if we have any cameras on I-59 here. That's a major. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, pull up my other screen.
All right.
I do see a TDS on there.
Is it? Oh yeah, this storm. Oh
So
yeah. Oh my gosh. So what we're showing up, what we're showing on the screen right here, that's a Dan. You want to remind everyone what the TDS stands for?
It's a tornado debris signature, and what we're looking at right here is a 4-panel screen. So the top left is going to be the reflectivity, and then to the right of that is the storm relative velocity, and below that is the correlation coefficient.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
co-located, high reflectivity, a very, very low CC, co-located with a couplet.
Yep, that is a debris ball. This is I'm actually surprised we don't have a PDS with this. This is a large tornado moving right through the city of Fairview. Fairview, just south of Henniger. This tornado is about to move into Henniger. This is in eastern Alabama. This is a dangerous storm here that is producing a large tornado, and it is on the ground. It is doing damage. It is doing significant damage right now, and just the worst thing you want to see.
And other locations that'll be impacted include Sulphur Springs, Valley Head, Mentone, Hammondville, and Rosalie.
This is kind of unbelievable here. The tornado parameters really have decreased over the last hour or two, but this storm does not want to quit. This storm has produced a signature like this before, and it is continuing to produce a signature that is incredibly concerning. And it's a dangerous storm that is producing a dangerous tornado. And a massive debris ball, a massive debris ball. This is a huge tornado. This is a big time tornado here. Maybe a half mile, maybe wider. That is a terrible sign. Just a terrible sign if you're just tuning back in. Oh my gosh, tornado emergency. They just issued a tornado emergency. This is the second one today. Catastrophic situation here. Tornado emergency moving through the eastern, northeastern portions of Alabama. This is the highest level warning you can get. This means we have a massive tornado on the ground. Elliott Crossroads, you are getting a direct hit right now from a massive tornado. This is so dangerous because this is after dark. Most people are asleep. This is exactly how I feel, Scott. You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. I cannot believe this is happening again. It is happening again, and this is the second one today. This is the third one in 2 days. Before this outbreak happened, I don't recall. I guess sorry. This is the third one in 2 days. The fourth one in 2 days. We had a tornado emergency in Barnsdall 2 days ago when we went live. We had a tornado emergency near Portage yesterday in Michigan. We have now. We also had a tornado emergency earlier in. Where was the tornado emergency earlier? The tornado emergency was near. What was that town? Oh gosh. It was like near Match, Tennessee. Now we have a fourth tornado emergency. That is, before this stretch, I don't think I remember seeing a tornado emergency for the past 2 years. There probably has been, but my goodness, and towns in this path of this dangerous storm here. We've got Hammondville, Mentone, Valley Head, Riverdale, Cologne, Battelle. I'm just going to name a bunch of towns. Any town that I see, this is a dangerous, large, and catastrophic tornado is on the ground. It's pushing right towards New Home. New Home, you're in the direct path of this thing. Highway 40. Highway 40 You are all anyone on Highway 40. You are in the direct path of this thing. It's just a catastrophic situation here is unfolding. This is the same storm that dropped a tornado in the eastern suburbs of Huntsville. Same storm, same. It's just a terrible storm that does not want to quit here.
Yeah, and 182 Quebec brings up a point that CC tilt 3.5 showing drop.
That is so. That's debris being lofted unbelievably high in the atmosphere. That's at 7,500 feet. That debris is being lofted into the atmosphere. Let's check that out.
Yeah, I am seeing all the even up to 4 degrees.
Oh my God. That so here's let's check out tilt 3 here. That is tilt 3. That is, I don't know, I can't do the math. Yeah, no highway cams, Miss Elise. We've checked. We don't have any highway cams here. That's storm reports. We're gonna get rid of that. Unfortunately, in Alabama, right where this is at, here's our tornado emergency here. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing here.
And on tilt 4 degrees, it's about 11,000 feet.
Oh my goodness! So that is debris that is being lofted, just unbelievably high into the atmosphere. That is a unbelievable. I can't. After the night that we've had, I am in shock that we have this right now. I thought things were gonna kind of quiet off, but they had the atmosphere had other plans. Just a ridiculous storm. And still observed tornado warning off to the east. So this tornado, this warning off to the east is marching right on down, right towards where we have the ongoing tornado warning. I'm hoping maybe this storm can catch up to this other storm, but not. This isn't showing any signs of weakening right now. Just an unbelievable radar image right now.
Yeah, that's people's lives changing.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
And it is. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing we can do except for pray and hope this thing dissipates quick. Because this is a large tornado. This is a large tornado. Yeah, and Jess, anyone downstream of this, really anyone in northern Georgia.
National Weather Service has issued
Let's read a warning here.
Tornado warning for southern McDowell County in western North Carolina, northwestern Rutherford County in western North Carolina, east central Buncombe County in western North Carolina.
Here, radar indicated. But if you live anywhere in the northern portions, or you know anyone that lives anywhere in the northern portions of Alabama or Georgia, mainly eastern Alabama and all of Georgia, Gainesville, Georgia, Dalhunga, Rome, Calhoun, Dalton, even the northern suburbs of Atlanta. I want you to make sure you have multiple ways to get your warnings tonight. Multiple ways. So you need your phone and you need a weather radio and maybe a third way. And sleep with that next to your bed tonight. Because this is these two supercells have a history of producing tornadoes. Very dangerous situation. And even though the tornado parameters are decreasing, Look at what this storm is doing in this space. Just an unbelievable day. Yeah, and Fuzzy, we've had 3 on April 26th, 1 on May 6th, 1 yesterday, and 2 today. So this is we've been live every day, and every day that we've done this, we've had a tornado emergency. We had 2 today. Just an unbelievable situation here, unfolding in front of our eyes, and there's nothing we can do except for hope and pray at this particular moment. We just hope and pray that this tornado dissipates. It's still on the ground now. It's about to cross Highway 59. This is Interstate 59. This is a big time. This is a major interstate that this is about to cross here. And all you can do is really just and just still a debris signature here. Still has a debris signature. Still a violent tornado on the ground here. And you can tell by looking at the motion here. Let's just go back 14 frames here. You can really tell here that this thing is just a destructive tornado. You can see it rotating around an axis here. I knew as soon as we saw this, we were in trouble. Pretty much every tornado emergency that I've seen the past couple of days has started. It started kind of looking like this, definitely a hook, and then you get a frame right here. And Dan, you called this. We saw this purple show up. This purple speck. That was not rain. That was not rain at all. That was a destructive tornado that was doing damage. That's debris. When we saw that, I knew we were in trouble. And then now we have a destructive tornado about to move into Hammondville, Valley Head, Riverdale, Mentone, Bankhead. You're in the direct path of this tornado. Council Bluff, this tornado, New Home, this tornado is already moving through your area right now. Council Bluff, you're up next here. Dangerous tornado. I'm really hoping it dissipates before we get to the freeway here. Not necessarily showing any sign of dissipating anytime soon, but yeah, there's another tornado warning right behind this storm here. It's got that look. Watch the pattern here. You see this outflow right here. This like green line of clouds. That's the downdraft of the storm, the rear flank downdraft pushing outwards. And then that actually can help tornado genesis. That helps a tornado form. That helps a tornado form here. Yeah, there's about 7,000 people in this path. So a ton of people in the path of this thing. But watch. So that's the rear flank downdraft. That helps spawn the tornado. Look behind it here. The same thing is kind of happening. It's not as organized behind it, but the same outflow is kind of happening here. And so definitely some concern that the storm behind it could try to do the same thing here. You just want to make sure this tornado warning isn't incredibly strong up here. And we could have a tornado up here. Not incredibly impressive though on the signature. Our other tornado warning is just off to the west here in Hardin. A dangerous storm here. Radar indicated tornado rain. Could have a tornado. But the most immediate threat is this tornado emergency down here that's ongoing with a large and dangerous tornado that's about to cross Highway 59. This is about to cross the freeway here and is just a terrible storm. Yikes. What a way to end the night, Phil, huh? I mean, my goodness. I thought things were going to calm down and just let us, but Mother Nature had other plans.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to end it.
Yeah, still a debris ball here. Just a terrible situation unfolding. Yep, thank you, Miss Elise. So if you're just joining us right now, we have a tornado emergency right now that is for, let's get the counties here. This is for Rainsville. The counties that are included in this is Central DeKalb County in Alabama. We've got a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. This is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level of tornado warning you can get. This is a life-threatening situation. This is you need to get to shelter now. This is not survivable if you're not in the right place. And the right place is a tornado shelter, which is either a basement or the most interior room in your house. That's where you need to go right now, because we have a tornado, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is crossing the freeway, that is crossing Highway 59 as we speak. I'm hoping this latest update might be it starting to weaken a little bit. The colors aren't looking as bright as they were looking. So I'm really this is still on the ground. It's still producing damage, and it's crossing the freeway as we speak. But I'm hoping this is maybe the first signs of it trying to weaken here. We'll have to see. It still's got a unbelievably impressive presentation on radar here. But maybe, just maybe, we're seeing the first sign of this start to weaken. It's still on the ground. Still a very well-defined debris signature here. And it's crossing the freeway as we speak. And it is about to hit a town. It's about to hit Hammondville. The northern part of Hammondale. Valley Head. This storm is about to move right through you guys as we speak. Crossing Highway 59, and is going to keep pushing off to the south and east. Somerville and Tryon, you're downstream of this thing. We've got 4 total tornado warnings. 1 is a tornado emergency here. Definitely about to hit, possibly about to hit this town. I'm hoping this can weaken here. It's still a strong rotation, still really cranking around here. It's still got debris, but and I'm hoping with the storm behind it, it's the rotation. There's not there's pretty broad rotation here, so that's good news. Maybe this is about to end, or not about to end, but hopefully that means there's not going to be a tornado falling behind it.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for East Central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
So that new tornado warning is actually this same storm. It's pretty much just my guess is they're probably going to let the tornado emergency expire, and will be replaced with this tornado, particularly dangerous tornado warning. Yep, there it goes. They've taken the tornado emergency off. So maybe, just maybe, this is the start of the weakening process. Maybe. This still is a PDS tornado warning, and this is still a particularly dangerous situation. So don't get confused with the verbiage here. Just because there's no more tornado emergency, that doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground anymore. There likely is. It might be starting to weaken, maybe, but it also could not be.
Well, I'm still seeing a TDS.
Still seeing a TDS here. That's
And
yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Hammondville, Mentone, and Valley Head, you've got only minutes,
Minutes, if not
if
less
that.
than that.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for southwestern Walker County in northwestern Georgia, northwestern Chattooga County in northwestern Georgia.
So
That's
they're
up
warning
here.
ahead of it.
They are. And then actually, that tornado warning is well out in front of this thing.
Yeah.
Their National Weather Service, and I'm sorry, guys. I wish I don't have a lot of energy here, so I've been streaming about 7 hours here. But to Dan's point, this is still a incredibly dangerous situation here. They just extended this across the Georgia line, and this is a particularly dangerous situation that is moving into going to be moving into Georgia here soon. It still has a TDS. That's an indication that there's a tornado on the ground. It still has a debris ball here. And it still looks pretty impressive from the velocity. Now, maybe, excuse me, maybe this could be the rotation getting a little bit less broad or a little bit more broad, possibly. If we just look in the past couple of frames here, this is a definite, very strong tornado here. Very strong tornado, very strong tornado, very strong tornado. But it starts to get a little bit, the rotation starts to get a little bit less organized. It's still a pretty strong signature there. So there probably still is a tornado on the ground. And the debris signature is still there. It's still kind of there. It isn't as defined as it was. Let's just look at this in motion here. There's your debris signature. Wait, where'd it go? Yeah, there's your debris signature right here. And it kind of continues to move here. There's your debris signature, very clearly the debris ball here. And then there it is, there it is, there it is. It's looking not as defined here and a little bit further to the south. There's still, let's just zoom in here and see if that lines up. Yeah, that lines up with where the tornado would be. So there still probably is pretty strong winds and possibly a tornado kind of spinning stuff around here. So we're really hoping that this will dissipate sometime soon. And it might have already dissipated. It's probably still on the ground though. So a dangerous situation here in Hammondville, possibly taking a direct hit from this thing. Mentone, Bankhead, Neal Crossing here. This is a dangerous storm that just crossed Highway 59. It's just crossed Highway 59, and yeah, I am really wanting this to go away. Yeah, the reports don't sound good either. I am not happy that this is the thing. We have another. This is another supercell right behind this thing that is trying to get going here. I'm really hoping this thing cannot not figure itself out, because it would be a terrible situation if we had back-to-back tornadoes like this. Not a good situation right now, and this is not what we want. The only possible saving grace with this is maybe the rotation is starting to get a little bit less weak. And Miss Elise, it might. This might copy the second cell here. We'll see. I'm really hoping it doesn't. All right, I got to stand up for just a sec. I'm going to zoom in on this, and we're going to watch this as it updates here.
So yeah, the important thing is always have multiple ways of getting warnings. Best way is a NOAA all hazards weather radio, and have those things with you that you'll need if you have to take shelter. You want to have your cell phone charging. You want to have shoes at the ready. Maybe even, I don't know, sleep with your shoes on if you're, in an area. So, but really heartbreaking night. It's something we don't like seeing. And I've been watching the chat. A lot of good suggestions in there. What to do to prepare, and so we appreciate everyone who's been able to participate and watch and share some of their stories.
Yep. And yeah, this is a dangerous situation here. And Dan's right. We got to make sure you got to have multiple ways of getting warnings here. Wow. That is just a crazy situation that's ongoing right now. And I'm not liking this spike in velocity here. I'm not liking this spike in velocity that I'm seeing in the previous storm. As this starts to kind of try to do what the other one did. This is a copycat right here, and it's trying to produce a tornado, just like the other one did. If you're just joining us right now, we had a tornado emergency just a little bit ago. That is now been is no longer active, but that does not mean the danger is no longer active. We still have two particularly dangerous situation warnings, both for this storm. This is this storm here. That's classic supercell. This produced a confirmed tornado in just outside of Huntsville, and now produced a significant tornado that's moved through Henniger, and now is moving through Hammondville and Valley Head. And if we look at the velocity here, that could be like we had kind of talked about. Hopefully, this is that tornado starting to dissipate here, right? Because it was look at the signature here, really strong. Elliott Crossroads took a direct hit. The south side of Henniger took a direct hit from this strong tornado, and frankly, I don't want to speculate about how big this was. This could have, and I say that literally as I'm about to speculate how big this was. This could have been half mile, maybe larger. This is a huge tornado. I mean, just look, you zoom out, look how big that rotation is. That rotation is almost the size of that town, maybe even bigger. And so then it kind of moved into New Home and Council Bluff, where also might have taken on the north side, might have taken a direct hit. But just recently, this was right about this frame, we said, okay, maybe it's starting to weaken here. And then it kind of flared up again. But then just looking in the last couple frames, it's hopefully starting to weaken here.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado
another warning. Great. This is probably for this cell here.
Central Jackson
Yep,
County
it is.
in northeastern Alabama, Central DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
So this includes Henniger. There's a second supercell coming right over the same areas that we had the first one. We have a new tornado warning. This includes Scottsboro. Excuse me. Oh, my throat is going to be toast tomorrow. This includes Scottsboro, Henniger, Dutton, Section, Sylvania. This is the same area that we just had a tornado move through, and you guys are literally in the warning again. So Dutton, Henniger, Pisgah. This warning all includes you guys. Scottsboro, you're in the immediate danger for this. If we look at the velocity, this thing is trying to get going here. This thing is really trying to get going. I actually don't like that. I don't like that bright red here. This thing is really trying to get going. I don't think it's on the ground, but clearly the National Weather Service thinks it might be trying to drop something quick here. And so that's why they've extended this warning. Yikes. You see that, Dan?
Yeah.
Really developing an appendage here.
Yeah.
Right in there. It's going to try to do the same thing that his brother did just a second ago. And look, see that rear, see the outflow pushing out in front of that, right? See the well-defined outflow? That is a pretty telltale sign that it might be trying to wrap up again. And when you see that, that's because there's winds pushing this way, strong winds pushing this way, and then it's colliding with winds pushing this way, and so it causes this to start to rise, and then it develops like a little front here. And as this, so the fact that we have these strong winds pushing in here, that's where these winds kind of wrap in, and that's where these winds start to wrap around. That's how your tornado forms. And so this is a crazy storm here, crazy parade of storms. I will say this. This circulation is looking much less defined. If you look at the debris signature is almost gone. Look, there was your debris ball just to the north of Hammondville, right in there. Hammondville, it looks like it's almost gone here. The only thing is maybe this, but that's probably just nothing. Yeah, that's probably lofted leftover debris maybe. I think from looking at radar, this tornado might have lifted. But this storm is a dangerous tornado-producing storm, and so that does not mean that it has. We still have rain ongoing in Tennessee up here. Still have a significant rainfall ongoing in Tennessee, and that is not what you want to see up there. More rain for Tennessee. More rain for this flash flood emergency. This is almost as urgent as the tornado to the south because of all the rain they've gotten and all the flooding they've had. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild night, guys. Mother Nature's been pissed off this year, and I don't know why. Yep. Ferret. It is like a factory line, unfortunately. It is like a factory line, and wow. Gosh. That is crazy.
Yeah.
And you're right, Scott. I do. I'm going to need a vacation after this. Because this is just some of the craziest 3 days of weather I've seen. Yeah. Okay, so they have updated this tornado to a radar-indicated warning. So I think the National Weather Service also thinks that this tornado has lifted. So that's good news here. This is also a radar-indicated tornado warning as well. It looks like it's trying, but I don't think this is planted just yet. So Scottsboro, you got a dangerous storm, but this doesn't necessarily scream like a tornado on the ground to me. Just to kind of summarize everything, we have a total of 4 tornado warnings. All 4 of them are down here for these storms in Alabama and Georgia. No tornado warnings left for any of the storms. No severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. No warnings except for this flash flood warning in Oklahoma. We've got some storms moving through Little Rock. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there. No tornado warnings there though. I've got a big mass of storms moving through Tennessee and western Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warnings with those. No tornado warnings there. We've got probably going to be a noisy night in Ohio tonight. I know you guys just got impacted with storms last night. Not expecting any of these to be incredibly severe. We also have Indiana, looks pretty clear. You could get some storms later on tonight. Tennessee, the biggest concern here is the flash flood warning, the flash flood emergency. Most of the central parts of the state is under a flash flood warning, but we have a flash flood emergency here where over 10 plus inches of rain has fallen in the past couple of hours. So just you're right, Beefers, a wild start to the year. And to the south of that, we have our, probably the greatest area of concern, and these storms here. And I tell you what, this Scottsboro storm is really trying to get its act together here. It's still a pretty broad area of rotation, but it's really trying to wrap itself up here. It keeps kind of going through series of cycling of trying to pull stuff in, and but it just can't really get its act together, which is hopefully good news. If we look at the velocity here, this circulation has weakened dramatically. Still something there, though. No debris, really, I don't think. Yeah, no debris. Still a couple of supercells here. We've got, hopefully, to get everyone to have a little laugh here, we can draw some whales on these. We've got, this is Papa Whale. This is also Papa, or this is Mama Whale. We've got two whales here, supercells. Clearly dangerous storms, but hopefully not producing tornadoes. I don't think they're. I mean, this one maybe. If I had to bet on which one has a tornado, it would be this one versus this one. But we could be. Both of these storms are really dangerous here. Ooh. Dan, what are your thoughts on the event so far? Has today gone how you thought it would? Has it exceeded expectations, or what do you think?
I feel like it overproduced. These enhanced risks, and today moderate. But I mean, it was moderate for north.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I feel like things shifted quickly to the south.
Big time.
But yeah, some of the places that they don't even think it's going to occur have been occurring, and that's been day after day. So everyone, even if you're not in a area that is expecting severe weather, be prepared, have things ready.
Yeah, this is I mean, the way this year has gone, everything just has come together for a dangerous year. And it's been just a wild start to the year. Things tend to once they start in motion, they tend to stay in motion here. And things have been rolling since really the beginning of the year in March, and they haven't stopped. And we might get a break here next week. Where we might have. I'm hoping we have less severe weather next week. But after that, we're still in May. This is the heart of severe weather season, so anything can happen. Things can change pretty quickly here. So a wild couple of days that we've had with some crazy storms.
Yeah, and coming up here in a couple of weeks, a few of us will be getting together and venturing out.
That we will. We will. The freaks will be chasing. The freaks will be chasing, and we will be. So if we have any outbreaks that happen during then, I will. I'll be chasing them. So we'll be live. It might be a little bit of a different format than this, but we will definitely be live during those and checking them out.
And we'll have multiple camera angles.
Yes, multiple, as many as possible. We're going to have as many phones and cameras out chasing these storms. The only thing that's going to stop us is the connection.
Yeah.
Which if I know anything about Dan, Dan's going to have that covered in spades.
Well, so I've got, the booster in my car. I'm going to be chasing with Bryant Patterson, and he's got a booster in his vehicle.
Oh,
So,
all right. I love
yeah.
that.
Word on the street is some folks in the Freaks group might be putting boosters in their vehicles. So,
Are they really? That would be
word on the street.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That would be that. You know what, Dan? I want to hear the word on the street. We need to hear more Dan's word on the street from this group. I think we need to have a segment called Dan's word on the street, where we just hear something every day from Dan.
I don't know that anyone really wants that.
I think everyone wants it, Dan. I think everyone wants it, Dan. And if anyone that doesn't want it, then they got to go through me.
But I have it on good authority that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good news. Although I'm going to be honest, if it's in Phil's car, that's going to be trouble because Phil drives a little aggressive, and I get a little car sick. And so if it's in Phil's car, I guess I'm just going to have to connect to it via Wi-Fi here.
Yeah. So you'll have to stay really close to Phil to get the connection.
Yep. We'll just have to be. I'll tell Serena we'll just have to be tailgating her in the car.
Yeah.
Or
Throw a
tailgating
toe strap.
Phil.
Throw a toe strap on. Yeah.
I'm sure Phil would really love that. So that's. I think I was trying to draw like a little snake there, because we said someone had said that looks like Fuzzy said this looks like a snake. So I guess that's a weird drawing of a snake. It looks more like an onion, I think.
Yeah.
Twyla asked, are tornadoes in this number expected for the next weeks or months? So the peak of severe weather season is May. So really, it's May 9th. We're just kind of from now, right, from the beginning of May until the end of May, is generally when we get most of our tornadoes. Having said that, we've seen a good amount of tornadoes already. So if May can top April, which it's already looking like it might, that'd be insane. But I think I expect maybe things to kind of calm down here the next week. If we look at the models here, maybe we can just look at that really quickly. Because I just exited out of that. And it does look like things are calming down, folks. So we'll probably, assuming we don't get any more catastrophic warnings here, we'll probably wrap up for the night. I do have to go to bed, and I'm losing my voice, and I'm about to die. Being a little dramatic there. But if we look at a couple different models here, sometimes what we like to look at, and let me just make this so you guys can see it. So what I generally will look at is a couple of different things, but I'll generally start with what's the high level pattern here, and is this going to be conductive to any severe weather events? So I generally look for any sort of short waves out here, which is I look for look out here. We've got we've got some basically you've got a kind of a high level low here, and I don't want to get too technical. It's really late, so we don't got to get in too much details here. What you're looking for is you're looking for some white, some green, and you're looking for like a white or green circle here with kind of wrapping around and it looking like almost like a ball that's like pushing. This is pushing wind to the north. Watch what happens though here towards this is on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You start to get like grays out here, and you start to actually get darker colors. So that's indicative of maybe like a actually high pressure rather than low pressure. And that just means that things are really possibly not really, on a severe weather scale, maybe not going to happen next week. And this is actually the 18C. So let's look way further out. So I guess you may, towards the end of next week, you may get something. You may get something maybe in the I guess the kind of the Ohio Valley here. But I think things are generally going to start to calm down towards the plains. And if we look at the SPC and just see if they have any like outlooks for the next couple of days here. Tomorrow they do. Enhanced risk. I probably won't be live, but we'll see if they upgraded it here. But then if we look at day 4 through 8, really, this is day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8. So no risks that they're highlighting out for the next couple of weeks here. But it's still so that's good news. I don't think a lot these 3 days that we've looked back on. They were warning. The National Weather Service was warning about these well in advance. So we're not seeing that now for next week. So that's why I'm saying like, hey, it might not be incredibly busy next week because of the National Weather Service isn't thinking it is. But things could change. Things could definitely change, and this year of all years is it's the year of the tornado here. So we'll have to see. But for now, it looks like next week could be a little bit calmer. I want to absorb your degree through osmosis. Thank you, Jess. That sounds like it would hurt, though. And I'm not sure if it would hurt for me or for you or for both. That's okay. Nah, no worries at all, Twyla. I love talking about weather. So, thank you for being a loyal fan and watching the stream. If you haven't, go ahead and like and subscribe. That helps us out a ton. Any moisture in sight for New Mexico? Well, let's go ahead and check. Which part of New Mexico?
Don't say Clovis.
Oh, please, for the love of God, don't say Clovis.
I mean, Clovis is nice, but
it is. Except whoa, look at this. Look at all these boundaries pushing through here. That's actually kind of cool. It's like we've got like 4 different like boundaries pushing here. You see that, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. I wonder if that's maybe birds. I don't know. No, that wouldn't make any sense. That's probably, well, you might have the dry line this way anyway. Southern Alamogordo. Do you know where that is, Dan?
I've heard of it.
Alamogordo. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Okay, so it's just south of it's near White Sands National Park. There it is. Okay. Yeah, yikes. I'm not seeing anything. I'm sorry. Maybe I could look and see if there's going to be anything tomorrow. Let's see if there's going to be anything tomorrow in the next couple of days for Alamogordo.
Yeah, it's not far from when we were in Roswell.
Oh yeah. We chased Roswell last year. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Twyla. We chased Roswell last year. Well, we were chasing storms in Clovis, and we were in Clovis for like 4 days straight, Dan.
Pretty close.
And so one of those days we went to Roswell to look at the aliens there, and there were so many aliens. But let's go ahead and put this on. New Mexico. All right, please,
Yeah.
please, rain gods, please.
I just remember the radar was broken. We had to use
Yes,
Amarillo.
we did. Yeah, we had to use Amarillo. We'll go to Roswell to buy cattle feed. Nice. Well, just don't. So what we're looking at now is rain. Looks like northern. Okay, there could be a little bit. There might be a little couple of sprinkles here. Maybe. That's Thursday. Yeah, this is Thursday during the day. We might get a couple of sprinkles here, maybe overnight. But I don't think you're going to get any significant rain, unfortunately. I think she was asking that because I think she had there's some fire danger down there. So probably not a lot in the next couple of days. All right. Please, please, please don't be looking bad. Please don't be looking bad. Please don't be looking bad. Okay. That's okay. All right. This is Henniger here that just got hit by this tornado. You're about to get hit by another storm. And that just is going to complicate the search and rescue here. If that's on, I'm sure we have some search and rescue ongoing here in Henniger. The good news is I don't think we have a tornado here. We have a tornado warning, but we probably don't have a tornado. And it looks like our tornado over here that produced the tornado emergency, still a decent rotation here, but I don't think this is on the ground either. It looks like it's starting to get almost kind of pulled into the storm. And look at the lightning too. Look at all the lightning here. The lightning is really starting to decrease here. So hopefully that's a sign that the storm itself is weakening. Call-ins during the show tomorrow. I am not sure. I'll have to ask Phil. That would actually be really fun, and we might actually start doing call-ins on this show if we can figure out actually how to do it. But I know I couldn't manage that, and I already struggled to manage myself as it is. Okay, so what we're probably going to do, I think we're going to wrap here. This is a good point to wrap. It looks like these tornadoes these tornado warnings, these storms are starting to weaken here. And I don't see anything that would indicate there's anything dangerous on the ground. So we're probably going to wrap here for the night. What a night. What a crazy, crazy, crazy night where we had a couple of tornado emergencies issued today. We've been live now for about 8 hours. So this has been 8 hours straight since 5:30 Eastern that we've been live. And we've had an unbelievable day filled with flash flood emergencies, tornado emergencies, and a crazy amount of storms. We've had just tornado warning after tornado warning. This was a moderate risk today. And it definitely has lived up to its what we were expecting. So just a wild day. Kudos to everyone, the National Weather Service that has. We'll pull that up in just a sec. Kudos to everyone at the National Weather Service who has done an amazing job today and still is. There's been so many warnings that have been issued, an unbelievable amount of warnings here. They have done such hard work there at the National Weather Service, and they sometimes don't get the praise they deserve. A lot of great people over there, and thanks to everyone that's been watching the stream. If you don't If you don't currently subscribe to the show, please do so. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube, and subscribe to the show. That helps us out a ton, and it helps you out a ton. It's a win-win. Win-win-win. YouTube wins as well. We can't forget about them. But cannot thank you guys enough for sticking with us during the stream. I think at our peak we had about 60 viewers, so that is it wasn't as big as the night before, but that's definitely better than our average. So we're starting to really climb the ladder here on the viewership, and we can, with your guys' help, we can keep this going. Tell us about your friends, or tell this stream. Wow, my brain is broken. Share the stream with your friends, share the stream with your family. Ultimately, our goal with this is to have a little bit of fun and be entertaining, and give you guys have a good time, but also really try to coordinate and communicate what's going on. So if we have anyone that's in the path of these, we'll keep you safe. And if you're not in the path of it, we'll keep you informed and entertained. And that's our mission here at Outbreak. And that's what we're going to keep doing. And I just thought I would end the stream with a nice picture of my dad in the middle of a tornado warning, sleeping, looking like an idiot. So that just goes to show you, this is our weather fool for the week. This is my dad in the middle of a tornado, a warning, I will say, sleeping his butt off. So Dan, any thoughts on tonight before we wrap up?
It was just a crazy night, and heartbreaking, and just appreciative of everyone that tuned in, and thoughts and prayers going out to everyone affected.
Yeah, 100%. Anyone that was in the path of these storms tonight. There were some life-changing storms that happened down here in Alabama and Tennessee, and yesterday in Michigan. And so please pray and give your thoughts and prayers. And if there's a way to help out, we aren't at the point where we can, as a podcast, be able to help out financially with these folks. But so I think, prayers and support on social media and other things like that can go a long way. And maybe, hope. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was going to say the Red Cross, what was it, fundraiser that Phil was doing.
Yeah.
There's a link out there.
Yeah, there's a link out there. We'll have to. I don't have it, but I'll have to give it to you guys. But the Red Cross does a lot of amazing work, and I'm sure they're going to be down in those tornado affected areas. So that's a really good organization to give to, and to be able to help support these people that are being impacted by these storms. So, but love you guys so much. Thank you for joining the stream. And Dan, as always, brother, it is so great to have you here. You stick with it till the end, and that is a man that's worth a thousand. Man, I don't even know what kind of phrase I was trying to say. But you are a great
1,000 camels.
1,000 camels, 1,000 cats. And you know how much I love cats, right?
Yeah, and you did an amazing job tonight. I mean, and to the point where, you can barely talk, and you've got to stand up to try to survive.
I am it's been a crazy couple of days here, but with everyone's support, and with Dan, you killed it on the cams and everything today, and on the call outs. So it was a team effort here, and we got 1,000 Dans here in the chat. So people are loving Dan. But once again, guys, love you guys a ton. Have a great night. Keep your family close, and have a great weekend if we don't talk to you. And definitely so blessed to be able to do this. And we're gonna keep this train rolling. So look forward to seeing you guys in the future. Have a great night, and peace out. See you, Dan.
Have a good night.
Peace. good night, Dan. Peace out, man.
Thanks, you too. Have a good night.
Love you, brother.
You too,
Well.
sir.